Chapter 1: A Messy Start. Brain Storage. About the combat power. Pirates in the early stages of the Great Pirate Era are generally more valuable, unlike Caribou's second brother who was pure water 2 years later. But please don't just focus on the bounty and combat power. With 2000 Daoli and 6 style mastery, it's not a big problem to beat a 100 million pirate no matter which period. About the ownership of forged weapons, please be patient and read on. There is a connection between the front and the back QAQ. The timeline may not match, but it will definitely follow the overall timeline I'm going to write this. I hope you guys will be gentle with me. It's mainly a light and casual story. It will be a bit tough in the beginning. After all, it's hard for a newcomer to travel through time. I hope you like it. There are some toxic points, of course. After all, the author is a rookie, but I will absorb everyone's comments and make changes, but I hope you will be gentle when you say I'm toxic, so that I can be more motivated to make changes. Beginning of the main text. Marinford, the headquarters of the Navy. The first recruitment office for the elite training camp of the Navy headquarters. Navy soldier, name. Hammer. Navy soldier, I'm asking you your name, not your nickname. Just Hammer. Navy soldier. Navy soldier, age. 18. Navy soldier, 18 years old. The Navy soldier looked up at the 3-meter-tall Taikawi and wiped the sweat from his forehead unconsciously. He thought, do children nowadays grow up eating grass 18 years old and 3 meters tall? Navy soldier, letter of introduction. Taikawi touched his pocket and took out a crumpled paper and handed it to him. Navy soldier, Shampoo Rear Admiral Phil Jackson. No problem, let's gather at the playground. Taikawi. Gather? I just came to Marinford to register and prepare to open a blacksmith shop. What are you gathering for? Navy soldier, aren't you here to participate in the training camp? This is the registration office for the first Navy elite training camp. Fuck. I made a mistake. Iron Hammer, as his name suggests, is a blacksmith. He is just a little better than an ordinary blacksmith, and is a blacksmith who eats public food. He is a Navy blacksmith, specializing in forging standard swords, guns, and artillery for Navy soldiers. Of course, the iron hammer in front of him is not a normal iron hammer. Because he just traveled through time. Iron Hammer was originally an elite swordsmith on Blue Star. He was originally forging iron while reviewing One Piece in the workshop. He happened to see a bunch of brainless broken machines on Bullet Island, and randomly complained, "What the hell, one is uglier than the other, insulting art." As a result, the forging furnace exploded directly in the next second. He was sent to the sky with the iron. When he woke up again, he had appeared in Marinford Square above. Fortunately, the elder brother he possessed was also a blacksmith, and was wearing a Navy uniform, which made him feel a little relieved. Then he followed the team all the way to the square where the scene just happened. "What's going on? Why are you so noisy? Don't you know that today is a very important day?" Just as the two of them stared at each other, a deep voice sounded from behind. Purple short hair, glasses, a sturdy face, a strong body, and the cloak of justice behind him. Yes, it is confirmed that this is the former General Zifa, the boss and principal of the Navy elite training camp. General Zifa the soldier saluted immediately. Then he told the situation of Taikawi again. This made Zifa look at the 3-meter strong man in front of him. The same neat short hair, 3-meter height, and a strong body of muscles, well, a good seedling. "Since you are here, why don't you join the training camp?" Taikawi looked bitter. He originally wanted to come to Marinford and be a logistics blacksmith, earn some Bailey, marry a wife, and stay away from the war. Who would have thought that he would meet a big boss as soon as he arrived? This is really a bad script. I want to cry but I have no tears. "Hello, General Zifa, I am a blacksmith. Although our base commander asked me to come here to participate in the training camp, I know my own strength, so I think it is better for me to continue to be a blacksmith in the headquarters." Zeph did not simply listen to the one-sided words of Iron Hammer, and took the recommendation letter from Major General Phil Jackson, the commander of the Shampoo Base, and looked at it carefully. "Oh, what you call ordinary means that you have 1,000 pounds of strength, drag a warship for training on weekdays, and then eat a devil fruit." Iron Hammer collapsed. "This is not me, it's what the previous Iron Hammer did. I just want to eat and wait for death." Ding! The host's emotional fluctuations are detected to be too large, and the system awakens. Ding! The host's negative energy is too high, the system is unbinding. "What the hell, my system dad is here and then he's leaving again." 10,000 grass mud horses ran through Taikawi's heart. Ding! The system has been unbound. Out of humanitarian considerations, a big gift has been left for the host. It has been distributed. Please intervene. Wish the host a pleasant journey, Beiji. Taikawi was completely speechless. He embarrassed the army of time travelers. It's okay to have a bad start, but the system also ran away. There are only two things left by the system. One is the system template, which allows Taikawi to see his own situation. The other is the talent critical strike. As the name suggests, as long as you forge iron, you will get twice the result with half the effort. And there is a chance to trigger a critical strike when the production is completed, which can give the props a special attribute. Triggering a critical strike can get a prompt of the system template. This talent is quite good, but it is totally unsuitable for the current situation. Alright, Iron Hammer, you're the one who will take over my training camp. Go stand in the square over there. Zepha made the final decision. The deep voice made Iron Hammer feel like a young man. There was no other way. Iron Hammer walked into the square with a bitter look on his face. At this time, a large number of naval elites had gathered in the square. There were many people that Iron Hammer knew. First was Sakaski, who looked murderous, the future red dog. Then there was Borsellino, who looked wretched, the future yellow monkey. Tisk tisk tisk, the pressure was huge. As Iron Hammer entered the square, everyone focused their attention on him. With a height of 3 meters and a sturdy body, he was really too eye-catching. "Hi, brother, my name is Lance, from the West Sea. You're really tall. Which branch are you from?" A man who was equally sturdy but only 2 meters tall ran up to Taikawi and started chatting him up. Lance never heard of him. But out of politeness, Taikawi still responded. "Iron Hammer, from Shampoo." Then Taikawi stopped talking because he was looking at his own attribute list. Name, Iron Hammer. Age, 18. Devil Fruit, Meta-Human, Hammer Fruit, Development Level 30. Dharma Power, 2000. Haki, not opened. Simple and clear panel. But I didn't expect that the original body was actually a fruit ability user. No wonder he was recommended to the training camp. Then Taikawi began to adapt to the fruit ability. The hammer fruit can create a hammering effect through everything in the body. Smashing iron with bare hands. If this were in his previous life, he would have been a master of counterfeiting. No matter what kind of knife or stick, just hammer it and it's done. But it's not good enough in the world of One Piece. Sure enough, fighting is still out of the question. Being a blacksmith is the best way. Please add to collection, bookshelf, praise, everything. Thank you for your support, readers. Chapter 2 Request for Beansack. Please let me do it again. Assemble. Just when the hammer was getting familiar with itself, a loud whistle sounded along with the shout. For a moment, all the navy in the square gathering towards the front. Iron Hammer saw this and hurriedly followed the crowd. In front of the square was a high platform. At this time, a tall and strong man was standing there with his hands on his chest. He was the former admiral of the navy, Zifa. I am Zifa, the principal and training officer of the elite training camp of the navy headquarters. You are all elites from various branches. in order to better practice and reach a higher level. However, this elite training camp only recruits 100 people, and now there are 500 people in this square. At this point, Zifa showed an exaggerated smile on his face. It seemed that what was going to happen next would be very interesting. So, I need you to take a test. Those who pass the test can stay, and the rest will go back to where they came from. I don't need softies here. Now line up for me and take the Deo Force test. The first 100 will stay, and the rest will get out. Hurry up quickly. Under Zifa's roar, everyone began to move in an orderly manner. Soon a long line was formed. And our big brother Iron Hammer was pushed to the third place by the crowd. One of the two people in front of him was the murderous future Red Dog Sakaski. The other was Lance, who greeted him just now. Iron Hammer was stunned. How did he get the third place in a confused way? This is unscientific. Actually, it's not his fault. When the long line was formed, everyone secretly competed to get a good position. For example, a yellow monkey relied on his strength to stand at the end, and now he has closed his eyes to rest. Only Taikui is a fool who lets the crowd push him around. Isn't this the third place? Zifa saw that the team was quickly lined up, nodded with satisfaction, and then asked the cotters below to pull up the test equipment. A very huge Deo Force value measuring instrument appeared in front of everyone. Taiko looked closely and saw a very large device that looked like a boxing instrument placed at the front of the square. You are Sakaski from Bahai, right? I have heard of you. It is said that you are very strong. Come on, hit me with all your strength. Zifa looked at Sakaski, who was in the first place and looked iron-blooded, and smiled and ordered. Sakaski was silent, slowly walked out of the queue, and came to the test equipment. He stood with his legs apart, moved his right arm back, and his muscles and veins bulged. The next second. Bang! The right fist hit the tester hard. The numbers on the tester changed rapidly and finally stopped at 2,600. Zeph's eyes lit up. 2,600 Daoli, this number is very high. You should know that the Daoli of ordinary soldiers is only 10. A navy like Sakaski with 2,600 Daoli can become an elite colonel even in the headquarters. At this time, Sakaski was a piece of unpolished jade in Zifa's eyes, and he couldn't wait to polish it. Very good, 2,600 Daoli, you are very good, and you have a saber on your back. I believe your real combat power must be stronger. Not bad. Stand aside. Sakaski was still silent, walked aside silently, and watched the next test. Next was Lance, who also threw a punch. 300. Lance felt that he was not feeling well, and walked behind Sakaski silently without saying a word. Next, Iron Hammer. Boy, you better fight me. Zifa had seen Iron Hammer before and read his information, so he had high expectations for this 3-meter-tall boy. Imitation of Sakaski, legs apart, right fist moved back, and then punched out. Dang! A strange sound sounded. Everyone felt that the sound seemed to be a little smaller than Lance's before. I saw that Iron Hammer's fist hit the instrument, but the instrument seemed not to be affected. 250. Iron Hammer's first test actually scored 250. At this time, Iron Hammer seemed to be a 250. Zifa's face also darkened. Iron Hammer seemed to be stared at by a beast, and all the hair on his body exploded. Just the next second when Zifa was about to speak, Iron Hammer moved. Please give me a beanbag. He raised his hands high, then ran to the instrument and turned sideways. General Zifa, please give me another chance. You know I'm just a blacksmith, and I don't look like a frontal puncher. Please allow me to hit you once with my own posture. Zafar then retracted his fist, which was already black and transparent, and then slowly removed his black silk. This scene made Taikui sweat coldly. If he was not mistaken, it was armament haki. Zafar, the old guy, actually used armament haki. It is hard to imagine what would have been waiting for him if he had reacted a second slower just now. Taikir quickly wiped the cold sweat from his head. Standing sideways, he also had some doubts in his heart. My hammer fruit, I hope you can give me more power. I will depend on you for the rest of my life. Iron Hammer prayed in his heart, and he secretly used the power of the devil fruit in his body. For a moment, he felt that his fist had turned into a real hammer. Accumulate power, and smash the right fist from left to right. Dun! A huge hammering sound rang out instantly. Ding! Talent critical hit granted activation. Trigger critical hit, the final damage is increased by 100, and the attribute is 100 rebound. For a moment, the entire daily value tester clicked. The next second, the numbers began to spin rapidly. 2,400. Iron Hammer's hit produced 2,400 daily value. Long live! I will not be beaten to death by Zifa this time. Wait. What was that system sound just now? I saw that Iron Hammer opened the system panel, and a line of words appeared at the bottom of the panel. A critical hit increases damage by 100, and the attribute is 100 rebound. Wow, this critical hit doubled his attack. 2,400 daily, doubled, then his original attack should be 1,200. This is not right, his daily on the panel should be 2,000. It seems that he still needs to get familiar with his body. Hey! Very good Taikawi, I was right about you, kid. Although your hitting method is a bit strange, there is no doubt that you are very talented. Zafar was happy now, and kept praising Taikawi. Little did he know that Taikawi's hit caused him so much trouble in the subsequent testing phase, and even he himself was deeply affected by it. Please collect, ask for bookshelf, ask for likes, ask for everything. Thank you readers for your great support. Chapter 3 Victims Group. Taikawi walked to Sakaski woodenly. Sakaski, who was always silent, suddenly looked at the boy who was a head taller than him. Very strong. What Sakaski was talking to him? Iron Hammer was stunned. This cold-faced madman Sakaski actually took the initiative to talk to him. Emma, this is because there is no achievement system, otherwise one would definitely be activated. Just when Iron Hammer was stunned, the next tester had already stepped forward. He punched out. Boom. Crack. Ah. The test machine did not shake like before, but instead had a sudden reaction force, which directly shook the tester out. A number appeared at the same time -400. The sound of bones breaking suddenly sounded, and after a scream, the guy had fainted holding his deformed right arm. Everyone was confused now, what was going on? How did this guy become like this after just one punch? Even Zifa was dumbfounded. How could this guy faint? What does the deformed arm mean? Did he become disabled by overexerting himself? Zifa was the person in charge after all, so he quickly said. Medic, take him down for treatment. He's really useless. He broke his bones just by doing a test, and fainted. Next one. With Zifa's presence, everyone calmed down and complained about the guy's poor physical quality. Only Taikawi, who was standing aside, began to twitch his mouth. He suddenly understood what the attribute he had just activated was. 100 counterattack. So that's what it meant. Oh my god, doesn't that mean that this tester is now a small boss, and whoever hits it will regret it? Thinking of this, Taikawi immediately stepped forward and came to Zifa. General Zifa, I feel that there is something wrong with this instrument. Why don't we ask someone to change it for testing? Zifa glanced at Taikawi. Although his eyes were gentle, he was still very determined. Iron Hammer, stay aside. There is nothing wrong with this instrument. It can measure 5,000 Dao force. Unless it is directly destroyed by more than 5,000 Dao force, it can continue to work. Okay, next one. Zephyr threw Iron Hammer aside and continued to test. Before Iron Hammer could continue to speak, the next victim had already appeared. The posture was very handsome, the power was very strong, and the Deo force value was 700, not bad. Crack! Ah! The arc of the flying was very beautiful. Well, it was miserable. It was still the familiar posture, the familiar scream, and the familiar sound of landing. This victim, like the previous one, fell unconscious with his right arm in his arms. 2 victims in a row made Zifa a little puzzled. What is going on? Just when everyone in the square looked at each other in bewilderment, a loud and clear voice appeared out of thin air. Ah ha ha ha, Zephyr, you've already started. Looks like I'm late. The man with short black hair and a strong body like Zephyr, laughing loudly, is the hero of the Navy. Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp. There is also a young man beside him. He is not handsome, but very capable. Iron Hammer looks after a long time, he recognized that this person was Garp's son, Monkey D. Dragon, Drager. Garp, what are you doing here? Can't you see I'm testing the students? Well, I'm sending you a student, aren't I? Garp picked his nose with a big laugh, and then pushed Drager out. Iron Hammer was furious, because if he saw it right, the hand that Garp pushed Drager had just finished picking his nose. Oh, your son very good, let's do a test later. Hey, Zifa, does my son still need a test? Are you doubting my training him? Zephyr didn't buy Garp's account at all, and called the medical soldier again to send victim number 2 for treatment. Next. Victim number 3 walked forward timidly, looking at the instrument in front of him like a giant beast. He clenched his fist, gritted his teeth, and punched. Bang! A particularly crisp sound rang out. The Deo force value is 150. Very low, but because it is very low, victim number 3 only felt a huge force rebounding from the instrument, but he could still accept it. After all, he deliberately suppressed his strength to punch. Although his fist was hurt by the shock and his arm was a little numb, he survived. At this moment, 2 clear tears flowed down the face of victim number 3, but unfortunately he didn't have time to celebrate his survival. Zeph's angry curse and a huge soul had already arrived. What the hell, 150 Deo force, you are also embarrassed to come to my training camp, you don't take me seriously. Victim number 3 left the stage with honor, but when he passed the next person, he whispered, "Brother, if you want to live, just restrain your strength." After that, he left everyone with a glorious back. Everyone realized that in the current situation, the only way to survive is to control the power. In this way, no victim appeared in the next test. Everyone lowered their strength. The number on the Deo force instrument did not exceed 200. This made Zifa angry, and Garp laughed. Even Sakaski on the side had a gloomy face. He was very puzzled, why so many elites were so low-end. What can 100,200 Deo force points do? Using them to uphold justice, is this justice still okay? Only Taikawa looked embarrassed, covering his face with one hand, not daring to watch the big show in the square. Damn it, what kind of cowards are these? I'm so angry. Where's Sengoku, this bastard? What kind of people did he choose for me? Zeph was really going to explode at this time. It's not his fault. It was obviously the first Navy elite training camp, and he paid great attention to it. Who would have thought that he would die before he could achieve his goal? Soon, hundreds of people were tested. After the test, these people all had a common problem, that is, they unconsciously covered their right arms. Even if they controlled the power of Taoism, the recoil still made them miserable. But they did not feel dissatisfied at all, but cast grateful eyes to the victim number 3 one after another. Barusalano. The future yellow monkey standing at the end soon arrived. Barusalano was very confused. He was still sleeping. How come it was his turn so soon? Zephyr looked at the tall and thin Barusalino in front of him with confidence. There are so many outstanding talents in this training camp, Sakaski is one, and Barusalino in front of him is also one. If I am right, the power of Taoism is definitely not lower than Sakaski. Tisk, what a trouble, I still want to sleep. Barusalino complained unconsciously, and then walked to the front of the tester. The veins on Zifa's forehead began to emerge again. What's the situation with this bastard's attitude? Don't waste time, test it quickly. Borsellino scratched his hair helplessly, and then began to accumulate strength all over his body. Zephyr looked better. Boom. Crack. Fuck you ah. The next second, Borsellino won the title of victim number 4. Chapter 4 Ouch, the trio. The gorgeous parabola was accompanied by curses and screams. Our future Monkey King fell heavily to the ground. This scene made Zifa, who was looking forward to it, stunned. Garp, who was laughing, opened his mouth. Sakaski, who was serious, broke his defense. Drag, who was silent, widened his eyes. Only Taikawi and a group of students lowered their heads. Silence, the whole square fell into a dead silence. Borsellino was still on the ground, groaning. A number floated across the instrument, 2650. What's going on? Why did he fly out? Zephyr reacted, looking shocked and unable to accept it. Borsellino, who was as famous as Sakaski, had a high score, but how could he die because of a flying backwards during the test, and being seriously injured? This is unacceptable to Zifa. Garp, let your son take the test too. Zafar turned his eyes to Darag beside him. Darag felt Zifa's burning gaze and felt uncomfortable. Just as he was about to refute, he heard Garp speak. Your students are not good enough, so let's look at my son. Haha, do you want to make a bet, Zifa? Zafar looked at Garp unhappily. This bastard, kicking someone when he is down, right? What bet? Just bet that my Darag will be unscathed and can break the previous record of Dao power. Where's the bet? If I win, you give me your hidden wine. Old bastard, you only know how to think about my wine. What if I win? Darag is yours, and I won't interfere with your training in the future. When Zifa heard this, he got excited. As Garp's son, he also knew about Dragon's talent. Of course he wanted to take over such a good seedling, but Dragon had been training with Garp all along, so he had no chance. Now Garp actually gave him the opportunity, and Zifa was excited for a moment. Okay, let's bet. Dragon, you come to the test. Under the decision of the two big guys, Dragon was pushed in front of the test instrument by Garp without even a chance to resist. At this moment, his uneasiness became even stronger. He glanced at the students who had finished the test on the side, and these students all looked at him with a look of you wish for the best. This made Dragon's heart float, MMP. But now he had no chance to refuse. Dragon began to radiate momentum all over his body, and raised his right fist tightly. A punch. Boom. Crack. Meow. The familiar scene was staged again. Dragon covered his arm and drew a beautiful parabola in the air, then fell heavily to the ground. What a coincidence that he landed right next to Borsellino. Where were both of them? Oh my god. For a moment, the square was silent again. All the students lowered their heads tightly, fearing that the smile on the corner of their mouths would be seen by Zifa and Garp. Iron Hammer looked up at the sky speechlessly, with only one sentence left in his mind. Don't listen to Iron Hammer. Sakaski's eyes were about to fall to the ground. He didn't understand why he was fine with 2600 Dao force, but the two people with higher Dao force than him were seriously injured and flew backwards. Yes, Dragon's attack also hit a Dao force value higher than Sakaski, but it didn't break the record. 2610, only 10 points higher than Sakaski. Humph. Sakaski couldn't stand being surpassed by the two people, stepped out of the crowd, and walked to the tester again. At this time, Zephyr and Garp stared at Dragon as if petrified, completely unaware of Sakaski's actions. When they came to their senses, everything was over. Boom! Ah! Another figure soared into the air and landed heavily beside Dragon in a perfect parabola. This time, the army had another person. Sakaski's serious injury finally woke up Garp and Zephyr. Sakaski! No, this is wrong. Zephyr finally put the source of everything on the test instrument, his eyes full of confusion. And Garp was the same, he believed in his son's strength. How could he be injured because of testing the power value? This is a fantasy. Garp. Zephyr. The two looked at each other, and then came to the test instrument at the same time. Zephyr took the lead and swung his fist violently, and the shadow of the fist was almost invisible. Boom! Fuck! The attack was very heavy, but the consequences were also very huge. Even with Zifa's strength, he was repelled by a huge force for a while. And the right hand that punched felt extremely painful, and the bones of his arm cracked. The tester shook, and the number appeared 4,000. Everyone looked at the number in disbelief. This is a punch that Zifa casually threw, and there are 4,000 power points. If he punched seriously, wouldn't he be beaten to death? No wonder. Feeling the pain in his right hand, Zifa finally understood, and then looked at the hammer fiercely. The next second, an extremely angry roar resounded throughout Marinford. Hammer, you bastard! Marinford, Marshal's office. Puff, ha 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 ha. Zeph, you idiot, you actually ha 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 ha, let a blacksmith trick you, ha ha ha. The arrogant laughter and heroic tone are undoubtedly the Navy hero Garp. At this time, the top leaders of the Marshal's office gathered. Admiral Sengoku, former Admiral Zephyr, Hero Garp, and General Staff Lady Tsuru. And the current Navy Marshal Sora. Of course, there is another person who broke in, Iron Hammer. At this time, Iron Hammer looked a little miserable, with bruises on his face, and the Navy's system his uniform had become tattered and covered with wounds. The one who caused all this was his training officer and principal, Zephyr. Zephyr's face was full of black lines at this time, and his expression was very ugly. On the other hand, Sengoku, Ms. Crane and Marshal Kong looked at the hammer and the Deo force value tester behind him with curiosity. Devil Fruit ability. It can actually make an instrument have the ability to rebound. This ability is very terrifying. Ms. Crane said while looking at the tester curiously. General Sengoku also punched it. Hiss. Because there were many previous lessons, Sengoku did not dare to use too much force, only half of his strength, about 500 Deo force values. But the force return through the instrument still made him gasp in pain. The Hammer Fruit ability value, the second Lieutenant Blacksmith of the Shampoo base, Hammer, this ability is really amazing. Sure enough, the Devil Fruit cannot be described by common sense. Can you tell us how you gave this instrument the ability to rebound? Marshal Kong crossed his arms and was very serious. If this power can be controlled and this rebound force can be applied to warships or armor, it will be very beneficial to the improvement of the Navy's strength. Chapter 5 Hard Labor begins. The bruised and swollen Iron Hammer rubbed his cheek and said vaguely. My fruit ability is to turn my whole body into a hammer, and every attack can cause hammer damage. At the same time, if I'm lucky, I can transform objects and give them certain abilities. But this ability is uncontrollable, at least for now. I don't know how I gave the instrument a rebound ability. Hiss Admiral Zifa, you're too cruel, it hurts so much. The 3-meter-tall man gasped in pain. That look was as funny as it could be. It really amused a group of high-ranking Navy officers. Random. It seems that the fruit ability is not developed deeply enough. Ms. Crane pondered for a while and expressed her opinion. After all, among the high-ranking officers present, only she and Sengoku were devil fruit users, and her fruit was also a superhuman fruit, She was very clear about the development potential of superhuman fruits. Take her wash fruit for example. It is a very ordinary fruit, but under her development, it can directly hit the soul and psychological level. Through the wash fruit, she can wash away all the sins in people's hearts. This also makes her the object of fear in the hearts of countless pirates. This is difficult, Ziahe. You also understand that none of us like devil fruits, let alone development. It depends on the individual. Oh, someone who glows doesn't count, ha ha ha. The carefree Garp used his brain for the first time. He was telling the truth. Their generation sneered at devil fruits. Asshole Garp, what do you mean? No sense, whoever glows is the one. Garp's words deeply pierced Sengoku's heart. As the mythical beast species human fruit, Sengoku rushed directly to Garp, grabbed his collar and spit. Garp was not afraid at all, and the two of them spit at each other. Marshal Kong was helpless and could only raise his strong right hand and smash the table hard. Boom! The table broke into pieces. Garp and Sengoku quickly restrained themselves when they saw this. Okay, let's leave it like this for now. Put the instrument here first. Change another instrument and test it again. As for Iron Hammer, you. When he heard that he was going to be dealt with, Iron Hammer trembled for a moment. He was really scared by Zifa. I heard you want to be a blacksmith. Although Iron Hammer was puzzled, he still nodded. Well, Zifa, you take him to the logistics department. Anyway, we can start training now. Let him forge 100 standard long swords for me first. It can be regarded as a punishment. Well, Iron Hammer was depressed because he had to work hard after being beaten. In this way, the poor Iron Hammer started to do his old job on the first day of crossing. After Zifa and Iron Hammer left, Marshal Kong and his men quickly stood up. Kaka. Zhang Guo locked the door, while Marshal Kong took off his shirt and came to the instrument. Garp, are you sure this thing can rebound damage? Garp pinched his nose and said, Old Kong, my son is still in the hospital. Marshal Kong threw a look at Zhang Guo who was standing beside him. Zhang Guo nodded, rolled up his sleeves, and punched the instrument. Ouch, shit. The next second, Zhang Guo squatted on the ground with his arms hugged. The instrument shook for a while and displayed a number, 3800. Puff, ha 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 ha, Zhang Guo, you are not as good as Zifa, ha 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 ha. Garp's taunting mode was turned on again, and the hilarious voice made Zhang Guo want to press his face on the instrument to rebound. Amazing ability, 100 power rebound, how did this happen? Ms. He's eyes flashed, and she became more curious about the ability of the hammer. It's really amazing, otherwise why do you think I asked him to forge a long sword? Marshal Kong looked. He sat down again proudly. His face was full of calculation. Garp curled his lips in disdain, and then continued to laugh at Zhang Guo. This is the logistics department. You bastard, make 100 long swords for me honestly. These 100 long swords are for the training camp. Do it well. Zifa threw the hammer into a factory viciously. The soldiers who were working looked at each other in confusion, not understanding what was going on. Where is Lisk? Tell him that Marshal Kong ordered this bastard to make 100 standard long swords here. Let him watch it. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave, but just after taking a step, he stopped again. He turned back and added, Oh, this bastard is called Iron Hammer. After saying that, he left without looking back. Leaving Iron Hammer helplessly stood up and patted the dirt on his body. The previous soldier also found Major General Lisk, the person in charge of the arsenal. The man sent by Admiral Zifa. This guy has a good body for blacksmithing. Major General Lisk is, as his name suggests, a strong man. Although he is only 2 meters tall, his bulging muscles are very scary. Iron Hammer, right? Since Admiral Zifa asked you to forge 100 long swords, then forge them. Hey, take him to the workbench. An unknown Navy soldier followed the Admiral's instructions and led Iron Hammer to an unused workbench. Iron Hammer, right, this is your workbench. You look like a blacksmith, so I won't stay to teach you. You can start by yourself. After saying that, he left without delay. Iron Hammer looked at the workbench in front of him, his mind wandering a little. As a master blacksmith in his previous life, he was proficient in various forging techniques. Whether it was free forging, die forging, ring rolling, or special forging, he could do it easily. But that was in his previous life, and the tools were relatively complete. Now, there is only an anvil, a hammer, and an iron furnace on the workbench. It is extremely shabby. Looking at the materials again, although they are all processed jade steel, the material is very rough. For a moment, Taikawa was speechless. He thought, asking him to make a standard long sword, don't you even give him a mold? As he said, he thought about the appearance of the standard long sword from his memory. This weapon used in melee is generally 60 to 75 centimeters long, with a slightly curved blade 3 to 4 centimeters wide. In addition to the double-edged blade about 10 centimeters from the tip. Since he had an idea in his mind, Taikawa didn't hesitate and prepared to work. He first shook the iron hammer used for blacksmithing and found it a little light, but he still held it in his hand. After all, it is better to have it than not. Then he began to heat treat the jade steel. The iron furnace was lit, and the jade steel was thrown in. After burning red, he took it out, put it on the anvil and began to hammer and refine it. Duan. Duan. Please add to collection, bookshelf, praise, everything. Thank you for your support. Chapter 6 Marshal Kong is confused. It's fun to forge iron, and it's fun to forge iron all the time. Duan. A long sword. Duan. 2 long swords. Time flies, and Taikawa has worked tirelessly to forge more than 50 long swords. It's already dark. It has to be said that there is one good thing about the world of One Piece, that is, the average physical fitness is really high. Taikawa, who is already strong, is very efficient in forging iron, which is far beyond the previous life. It took only 1 day to forge 50 swords in a row. After finishing this one in his hand, he has reached 60. When Taikawa thought of this, he felt that 100 weapons were not a difficult task, and the speed of swinging the hammer increased again. Unexpectedly, the next second, something strange happened. The iron hammer could not withstand the destruction. When it fell on the anvil again, it broke into pieces with a bang. This made the iron hammer dumbfounded. Looking at the hammer with only the handle left in his hand, the iron hammer felt desolate. He immediately looked around and wanted to find another hammer, but it was late and all the workers went to eat. They also locked all their eating tools in the box. This good habit made the iron hammer crazy. Forget it, it's better to rely on myself than on others. I still have the hammer fruit. Who am I afraid of? The iron hammer made up his mind and made a fist with his right hand, turned the fist into a hammer, activated the fruit ability, and started ironing. Duan. A sound that was much heavier than before gradually sounded. A standard long sword was smashed out very quickly. At the moment when the long sword was completed, a system sound suddenly rose. Ding, triggering critical hit, long sword hardness increased by 100, and given characteristic sword energy. Iron hammer suddenly became excited, critical hit, and also given skills. Iron hammer happily picked up the long sword in his hand and stretched out his fingers to flick the sword. Ding! With a crisp sound, Iron hammer clearly sensed through his familiarity with steel that the sword body was much harder than ordinary long swords. It is worthy of the 100 increase in hardness. Then he held the sword in his right hand and slashed it fiercely. A faint sword light appeared on the sword body, and the next second it left the sword. A pale white sword energy suddenly appeared, slashing forward. Fuck, it's broken! Iron hammer was shocked, because he was swinging his sword towards the iron furnace. Clang! The next second, a harsh sound rang out. When Iron Hammer ran over and saw that the iron furnace had been split into two, Iron Hammer was even more depressed. To make matters worse, that's not even a joke. After a while, Major General Lisk, who had gone to eat earlier, had returned to the factory. Just happened to see Iron Hammer swinging his sword to chop the iron furnace. He was so shocked that his mouth couldn't close. Iron Hammer, how did you do it? Are you a swordsman? He mistook the previous sword beam as a flying slash from a swordsman. For a moment, he felt that Iron Hammer was definitely a waste of talent to be a blacksmith. General Zifa is really something. How can a swordsman like you stay here to forge iron? I'll go find him. Iron Hammer was still confused, and saw Lisk wave his fist vigorously, then turned and left. By the time he realized what was happening, the Major General was gone. Iron Hammer was panicking now. He was a punished person, and he was in trouble. He didn't hear what Lisk said just now. He just thought that Lisk went to General Zifa to complain. Iron Hammer, feeling hopeless, lay on the ground, closed his eyes and began to sleep, waiting for the final judgment. On the other side, Lisk, who was leaving the factory, suddenly felt that it was not reliable to find General Zifa. After all, the person was sent by General Zifa. As a result, he changed his route and went to the office building to find General Zhangguo. General Zhangguo, are you there? I am Lisk, the Major General of the Arsenal. I have something important to report to you. Come in. After receiving Zhangguo's reply, Lisk pushed the door open and was about to speak when he found that there was more than one Zhangguo in the room. Lieutenant General Crane, General Zifa. Lisk looked at Zifa and sighed helplessly. This sigh really made Zifa feel helpless. What's the situation? Why did he sigh when he saw him? Lisk, what's the matter? Lisk heard Zhangguo's question, looked at Zifa deeply, and thought about it. Seeing that Lisk didn't speak, Zhangguo was a little confused. What's wrong? Didn't you say that there was something important to report? Why don't you speak? Lisk opened his mouth to speak, but it seemed that he was struggling in his heart and didn't speak for a long time. Go ahead, Lieutenant General Crane and General Zifa are here. Don't worry, just say what you want to say. Lisk thought, forget it, it's all here, after all, this is also for justice. Then I'll say it. Then Lisk turned to Zifa, and under Zifa's puzzled eyes, he spoke. General Zifa, you are confused. Zhangguo. Zifa. No, why am I confused? Zifa was puzzled. You arranged for Taikui to come to the arsenal, right? Zifa nodded, shook his head, and said, it was Marshal Kong's order. What's wrong? Lisk sighed heavily when he heard this. Marshal Kong is confused. Marshal Kong sneezed in his office. Zhangguo and the other two were even more confused. What happened otherwise? If you comment on your superiors like this, I have the right to punish you. Zhangguo couldn't wait any longer and threatened. Taikui is a swordsman. Marshal Kong actually asked a swordsman to forge iron. This is not confused. Lisk was excited. In his opinion, this was a just act. Justice would not let a talented person be humiliated. Zhangguo, swordsman. Zifa, swordsman. Swordsman. The three of them were completely confused. They knew Taikui, but he was a swordsman. Just now, when no one was in the factory, Taikui used an ordinary standard long sword to swing the flying slash. If this is not the sign of a swordsman, what is it? I really didn't expect that Marshal Kong would put a swordsman in the factory. Isn't this a hidden treasure? Lisk became more and more excited, and the three Zhangguos were embarrassed. Lisk was good in every way and very efficient, but it was because of this reckless mouth that offended many senior executives that he was sent to the factory as a manager. Ahem, Major General Lisk, pay attention to your emotions. You mean, Taikui is a swordsman who can swing the flying slash, right? Lisk nodded heavily, his face full of dissatisfaction. Zhang Guo took a deep breath to calm himself down. But the next second. Pa! How can that idiot Taikui be a swordsman? That kid can't even use the Timio sword. Lisk, are you kidding me? Zhang Guo couldn't help it. Taikui and the others had just met a few mornings ago. He was a fruit ability user with outstanding talent. How could he be a swordsman? And yet didn't write in his introduction that he could use a sword. Taikui, where the hell have you been? Get out here! Oni roar resounded through the arsenal, attracting the soldiers to show their heads. General Zhang Guo, General Zifa, Ms. Crane, and Major General Lisk were all at the door. The first two looked angry, the third looked confused, and the fourth looked angry. 4 people had 3 different expressions, which made everyone amazed. Thank you for your support. Chapter 7 Hammer Competition. The hammer, who was still sleeping soundly, was called back to the world by Zifa's shout. He quickly got up from the ground and rubbed his sleepy eyes. When he got up, Zifa and the other 4 saw the standard long sword in his hand. At this moment, even Zifa and the others became suspicious. Could this bastard hammer really be a swordsman? Otherwise, why would he hold a sword in his sleep? The hot-tempered Zifa immediately roared and asked. Iron Hammer, you bastard, did you hide your strength? Are you a swordsman? Iron Hammer, who had not yet woken up, was even more confused. What swordsman? General Zifa, why do you think so? As soon as Iron Hammer said this, the 4 people's eyes instantly shifted to his right hand holding the sword. You are not a swordsman, why do you sleep with a sword? Iron Hammer only then realized that he was still holding a sword. He quickly put the long sword aside, and the look was as funny as it could be. Seeing this scene, Lisk quickly walked to his side and wanted to pat his shoulder to comfort him, but found that he was not as tall as Iron Hammer, so he smiled awkwardly. Iron Hammer, it's okay, just tell the truth, the headquarters will not let a talent leave, just speak boldly. These words directly made Zhang Guo and Zifa's faces dark, and Ms. Crane smiled with her mouth covered. This Lisk really speaks without thinking. Iron Hammer, tell me the truth, are you a swordsman? Zhang Guo calmed down and asked Iron Hammer with a serious face. Iron Hammer shook his head immediately. I'm really not a swordsman, General Zhang Guo, I'm just a blacksmith. As for the swordsman you mentioned, I'm really not. Zhang Guo frowned when he heard it, and just as he was about to continue speaking, he saw Lisk couldn't sit still. Impossible, I saw you swing the standard long sword to make a flying slash with my own eyes, how could you not be a swordsman? Do you think I'm blind? Iron Hammer finally understood what was going on. It turned out that the long sword that triggered the critical hit caused the trouble. After figuring out the cause and effect of the matter, Iron Hammer immediately took the long sword back in his hand, and then stuffed it into the hands of Major General Lisk. Major General, if you are talking about flying slash, you will understand it if you swing this sword. Lisk looked at Taikui and the long sword in his hand with a blank face. No matter how fast his mind turned, he did not understand the meaning of Taikui's operation. On the contrary, Zhang Guo and Ms. He seemed to understand something. The two looked at each other, and both saw a gleam of light in each other's eyes. Lisk, just do as Taikui said, swing the long sword. Zhang Guo's words made Lisk very speechless. Although he was a major general, Lisk did not understand swordsmanship at all. General Zhang Guo, you are really ouch, damn, what's going on? Lisk, who was about to explain, waved the long sword casually while speaking. A shocking scene appeared. A pale white slash instantly broke through the sky and flew in the direction where the long sword fell. It split all the stones along the way in two. Zhang Guo's eyes flashed again, and he sighed in his heart, it's true. Then he set his sights on Tai Chui and asked calmly, Tai Chui, tell me the truth, did you use your ability to forge the long sword? Zifa heard Zhang Guo's words and reacted instantly, and also looked at Tai Chui. Zhang Guo, do you mean that this sword is like the previous tester, and he has given it some special properties by his ability? Zhang Guo nodded, and the wisdom of the wise general was very prominent at this moment. Tai Chui scratched his head very awkwardly, and then nodded. General Zhang Guo, this long sword is indeed forged by my ability, and it is endowed with a power called Sword Light. By dancing this sword, it can automatically emit a sword energy similar to flying slashing. The power is hard to say. It's true. The four people present suddenly looked more colorful. First was Lisk, his mouth was so wide that he could stuff a roasted suckling pig, and he was shocked. Zhang Guo and Ms. He's eyes were exposed, that was the look of seeing a rare treasure. Zifa was deeply powerless, he felt that Tai Chui was sent by God to torture him. Okay, let's leave it like this, Tai Chui, the punishment given to you by Marshal Kong is over, you can go back and rest. Lisk, give me the long sword, and then you take him to the recruit dormitory. Zifa, let's go find Marshal Kong. After dealing with some useful things, Zhang Guo called Zifa and Lieutenant General He and went to the marshal's office. Leaving behind Lisk with a complicated expression and Tai Chui who was relieved. Let's go, Tai Chui, I'll take you to the dormitory. Old Kong, this bastard is from my training camp, don't think about kidnapping him before graduation. Zafar, you bastard, do you still need to train such a talent? Isn't it better to let him shine in the field he is good at? Zafar, his talent can definitely bring different changes to the Navy. If training doesn't work, just put it off. The marshal's office was like a battlefield at this time. Zafar fought 1 against 2, against Marshal Kong and Admiral Zhang Guo. The original intention of the battle was the arrangement of Taikui. Zafar wanted Taikui to complete the course of the Navy Elite Training Camp first on the grounds that Taikui joined the training camp. Zhang Guo wanted to directly organize his own forging factory for Taikui because Taikui's forging talent was unique and could greatly help the Navy improve its combat effectiveness. Originally, Kong Yuan the commander was on Zifa's side. However, under the arrangement of the warring states, Marshal Kong swung the long sword once. As a result, even Marshal Kong came out to grab people. God knows, he who has been hammering people with his fists all his life, was so excited when he swung the sword. I wish I could just worship the long sword. Ms. He looked at the 3 strong men talking to each other helplessly, and finally said a plan that everyone agreed with. After all, he is only 18 years old, and his Taoist power is not weak, and his physique is completely like a monster. It's not appropriate to waste his potential just because of his forging talent. Why not continue the daily training, and let him continue to be a blacksmith after rest, but the headquarters has priority to use the products he makes. And for the things forged by the hammer, we will give certain material rewards for recycling, we can't let the poor kid work in vain. As for this sword, Zifa, you can get him some iron ore and materials later. Just like that, the issue of the distribution of the hammer came to an end. Zeph was indignant, but he could do nothing about it. After all, the forging talent of the hammer was really amazing. Suddenly he remembered something and added with a look of horror. Old man Kong, Sengoku, don't tell Garp about what happened today, I'm afraid that bastard will directly take the hammer to his ship. These words made Zhang Guo and Marshal Kong nod their heads repeatedly, with very serious expressions. After all, if Garp knew the news, he would really come to snatch people. Thank you all readers for your support. Chapter 8 The Thief Garp. Just as the marshal's office finalized the ownership of the hammer, the hammer had also arrived at the recruit dormitory. After Lisk brought him over, he gave instructions to the dormitory manager and left. Later, the hammer was taken to his own room. This was a single room, which surprised the hammer. He didn't know that this single room was just fought for by Lisk for him. Lisk also saw a different light from the hammer. The environment of this single room is pretty good. A single bed, wardrobe, Table, toilet, everything is there, it's really good. Taikawi, who was resting on the bed, was about to fall asleep when he suddenly jumped up from the bed. He suddenly remembered something. He got up and ran to his luggage. After searching for a long time, he found an envelope, took out some Baileys from it, and then ran out. Half an hour later, Taikawi appeared at the door of the hospital with 3 fruit baskets in his hands. "Hello, I want to ask, where do Sakaski, Borsellino, and Durag live?" Yes, Taikawi thought of coming to the hospital to comfort his colleagues. After all, it was because of his masterpiece that 3 people were seriously injured and hospitalized on the first day, and he felt very sorry. Of course, the other 2 guys are also very sorry, but I, Tai, have to think about my future. I will definitely compensate you when I have the chance. Victim number 1. Yes, I don't deserve it. Victim number 2. Good, well done. After many inquiries, Taikawi finally came to a in front of the ward. After knocking on the door, a very lazy voice came from inside, "Come in." Iron Hammer pushed the door open and saw 3 patients with broken right hands standing side by side. The order from the window to the door was Dragon, Borsellino, and Sakaski. When the 3 saw that the person coming was Iron Hammer, a trace of anger appeared on their faces. But seeing the fruit basket in Iron Hammer's hand and the embarrassed expression on his face, they eased up. Seeing this, Iron Hammer quickly put the fruit basket in front of the 3 people. Very embarrassedly, he said, "I'm sorry, everyone, today because of the problem of my fruit ability, you have suffered." Borsellino was very casual. He opened the fruit basket, took a banana and put it in his mouth. "Iron Hammer-san, your ability is so exaggerated. You can actually give objects properties. My poor right arm." The voices of Yin and Yang came one after another, which made Iron Hammer uncomfortable. But he knew that this yellow monkey was like this, so he didn't bother to pay attention to him. Diriger laughed instead. "Don't take it to heart. The sea is the devil. Fruit abilities are varied, and you didn't do it on purpose." Sakaski's eyes flashed with a different look, and he ignored the 2 of them, but asked Taikawi a question. "Can your fruit ability be controlled, or do you not know the ability you are given?" Taikawi nodded. "Then, just like the tester today, I didn't know I would give it the ability to rebound." Just when Taikawi wanted to continue talking, a hearty laugh sounded from outside the ward. "Drag, I brought you something fun, Waka Kaka." It was the Navy hero Garp. It was just that Garp who entered the ward didn't look normal. He was in tatters, his nose was bleeding, one eye was bruised, and he was holding a standard long sword in his hand. But he couldn't hide the happiness in his eyes at all. The 4 people in the ward were stunned by this look. "Dad, what's wrong with you?" Drag looked at his wounded father with an unbelievable look, wondering what he had experienced. Iron Hammer found that the long sword in Garp's hand was very familiar. "Vice Admiral Garp, that sword." Before he finished speaking, he heard Garp's happy voice. "Oh, you are Iron Hammer, ha 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 ha, I stole this sword from Old Man Kong. This sword is so powerful, you know it can swing and slash." Sakaski. Borsellino. Drag. "Dad, are you broken? Can a sword still swing a slash? Are you kidding? If you say a swordsman can swing a flying slash, I believe it. But you, who make a living with fists, how can you be a swordsman?" Drag rolled his eyes helplessly at his father. The same look appeared in Borsellino and Sakaski's eyes. Especially Sakaski, he is a swordsman himself, and he can also use flying slash. "Oh, you don't understand, watch carefully. A sword swings out." Iron Hammer instantly lowered his head. Sure enough, this sword. The sword energy broke through the air, and the next second. Clang! A huge blade mark instantly appeared on the wall of the hospital. The stones shattered by the sword energy instantly scattered. Scattered all over the floor. "Garp, you bastard, you actually ran to the hospital, give me back my sword." Seeing the broken wall of the hospital, Marshal Kong and Sengoku, who were looking for Garp, immediately found his trace. Oops! Just when Garp was showing off, Marshal Kong had already risen from the ground, broke through the window and pressed Garp to the ground. Sengoku followed closely behind, a marshal and an admiral just holding down a Navy hero. Completely ignoring the 4 Navy new stars who were stunned in the ward. Old man Kong, Sengoku, let me go, you 2 bastards, give me back my sword. The suppressed Garp could only watch the long sword being taken away by Marshal Kong. Bah, you bastard, you dare to steal my things. I don't have a sword that can make a slash. Marshal Kong felt relieved after the long sword was recovered. He was still showing off, but suddenly he found 4 eyes staring at him. The next second, Marshal Kong was stunned. The 4 people, including Taiku, stared at the 3 high-ranking Navy officers fighting in front of them in amazement. Zhangguo, get out! Zhangguo also reacted, and hurriedly joined hands with Marshal Kong to throw Garp out of the window, and then the 2 of them broke through the window and disappeared into the night. Leaving Taikui and the other 4 confused, you look at me, I look at you. The sword that can make a slash, within Kawa, Taikui-san, that sword is not your masterpiece, is it? Borsellino was very smart and saw the essence of the problem at a glance. After hearing this, Sakazuki and Dragon turned to look at the hammer at the same time, waiting for his answer. I made it. The long sword is endowed with the attribute of being able to slash. Anyone can slash with that sword, even if they don't know swordsmanship. Shocked, really shocking. This fruit ability is a bit against the sky. What is the probability of making it? Sakazuki's eyes were already hot. If this weapon could be mass-produced, he would have led the Navy to eliminate all pirates. Unfortunately, hope is full, and reality is skinny. I worked for a day and only got this one. What do you think the probability is? Sakazuki. Thank you for your great support. Chapter 9 Forged Again, God Boots Appear. The next day, the training camp officially began. The Dao power test that was delayed by the hammer has been completed again, although it took a long time. Zephyr still stood on the platform, looking coldly at the elites below, whose number has been reduced to 100. You can stay here because you passed the preliminary test, but don't be happy too early, the subsequent training will only be more difficult. Now, run for me, run until you can't move. With a loud shout, everyone started running around the playground. Iron Hammer was surprised to find that the 4 people who were seriously injured yesterday, except for the victim number 2, Drag, Sakazuki, and Borsellino, have returned to the team. This surprised Iron Hammer secretly, thinking that they are indeed monsters, and their recovery ability is too fast, right? Running is a long time. Iron Hammer no longer remembers how long he ran, but he only knew that he kept running. Run until he couldn't move. Then his eyes went black and he was tired. The same thing happened to everyone in the training camp. I thought Zifa would call a halt when they reached their limit, but who would have thought that he didn't? Just keep running, keep running. When the 3 people who were still running, Sakazuki, were also tired, Zifa began to lecture them. Look at you, you are still elites. You can get tired just by running, what else can you do? Hurry up and take a rest, keep running for me in an hour. Then he ordered the soldiers beside him to bring them salt water to replenish their physical strength. Hammer. The unconscious Hammer was shaken awake. He opened his eyes and found it was Darag. He smiled with difficulty. Hey, Darag, have you also gone to heaven? Darag was instantly furious and put the cup of salt water in his hand. When he saw it was water, Hammer drank it in one gulp without thinking. The next second, he grimaced because of the salt water. Salt water, damn, so much salt, too much. Zephyr heard his voice and his fierce eyes swept over. Frightened Hammer, he quickly shut up. This scene made Darag laugh. Then Zifa turned around and left to prepare the mysterious props for them to use in the afternoon. Hammer, I suddenly have an idea. Borsellino suddenly moved his sore legs to Hammer, with an unfathomable look on his face. Borsellino, what do you notice? The two of them immediately started chatting. Iron Hammer, if you can give items attributes, would you like to try to give our shoes the ability to automatically take off? Iron Hammer. Fuck, I find you seem to be a genius among the old six. Iron Hammer growled. The next second, Iron Hammer took off his two navy boots and smashed down with his right fist. Bang! One sound, no critical hit was triggered. Come again. Bang! Just like that, one sound after another sounded. Looking at the deformed boots, Borsellino's mouth twitched. The people around also noticed Iron Hammer's abnormal behavior and looked at him sideways. Only Sakaski and Arag seemed to have thought of something, and their attention was focused on Iron Hammer. Bang! Ding, triggering the critical hit, giving the Navy Standard boots the attribute of flying, increasing the movement speed by 50, and reducing its own weight by 30. The effect lasts for 1 day. It's done. I don't know how many times the hammer has hit it, and he roared with joy in his heart. Although it is just a time-limited prop, it is enough to deal with the current situation. Under the surprised eyes of everyone, the hammer put on his boots. Feeling the almost non-existent weight, the hammer felt very comfortable. Borusalino's eyes lit up, and just as he was about to ask, he saw General Zifa coming back with a huge box in his hand. Have you rested, then keep running? The wailing of the crowd sounded again. Under Zifa's power, they could only move their legs and run again. Seeing the listless appearance of the elites, Zifa showed a hint of evil smile. The next second, he opened the box and took out a giant. The hammer looked closely and his jaw dropped. That was a Gatling gun that would emit blue fire. Can't run, right? Can't run, right? I'll give you some more. Look at my Gatling gun with blue fire. Bang, 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 bang. With Zifa's crazy laughter, the Gatling gun started shooting. With the blessing of blue fire, countless bullets flew towards the soldiers. Ouch, damn, rubber bullets, that hurts too. Stop it, Zifa teacher. For a while, screams came one after another. Although it was not a real bullet but a rubber bullet, it was still very painful to shoot it through the Gatling gun and hit people. Everyone ran madly, fearing that they would be greeted by Zifa teacher's Gatling gun. On the other hand, Iron Hammer, with the bonus of special boots, ran very fast for a while. The three monsters were stunned. Borusalino's eyes flashed, staring at the boots under Iron Hammer's feet. Speed ability, it's so terrifying. Teacher Zifa, who was having fun on the side, also noticed the abnormality of the hammer. He turned the muzzle of the Gatling gun in his hand and started to shoot at the hammer. Damn you old bidden, don't have any face. The leisurely hammer was surrounded by bullets in the next second. A curse came out of his mouth, and Zifa's face turned black with anger. The Gatling gun in his hand shot at the hammer desperately. If it had been before, the hammer would have been really miserable. But now he stepped on the gym, the characteristic of stepping as fast as flying, no fear at all. I saw Taikawi's legs exert force, and his feet instantly stepped out a phantom. In an instant, his figure ran dozens of meters away. And as Taikawi's feet stepped on the ground faster and faster, unusual footsteps began to appear again and again. With the blessing of stepping as fast as flying, Taikawi ran faster and faster. Zepha's Gatling gun could no longer keep up with his speed. This scene directly shocked Zifa's jaw. It also shocked a group of students. But something even more shocking happened to them. I saw Taikawi running desperately, leaving a shadow of his legs. He even completed a continuous high-speed step on the ground dozens of times in 1 second. Accompanied by heavy footsteps. Bang! The next moment, Taikawi's figure disappeared directly under the eyes of everyone. When he appeared again, his head was on the ground and his feet were stuck in the mud. Only his 2 legs were still kicking there. Shaving, it's actually shaving. Iron Hammer, that bastard, actually realized one of the 6 styles of shaving while running. Oh my god. Chapter 10, Hammer appear on the spot. Wrinkle wrinkle baby aoxi. The vague voice came slowly in the painful cry. Zafar reacted, and Iron Hammer was stuck in the ground head first. Not daring to neglect, Zafar suddenly shaved, and the whole person appeared beside Iron Hammer like a phantom. Holding one of Iron Hammer's legs with his right hand, he pulled him out of the ground with a sudden force. Ha ha! Almost died. The freed Iron Hammer gasped heavily, with a lingering fear on his face. Zafar was very crazy. This brat, obviously very talented, and has outstanding fruit abilities, why is he so unpopular? Pa! Zephyr threw the hammer aside speechlessly, splashing a cloud of dust. Then he looked at the hammer very seriously. Do you know what you just did? The words made the hairs on the hammer stand on end. No way, didn't he just forge his boots, and this old man found out? Thinking of this, and thinking of the way Zifa's arms were stained black, the hammer was ready to confess. I confess. Teacher Zifa, I forged my boots for running, which triggered the attribute of running fast, so that he can run fast. After saying this, the hammer squatted down with his hands on his head, looking like he was admitting his guilt. Zepha's mouth twitched. Forged boots. No wonder this kid can run so fast. Didn't this guy notice the shave just now? I'm not talking about that. Do you know that you just used one of the Navy's 6 styles, the shave? Iron Hammer raised his head in confusion. Shave. 6 styles. He knew the Navy's 6 styles. It refers to the 6 moves: shave, iron block, paper painting, moon step, storm kick, and finger gun. Shave, in an instant, 0.36 seconds, step on the ground dozens of times at high speed to generate explosive reaction force to move at high speed. From the enemy's perspective, it looks like teleportation. Iron block, add strength to the well-trained body to make the body as hard as iron. Even bullets and swords can't break it. Paper painting, unload the whole body's strength, and through the changes in airflow generated by the opponent's actions, the body can become as thin as paper, and can easily control the body and dodge attacks directed at itself at the last minute. Moon step, use strong foot power to step on the air, generate strong air retention force, and walk in the air like stepping on stairs, but can't stay in the air for too long. As long as you use this high-altitude movement technique, you can attack the enemy from the blind spot in the air. Rain kick, instead of inflicting damage to the enemy through kicking skills, it uses super high speed and powerful kicking skills to roll up a vacuum to produce a slash attack on the opponent, which can easily split the target in half. Finger gun, gather the power of the whole body on the fingers, and use the hardened fingers to release a blow in a flash. The fingertips have the attack power of bullets and can easily penetrate the human body. Zeph actually said that he just used shaving. How is this possible? He can't do it at all. Teacher Zifa, it's impossible. I haven't learned the 6 styles at all, let alone use them. Zeph looked at Taikawi's shocked face and saw that he was telling the truth. What about the shaving just now? Suddenly Zeph set his eyes on Taikawi's boots. What attributes does your pair of boots trigger? It's fast, increasing the speed by 50 and reducing the weight by 30. Sure enough. When Zifa heard the effect, he understood it instantly. The principle of shaving is to step on the ground at high speed. After forging, this pair of shoes can increase the speed and reduce the weight. It is very suitable for shaving. Plus, the physical fitness of the hammer itself is very good, so it is not impossible to use shaving occasionally. Try it again and see if you can use it. Zafar looking forward to commanding Iron Hammer to do it again. Iron Hammer could only nod when he saw this. Then he recalled the principle of shaving. His legs suddenly began to step on the spot. Bang! The next second, Iron Hammer's figure disappeared again with a loud bang. Ah! When Iron Hammer appeared again, he had hit the horizontal bar next to him. He was hanging on it. Zephyr was overjoyed when he saw this, but he planned to try again. Iron Hammer, take off your boots. Sakaski, you come. Iron Hammer staggered down from the horizontal bar, and then took off his boots according to Zephy's instructions. And Sakaski, who was standing by, had already watched eagerly, and quickly stepped forward to take Iron Hammer's boots. Sakaski put on his boots, and tried to shave. In an instant, 0.36 seconds, step on the ground at high speed dozens of times continuously. I believe you can do it. Sakaski nodded heavily, and then quickly changed his boots. Sakaski felt a different feeling instantly after putting on the boots. He felt that his whole body became lighter and very happy. Under the gaze of Zephyr and many students, Sakaski shouted, "Shave!" His legs exerted force suddenly, and the afterimage flashed by. Bang! The next second, Sakaski's figure disappeared. Ha 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 ha, this feeling is great. Sakaski has taken off and appeared 10 meters away from the ground. He is now in free fall. Ha 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 ha, Iron Hammer, you are such a good boy, you always bring me unexpected surprises. Your fruit ability is so useful. It is definitely my wisest choice to keep you in the training camp. Zeph laughed wildly, as if he had obtained a rare treasure. Iron Hammer scratched his head embarrassedly. Sakaski was addicted to the experience brought by the boots. Bang bang! The playground was dusty in an instant, and Sakaski was running around with a shaving. Go, this idea is obviously my idea, Iron Hammer, you have to forge a pair of such boots for me. Barusalino looked at Sakaski running with envy, and quickly came to Iron Hammer. Unexpectedly, this was also heard by Zephyr. Yes, Borsalino is right. Iron Hammer, hammer out a pair for me now, just hammer the pair of Sakaski. Iron Hammer was depressed. He was asked to hammer out a critical hit on the spot. You know, he hammered the previous pair of shoes for nearly an hour. God knows how long it will take him to hammer out this pair of boots. I know, Mr. Zephyr, but I don't know how long it will take to hammer them out. Don't rush me. Don't worry, just hammer yours steadily. Zeph seemed very happy and asked Iron Hammer to start now. As for the others, sorry, keep running. Just like that, with the hammer hammering, running started again. At the same time, there was the familiar whistling of Gatling and Zephyr's cursing. Chapter 11, Yellow Monkey appears. Duan. Tu-tu-tu-tu-tu-tu. Duan. Tu-tu-tu-tu-tu-tu. On the playground of the Navy Elite Training Camp. The rhythmic knocking and the sound of Gatling guns are very pleasant. At the same time, there are loud curses and the wailing of many students. Sakaski has returned to the team, and the pair of boots that can increase speed are now next to Zephyr. After an unknown amount of time, the familiar prompt sound was finally heard by the hammer. Ding, triggering the critical strike, giving the Navy Standard boots gravity attributes, which can increase the weight by 1,000 pounds after wearing. Hammer. The confused hammer looked at the boots he hammered out and was a little confused for a while. Something is wrong, why is it not walking fast? It has been changed to increased gravity. The hammering sound disappeared, and the students and Zephyr looked at the hammer. Zephyr came to Taikawi quickly and asked hopefully. How is it, Taikawi, is it forged? Taikawi nodded blankly. Teacher Zephyr, it is forged, but... Borsalino, you were the one who jumped the most just now, come, try Taikawi's new boots. Before Taikawi finished speaking, Zephyr had already called Borsalino to try the boots. He picked up the boots and put them on his feet with a smile. But the next second, his smile froze. Looking at Taikawi with an incredible face. Taikawi could only smile bitterly. What are you doing? Run! Can't you wear such light boots, or do you have to let me give you a shuttle? Borsellino looked bitter, and just when he was about to explain, he saw Zifa's Gatling gun was raised. Still not running? Okay. Bang, 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 bang. Borsellino was really going crazy now. He stepped forward with all his strength. Bang, bang. He was carrying 1,000 pounds of weight under his feet, and every step was very heavy. But the Gatling bullet was about to catch up with him, so he could only grit his teeth and run. But it was too heavy. Ouch! Stop! Stop, Teacher Zifa, there is something wrong with these boots. Ouch! In the end, Borsellino was caught up by the bullets. A series of rubber bullets instantly turned him into Thunderbolt Baby and jumped on the spot. Seeing this, Borsellino could only squat down, resisting the attack of bullets while taking off his shoes. After holding on for a few seconds, he finally took off his boots. In an instant, he jumped high like a bird out of trouble and avoided the Gatling gunfire. This scene stunned everyone. I saw Borsellino gasping for breath and looking embarrassed. What are you doing, Borsellino? Zeph yelled angrily, and Iron Hammer immediately came out to explain. Teacher Zifa, this is not his fault. The attribute of the pair of boots I forged this time is not to walk fast, but to increase the weight by 1,000 pounds. Zeph. You can give different attributes to the same item with this attribute. Zeph seemed to have his entire worldview shattered. Iron Hammer nodded woodenly, and then pointed to the boots thrown aside by Borsellino. Although it is the same item, the attribute given is random, and I can't guarantee what it is. Zeph became even more angry, and the next second, the Gatling gun with blue flames aimed at Iron Hammer and started shooting. Then what are you still doing here? Go run for me. All of you, run. Zeph turned his anger into bullets, and the Gatling gun fired mercilessly. A good running training has now completely become the object of Zifa teachers' venting. At night, in the recruit dormitory. Iron Hammer, you have done me a disservice. You don't know, I felt like I couldn't move after I put on those boots. The bruised and swollen Borsellino was complaining to the equally wounded Iron Hammer. These two unlucky kids were the focus of Zifa's attention. Half of Gatling's bullets were on them. Now the two were helping each other apply medicine. Sakaski on the side was excited. With the help of the boots, he has now completely mastered the 6-style shave, which can be said to be a huge profit. As for the other monster, Dragon, he had already blown snot bubbles and fell asleep. A tragic life. Iron Hammer looked up at the ceiling and said something bitterly, which Borsellino agreed with. Their training life was really too hard. Either they were targeted, or they were targeted. Time flies, and the first elite training camp has been going on for half a year. During these 6 months, all the students have grown at a rapid pace. Among them, Sakaski, Borsellino, and Dragon are the most outstanding. The Deo power values have all jumped to 4,000, which has reached the standard for graduation. And our Iron Hammer, who is so miserable, can only reach 3,000 with the power of the fruit. This makes Zifa very angry. Are you really going to graduate early? Iron Hammer looked at the 3 people in front of him with a confused face. Sakaski nodded heavily. Borusalino and Dragon shrugged helplessly. I can understand that Sakaski wants to go to the front line to kill pirates. Then why do you two want to graduate early? Dragon was even more helpless when he heard this. My old man is back, and he insisted that I go out to sea with him to hunt down Roger's pirate group. Borsellino's wretched face showed a sly smile. Because of this, as soon as he finished speaking, a golden light flashed on Borsellino's fingertips, which was very dazzling. The 3 of them quickly covered their eyes. Taikawi saw the golden light and exclaimed, Devil fruit, natural system, the shining fruit. Borsellino didn't expect Taikawi to be so knowledgeable, and was a little surprised. Yes, I climbed over the wall to go out and lazy yesterday, and I happened to find it on the edge of the cliff. I found that this fruit is very suitable for me. With it, I can walk less. Taikawi took it. I didn't expect that the yellow monkey's fruit was eaten by him in such a scene. The monkey with the shining fruit is the real monkey. The monkey who digs into it with every word and kicks a supernova. Congratulations, with this fruit, your strength will definitely grow dramatically, and you can be expected to become a general in the future. Iron Hammer exclaimed sincerely. Borsellino was accepting his blessing with satisfaction. In this training camp, he and Iron Hammer have the best relationship, for no other reason than that they are both members of the Go sect. This fruit matches your appearance, can you accept me calling you Yellow Monkey? Borsellino. Yellow Monkey. It's settled, if you become a general, you will be Yellow Monkey General. Yellow Monkey, Borsellino ha 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 ha. Iron Hammer's words attracted Durag and S.A. Kasky laughed out loud. Only Borsellino had a face full of reluctance. Thank you all readers for your support. Chapter 12 3 Treasures, Early Graduation. General's Office. Zhangguo, do you really agree to those 3 bastards graduating early? Zephyr was looking at his old friend Zhangguo with a sad face. He originally disagreed with the early graduation application submitted by Sakaski, Dragon, and Borsellino. But the next second he was called over by Zhangguo. Zephyr, I know you think they are not ready yet. But you also know how short of manpower we are right now. The strength of these 3 is fully qualified to be generals. Especially Borsellino has eaten the natural type shining fruit. It can be said that he has 1 foot in the ranks of generals. It would have been better if Zhangguo hadn't said this. Zephyr got angry when he said this. The damn devil fruit is not as thorough as 2 fists. As the older generation of strong men, Zephyr, Garp, and Steelbone Kong are all supporters of physical skills and sneer at devil fruits. Looking at Zephyr's disdainful expression, Zhangguo sighed. Zephyr, whether you admit it or not, a good devil fruit can make a person quickly have strong strength. Borsellino has excellent talent. Now with the increase of the flash fruit, I believe his strength will increase rapidly. Instead of training in the training camp, it is better to let him come directly to my command to fight directly. As the only general at this stage, Zhangguo has a heavy responsibility. Zephyr also understands this situation. So he didn't say anything about Borsellino being under Zhangguo's command. After all, Zhangguo is indeed better than him in terms of fruit development. Forget about him, what about Dragon and Sakaski? Zhangguo took out 2 application forms from the table and handed them to Zephyr. Well Garp, that bastard, was the one who sent Dragon to me, and he's taking him away after just 1 year, bastard. Sakaski really can't stay. Both of their application forms were very simple. Dragers said, Vice Admiral Garp said so. Sakaski's was even simpler, destroy the pirates. Zephyr was dumbfounded after reading it all, slowly leaning back on the chair, sighing helplessly. Ah, these bastards are more deadly than the other. Zhangguo watched his old friend accept the reality and laughed. Okay, Zifa, since the 3 of them can perform better at sea, you should support them. Zephyr rolled his eyes at him helplessly. What if you don't support them? What can stop a man from running to the sea? I don't care about the 3 of them, you can do whatever you want, but for the others, especially Hammer, you are not allowed to reach out. Zhangguo froze the moment he was about to speak. Humph, Zhangguo, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Taikawi's ability is indeed amazing, but he can't control it, and his strength hasn't reached the level of those 3 people. I will never allow you to agree to his early graduation. Zifa's attitude was very firm, and he would never let Taikawi go. Zhangguo was a little embarrassed for a while. He really wanted to take it, after all, Taikawi's ability was very powerful if used. This year, Taikawi has forged more than a dozen precious items. All kinds of attributes are available. There are shields that can enhance defense, and cloaks that can allow people to fly for a short time. Of course, these props were snatched away by the top leaders in various names, and Taikawi was very unhappy about this. Finally, the headquarters gave Taikawa a very generous bonus before they stopped. Of course, Taikawa also has his own plans for this. He knows very well that he is still a newcomer. If he wants to quickly leave an impression on the top leaders, he can completely accept a certain price. Wait for him, Taikawa, to rise at that time, tremble mortal. But now Zifa's eyes widened, as if he was going to fight you to the death if you dare to speak, so Zhangguo swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Okay, I won't miss Taikawa anymore. Anyway, I have Borsellino as my adjutant, so it's not a loss. Zhangguo pretended to be relaxed and comforted himself, but he didn't know. A certain monkey is very slippery. The next day, at the port, the three monsters were about to embark on their own journeys. Taikawa watched the three people pick up their bags and prepare to leave the dormitory, and an indescribable feeling surged in his heart. You three bastards, just leave me like this. Teacher Zifa is really, why don't you let me graduate early? Taikawa complained helplessly, causing the three people to laugh. Taikawa-san, damn it. The yellow monkey's yin and yang tone made Taikawa go up and punch him. As a result, under the flash of light, Taikawa's punch went straight through his body. Tisk, annoying natural ability. Iron Hammer retracted his fist helplessly. Then he dug out three things from under his bed. Hey, don't say that my brother doesn't think about you. The three things were a green cloak, a black boxing glove and a pair of glasses. Kizaru stepped forward with a happy face. Drag and Sakazuki also had a happy look on their faces. Didn't you say there were no more? How come there are still some? Drag picked up the green cloak and said to Taikawa with dissatisfaction. Is it my fault every time I forge something, those old bastards snatch it away? These are the three pieces. I forged them twice a day in the dormitory secretly. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. The rest is more exciting. Hearing this, Sakazuki showed a hint of enlightenment. So you made the thumping sound every night? The bastard Borsellino also said that there was a big rat in our dormitory. Damn. Taikawa smiled and handed the black fist to Sakazuki. This boxing glove can allow you to swing 150 of your strength. Don't tell me you are a swordsman. I think fists are more suitable for you. Then he handed the glasses to Kizaru. It can help you concentrate better and improve your vision. I think it's suitable for your shining fruit. Kizaru put on his glasses and looked a little comfortable. Arigato, Iron Hammer-san, I like it very much. Drago ran to Iron Hammer with a green cloak in his hand. Iron Hammer, where is my cloak? Iron Hammer gently stroked the cloak. Lightweight cloak, do you still remember the pair of boots I made? This cloak has the same effect as that pair of boots. It can reduce your weight and increase your speed. Drago was overjoyed and put on the cloak quickly. Go away, go out and kill the pirates. Iron Hammer, will stay in the rear. Maybe, when you come back, I will have become the Minister of Logistics. You will have to be polite to me then. Iron Hammer's eyes were a little red as he cursed. This year, the four of them ate and lived together. It would be nonsense if they had no feelings. The first year of Iron Hammer coming to the pirate world has passed like this. A brighter future will be waiting for him in the future. Please add to collections, bookshelves, likes, everything. Thank you all readers for your support. Chapter 13 I am proud of my insignificance, graduation assessment. Since the three monsters graduated early, Iron Hammer has entered the daily life experience again. Training during the day and forging at night. The difference is that his mood is much lower. Zeph saw all this. Looking at the comradeship between Iron Hammer and Kizaru, he couldn't help but think of himself and Sengoku and Garp. With a sigh, Zephyr was ready to have a good chat with Iron Hammer. In the office, Zeph sat in his seat smoking a cigarette, looking at Iron Hammer standing tall in front of him, and a hint of affirmation appeared in his eyes. Iron Hammer, we are about to graduate. What do you think about the graduation assessment? Iron Hammer also knew that Zifa had called him here for several reasons. The graduation assessment was one of them. After all, after Sakaski and the others left, he was the pinnacle of this training camp. I don't have any opinion. It's up to you, Mr. Zifa, but can we not be too strict? If it's possible to not have the assessment, just let him pass. This is what Iron Hammer thought in his heart, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. He was really afraid of being beaten by that Black Fist. Well then it's the same as before. Everyone will pass if they capture pirates with a total bounty of 50 million. Iron Hammer nodded, feeling happy. It's only 50 million, it's easy. Unfortunately, the next second, he knew he was wrong. As for you, after all, you are a little monster. Your goal is set at 100 million bounty. That's it. Pop. Zef closed the notebook with satisfaction. Taikawa froze in place, and the next second, a righteous speech appeared. No, Mr. Zifa, our Navy emphasizes equality for everyone, I can't be special. As a role model of my generation, although I can't compare with Sakaski and others, my awareness is absolutely fine. If this gets out, how will others see me, so I'll also give 50 million. Zephyr's cigar fell, and the corners of his mouth couldn't stop twitching. The right hand holding the cigar began to slowly turn black. Taiki acted decisively, and he, who had learned all the 6 secrets, disappeared on the spot with a shave. Accompanied by a crash, he broke through the window. Damn little bastard! Zephyr cursed angrily, but then laughed out loud. It seems that his worry is unnecessary. Taikawa is still the same Taikawa, the Taikawa who is so angry that he can't pay for his life. Taiki ran out of the office building, came to the arsenal and greeted the guards, and then came to his own workshop. This workshop was requested by Mr. Zifa for him, where he can forge as much iron as he wants. Of course, it is only at night. Graduation test, damn it, if I can, I really don't want to go to sea. Iron Hammer put on gloves on both hands and did not pick up the hammer. After a year of digging, he found that in order to activate the critical strike granting, he must use the fruit ability to forge only then can it be activated, and any external force, that is, things like forging hammers, cannot be triggered. So he decisively gave up all forging tools and only wore a pair of gloves. Looking at his status on the panel left by the system, Taikawa felt helpless. Name, Taikawa. Age, 19. Dharma power, 3100. Devil fruit, superhuman hammer fruit, development level, 40. Armament haki, awakening level, 60. Observation haki, awakening level, 30. Overlord haki, if nothing unexpected happens, you will not be able to activate it in this life. Salted fish. Humph, what's wrong with salted fish? I am a salted fish and I am proud. My life goal of Taikawa is to become the Minister of Logistics of the Navy, so that everyone has to act according to my mood. After closing the panel, Taikawa began to think. In order to better pass the graduation examination. Yes, Taikawa plans to make a series of attribute items to help him pass the examination. Just do it. The sound of forging iron rang out instantly. A few days later, in the training square, Zephyr looked at the nearly 100 students in front of him with a serious face. Today is the day when the assessment begins. Zifa knows very well what the assessment means, and what will greet these students once they enter the sea, but if he wants to unsheath his sword, this is a must. Today is the day when the assessment begins. I think you should have some understanding of the content of the assessment. Go hunting at sea, the deadline is 1 month. In this month, each of you must capture a pirate with a bounty of more than 50 million to pass. Of course, this is an assessment for you. For the current number 1 hammer, his assessment amount is a bounty of 100 million Baileys. The assessment content is simple and clear, but the hearts of the people present are all sinking. Iron Hammer is also rarely silent. It is 1490 now, and it will soon enter 1491. The 50 million in this period is different from the 50 million in Wang Luffy's period. The gold content is too high, and the quality of the pirates is also exaggerated. Of course, this is for ordinary people. Taikawa has completely forgotten his situation. Since the three monsters left, he has been the top of this session. With a 3000 daily value and 6 style mastery, as long as he doesn't waste time, ordinary bounty criminals with a bounty of over 100 million can't do anything to him. Taik, humph you old man, you are so cruel. As soon as these words came out, everyone's face changed, and they looked at Taikawa with admiration. After all, there are twice as many as them. For your preparations for going to sea, I will clearly divide you into 11 groups. The list is distributed as follows: Brand New, Us Group 1. Trenga Group 2. Taik, Group 11. Now everyone go to the port to prepare. Everyone was shocked, and Taikawa was stunned. No, Mr. Zifa, I'm going out to sea alone. Iron Hammer asked directly what he was thinking. He couldn't believe that Zifa would do such a cruel thing to him. Of course not. Why do you think so, Iron Hammer? You are a blacksmith and a devil fruit user. How can I let you go out to sea alone? Zeph's words warmed Iron Hammer's heart. Sure enough, Mr. Zifa still loves him. The next second. Haven't you learned the moon step? It's not far from Shampoo Land. You can just jump over. Iron Hammer. Meow, it's too early. This old bastard didn't hold back his fart. Looking at Zifa's happy expression, if it wasn't because he couldn't beat him, Iron Hammer really wanted to give him a full-body hammer. Let him know that the blacksmith's hammer is 40 for a small hammer and 80 for a big hammer. Okay, your ship is ready at the port, just go there. By the way, come here for me to check, because you have special abilities, I won't let you bring any items for the assessment. Sure enough, what Taikawa was worried about still happened. It's a pity, our Tai had already calculated this scene, he didn't bring anything with him, even his clothes were the most ordinary navy uniforms, and he had a pair of fingerless gloves on his hands, that's all. Zifa searched around and found that Taikawa really didn't bring anything, so he was relieved. How could the clever Taikawa not cheat? In the end, Taikawa went out to sea alone, without taking any warships. Zifa specially prepared a speedboat for him that looked pretty good. It was enough for him to go to Shampoo Land, and as for how he would cruise on the sea later, it was none of Zifa's business. Taikawa looked at the bumpy speedboat in front of him, and wanted to cry but had no tears. Chapter 14 predicted my movement. Duan. Duan. Damn old man, just give me a broken speedboat, and it's about to retire, and the bottom compartment is full of water. Everyone has set off, and now only Taikawa is left at the port, hammering at the speedboat. 40. Duan. 80. Duan. This scene was seen by Zifa in the distance. Ha 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 ha, what did I say, Zhangguo, this guy will definitely start hammering first. Quick, bring me your wine. Beside him stood the General Zhangguo. Tisk, take it yourself later. This iron hammer is really, can't you hammer it after going out to sea? It made me lose a bottle of wine. The whole story is like this. Zifa specially selected a very shabby speedboat for Taikawa, knowing that he would start hammering at the port. As a result, Zhangguo didn't believe it, so he made a bet with Zifa. The bet was whether Taikawa would start hammering at the port or after going out to sea. Little did he know that the speedboat was carefully selected by Zifa. He could say with confidence that as long as Taikawa dared to go out to sea first, the speedboat would sink in less than half an hour. It took nearly an hour to hammer. The speedboat finally looked a little normal, and the leaking place was also the hammer hammered it tightly. Ding, triggering the critical hit, giving the Navy speedboat, soon to be scrapped, a special attribute, never damaged. Iron hammer. Never damaged, I'll hammer your lungs. This broken boat looks like it will fall apart at any time, but it actually has the attribute of never damaged. The hammer was speechless. But it's better to have it than not to have it. With the attribute of never damaged, he can survive this test. Thinking of this, the hammer pushed the speedboat into the sea, and then got on the speedboat himself. Ong! As the engine started, the hammer was very satisfied. Suddenly he turned his head to look at the building next to him. That was where Zifa, Zhangguo, and others were standing. Hey, Zifa, is that kid looking at us? Zifa nodded woodenly. How did this bastard know we were here? I don't know, but why is he looking at us? You ask me, who should I ask? The next second, Taikui took off his gloves, revealing a metal ring. A flash of light passed by, and a flag suddenly appeared in Taikui's hand. He unfolded the flag and held it high, which clearly read: Old man, you have policies, I have countermeasures, and you don't let me bring props, so you'll be in trouble. The arrogant laughter of Taikui sounded at the same time as the engine's sound. Just like that, under the watchful eyes of Zifa and Zhangguo, they sailed out to sea. Bastard, where did he get the items? I checked them before I set off. Zafar, who was ridiculed, was so angry that his face turned red and his neck was thick. Only Zhangguo showed a trace of thought, recalled Taikui's actions just now, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Zafar, don't be angry in a hurry, think back to the appearance of the flag just now. Zifa knew that Zhangguo would not do something without a purpose, and he quickly recalled it. The next second, the two of them looked at each other fiercely, and saw a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. The iron hammer, who had already gone out to sea, felt very comfortable. He couldn't help but look at the ring on his right hand. Ha ha ha, old man Zifa would never guess that I could actually hammer out such a treasure. Iron ring, an iron ring with a special storage space activated. This is the work that Taikui is most satisfied with. Although the storage space is only 5 cubic meters, it can't be compared with those in fantasy novels. But for him at this stage, this thing is against the sky. At this time, various foods and items are placed in these 5 cubic meters. These items are big and small, and they are all made by Taikui. Taiki can be said to have set him up under Zifa's nose and brought out all his belongings. This made him very happy. Taiki's destination is Shabayati. As a navy who used to be a base in Shabayati, he is familiar with Shabayati. And Shabayati is the only way for pirates to go to the New World. Iron Hammer plans to wait and see. The Shabayati Islands are made up of many big trees, and the ground is the tree roots, and bubbles will emerge from the ground. The regional division of the Shabayati Islands is also very clear, based on the numbers on the trees. Number 1 to 29, mainly human trafficking stores, human auctions, illegal areas, etc. Number 30 to 39, mainly soap bubble parks, etc. Number 40 to 49, mainly tourist areas, specialty stores, etc. Number 50 to 59, mainly shipyards, coding craftsmen, etc. Number 60 to 69, mainly naval bases, government entrances and exits, etc. Number 70 to 79, mainly hotel streets, etc. After half a day of sailing, Iron Hammer finally arrived at the naval base at number 66. Asshole Phil, I'm back. As soon as he entered the naval base, Taikui's gong-like voice began to shout. Attracting a lot of Marines to look sideways, they ran towards him happily after seeing the familiar blacksmith. Taikui, you're back. Has the headquarters training ended? How's your strength? A series of questions directly confused Taikui. At this time, the base commander, Major General Phil Jackson, came to Taikui and gave him a hug. Major General Phil, it's been a long time. Hey ah. Taikui, who was about to express his feelings, was hugged by Major General Phil Jackson in the next second. He threw it towards the sea. Damn moonstep! Seeing that he was about to fall into the sea, Taikawi quickly took the moonstep and floated in the air. Good boy, you use the 6 styles well. Major General, what are you doing? I'm home now, and you're not welcome. Major General Phil Jackson's eyes were full of satisfaction. He looked at Taikawi with a dissatisfied face and scolded him with a smile. Do you really think I know nothing? General Zifa has called and told me not to let you land in Shampoo Land. He told me to tell you that it's impossible to wait and see. As soon as these words came out, Taikawi's face turned black. Damn old bastard, he actually predicted my movement, damn it. Is it not okay for me to just come for supplies? Phil Jackson shook his head and announced with regret, no, you are not allowed to set foot on the Sabayati archipelago, otherwise your assessment will be considered a failure. This is what Admiral Zephyr said. Iron Hammer was so angry that he gnashed his teeth and had no choice but to get on his speedboat again. Phil, I know your Den Den Mushy is still on. Old bastard, you are cruel. Iron Hammer, remember it, hum. After saying the cruel words, Iron Hammer continued to sail away. In the arms of Major General Phil Jackson, a still-on Den Den Mushy let out a hearty laugh. Major General Phil, you did a good job, that bastard, I knew he wanted to be lazy, ha 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 ha. Sabayati is the terminal station for the first half of the pirates, where the pirates gather. Iron Hammer will definitely choose it as a hunting point. Phil Jackson took out the Den Den Mushy helplessly. General, is this really a good idea? Humph, what's wrong with that? Taikawi is a lazy bastard. He must be punished severely. He dared to fool me and rebel against him. That's it. I'm hanging up. Piaji. After the Den Den Mushy hung up, Major General Phil Jackson showed a trace of helplessness on his face. Looking at the direction where Taikawi left, he murmured. Come on, Taikawi. Please add to collection, bookshelf, praise, everything. Thank you for your support, readers. Chapter 15 Encountering Red Dog. Although Taikawi left Shampoo Land, he was angry but helpless. The plan of waiting for the rabbit was disrupted, and he could only find another place for assessment. Finally, he set his sights on the North Sea. Of the 4 seas in the east, west, south and north, the North Sea is the most chaotic. There is no peace in the East Sea, no prosperity in the West Sea, and no stability in the South Sea. There are only fights between mafia, in the crisscrossing basements. The wars between the kingdoms and the rampage of countless pirates. Although it was chaotic, it was a good place for Taikawi to complete the assessment. After choosing the destination, Taikawi rushed towards the North Sea at full speed. After several days, Taikawi finally sailed into the North Sea from the Grand Line. He was exhausted on the way. The unlucky weather on the Grand Line made him suffer. This made Taikawi secretly determined not to go out to sea in the future, it was too painful. Although he had enough food in his ring, sailing was too boring, except for sailing. Taikawa was getting scared. Finally entering the North Sea, he immediately found an island and went ashore. The name of this island is Pradai Island. It is a free island. There are merchants, mafia, and pirates on the island. The moment Taikawi went ashore, he was targeted. The reason is simple, who made him wear a navy sailor suit? It's a chaotic country after all. I'm here at an unlucky time. Iron Hammer smiled faintly, looking at the pirates coming towards him. Why pirates? Because they all have skulls on their clothes. Navy, this island doesn't welcome you. The pirate leader spoke harshly right from the start, holding the big knife in his hand. Iron Hammer was very calm, took out a cigarette from his trouser pocket, lit it, and asked a question that made the pirates confused. Do you have a reward? Pirate leader. What reward? I'll get it if I kill you. You are the first stepping stone for us to go out to sea. The pirate leader felt insulted, and the knife in his hand slashed at Iron Hammer's head. Clang! Kaka! The iron block started, and the pirate's knife was directly broken into pieces, leaving only a handle. Iron Hammer brushed his hair helplessly. Sorry, I'm not interested in trash without a bounty. And seeing you like this, you don't even have a flag, and you're still a pirate. Being a blacksmith is more promising than being a pirate. After saying that, he walked into the town by himself, leaving the shocked pirates swaying in the wind. Brother, your knife is of inferior quality, right? How come it broke so quickly? The pirate leader had a complicated expression. No, this is a knife passed down in my family. According to my father's father, his father used it to chop pirates. Pirate brother, why do I always feel my neck is cold? Hey pirates, how can you be a pirate without a knife? Let's go home and farm. If Taikawa knew that because of him, this group of pirates who were about to embark on the pirate journey, the pirates on the road gave up going out to sea and turned to farming. I don't know how depressed Taikawa is. He really doesn't bother to care. He doesn't mean to attack anyone. Passing by a clothing store, Taikawa looked at the navy sailor suit on his body and spat unconsciously. The Taikawa who appeared again had changed into a set of clothes, a black suit and leather boots, which made him look very capable. I won't be recognized because of the clothes now. Next, we need to find a pirate with a bounty to kill him and send him to a nearby branch. After clarifying the goal, Taikawa began to search on the island. Although this island is a mixed bag, Taikawa regretfully discovered that this is just a transit station. The pirates who came here are all for supplies, and they are all small karami, and there are no big fish at all. The fruitless search. Taikawa can only leave by boat again and go to the next island. Who would have thought that as soon as he got on the speedboat, a very large pirate ship docked at the port. A pirate flag with a big sword surrounding a skull attracted Taikawa. The Giant Blade Pirates, a group of pirates that have been roaming the North Sea for several years. Captain Giant Blade Orido has a bounty of 30 million baileys, and the Deputy Captain Licking Tongue Mansi has a bounty of 12 million baileys. Hey, the big fish has appeared. Taikawa turned off the engine and looked at the Giant Blade Pirates with interest. I saw that their pirate ship was full of scars, and it seemed that it had suffered a fierce attack. There were big holes on the deck, as if it was burned through by something. Damn Navy mad dog, actually chased us all the way. If it weren't for the storm, we would have been killed. Captain Giant Blade Orido was very angry, and the other pirates beside him nodded one after another, with a trace of fear on their faces. It seemed that they had encountered something very terrible before. Hurry up and replenish food and water. The rest of you should hurry up to repair the hull. We have to hurry up. If he catches up, we will be finished. As an old pirate, Orido is still very smart. But the next second, a 3-meter-tall strong young man appeared at the bow of his ship. Sorry, pirates, your pirate career is over. The appearance of Iron Hammer made all the pirates very unhappy. Where did this kid come from? How dare he get on our ship? Get off! A little karami who was closer to Iron Hammer twitched his long sword and chopped at Iron Hammer. Oh, can't you be honest? Little Hammer, 40. Iron Hammer clenched his right fist and punched sideways. The sound of the hammer bursting sounded. Boom! Little Karami flew backwards at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye, and crashed straight into the cabin. He died instantly. This scene scared all the pirates, and even the Giant Blade Orido showed a trace of fear on his face. Damn, what kind of strange power is this? Orido was so angry. He had just escaped from the pursuit of a monster, and now he encountered another monster. He didn't expect that the person in front of him was a devil fruit ability user. Of course, even if Taika didn't use the fruit ability, he couldn't deal with it. Are you a bounty hunter? I have money on my ship, a full 50 million baileys. I can give it all to you, how about letting us go? Orido was still making the last effort. Of course not. What is that? Just when Taiko was about to cruelly refuse, a trace of red light suddenly lit up in the distance. Fuck. The next second, Taiko disappeared directly on the spot. Because he saw that it was countless fireballs. After the iron hammer disappeared, Orido was about to breathe a sigh of relief when he saw a sky full of fireballs falling towards them. Damn! Before he finished speaking, the entire pirate ship was covered by fireballs. Which bastard stealing my assessment target? Iron Hammer was furious and looked in the direction of the fireball. It didn't matter if he looked at it, he really saw an acquaintance. It was the future Red Dog Sakazuki, one of the 3 monsters of the Navy who graduated early. With the destruction of the giant blade pirates, all the pirates were killed. The warship led by Sakazuki slowly entered the port. Iron Hammer was at the port, looking at Sakazuki at the bow. Damn Sakazuki, that's my prey. Hammer 80. Shaving suddenly started, and the next second Iron Hammer appeared in front of Sakazuki with his fists raised high. In Sakazuki's smile, Iron Hammer twisted his body, and the whole person turned sideways in an instant, and his fists fell on Sakazuki's waist together. Boom! A violent impact sounded, and Sakazuki's body instantly turned into a ball of lava and scattered. Oh my god, it's so hot! Feeling the scalding temperature of his fists and Sakazuki's appearance, Taikoi understood that Sakazuki was now heading towards Red Dog. Chapter 16 Navy Mad Dog, Akainu. Sashi ignores me, Sakazuki sang. Iron Hammer retracted his fists and looked at the lava scattered on the ground with a smile on his face. The bow of the ship was in good condition, but because of Iron Hammer's chaos, it had become bumpy at this time. The lava recondensed, and Sakazuki showed a very helpless expression. Iron Hammer, you put on a big show for me right when you came up, look at my warship. Iron Hammer didn't care about this, shrugged his shoulders, looking like a rogue. How dare you say that because of you, I lost the assessment target in my hand. Sakazuki was stunned when he heard it, assessment target. But he was smart and reacted immediately. Has the training camp started the assessment? It seems that your mission is to go out to sea to eliminate pirates. Your target is the giant blade pirates. Iron Hammer nodded, and then he was even more speechless. I finally ran from Shampooland to the North Sea, and met a pirate group. I was about to start, but you messed it up. Ah, my poor performance. Iron Hammer wiped his eyes as he spoke, as if he was really crying. Sakazuki didn't believe him. It's just a group of pirates. There are countless pirates like him in the North Sea. I have killed dozens of them. But you actually chose the North Sea for the assessment. I am very happy, Iron Hammer. It seems that you also hate pirates very much. Iron Hammer rolled his eyes at him. He couldn't just say that it was because the people in the North Sea were mixed, the bounty was high, and it was easy to complete the goal. He didn't say anything, which Sakazuki thought was tacit agreement. He patted his shoulder and asked the warship to return to patrol in other directions. Hey, who, tow my speedboat to me? Iron Hammer casually asked a soldier to take his car, and the two of them entered the cabin lounge. By the way, Sakazuki, have you eaten the devil fruit? Sakazuki took a bottle of sherry and handed it to him, nodding. I found it not long after I came to Bahai when I was destroying a gang of mafia. It's a natural magma fruit, which suits me very well. Speaking of devil fruits, a smile appeared on Sakazuki's stiff face. It's just very eerie and scary. 1 or 2, are you so lucky? Borsellino ate the shining fruit, and you ate the magma fruit, both of which are natural. Poor me, a superhuman. Alas, alas. Iron Hammer bit off the bottle cap and took a sip of sherry. Sakazuki also drank the wine. Ah, this wine is really hard to drink. I don't know why Mr. Zifa likes to drink this kind of wine. He brought us to drink this. The taste of sherry wine can't be said to be good or bad. It's just because Teacher Zifa drinks it every day that they drink it together. According to Teacher Zifa, this is a wine for real men. Sakaski finished the sherry in his hand, slowly uttered this sentence, and then asked Taikawa a question. What are your plans? Are you going to continue to go to sea by yourself, or to cruise with me? Iron Hammer also finished the wine, burped with alcohol and said. Of course I will go by myself. If I go with you, those pirates will be burned to ashes before I start. How can I complete the assessment? Teacher Zifa gave a 1-month deadline, and it's been a few days. I'll have a meal at your place and I'm ready to go. After listening to Sakaski, he did not object, but agreed with Taikawa's opinion. After all, he knew Taikawa's strength, and it was indeed a waste of talent to follow him. Oh, by the way, that giant blade Orido just now said that you chased him like a mad dog. Now you have obtained the magma fruit and turned red. Since Borsellino is called Kizaru, I will also give you a nickname, Akainu. Ha 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 ha. Leaving Sakaski, Taikawa drove the speedboat in the opposite direction of Sakaski's warship. Depressed, isn't it said that there are countless pirates on the sea? Sure enough, cartoons are all lies. I have been driving for an hour and haven't seen a single pirate ship. Iron Hammer complained weakly. But the next second he understood the problem. It is 1490, and the Battle of God Valley has just ended a few years ago. Roger is still wandering on the sea. Without the opening of the Great Pirate Era, there are not so many pirates on the sea. Thinking of this, Iron Hammer is even more powerless. What can he do? He can only keep looking. Fortunately, there are enough supplies, otherwise Iron Hammer would really go crazy. In the end, Iron Hammer directly set his sights on the underground organization and the mafia. Since the pirates can't be found, then it's better to look for it in some dark places. What if you can find a big fish with a big enough bounty? After all, it's not only pirates who have bounties in this world. With a new goal, Taikawa is no longer confused, and he heads for a very rich kingdom in the North Sea, the Kingdom of Stanford. The Kingdom of Stanford is a member of the world government. But the royal family of this country strongly supports the mafia and underground forces in the country. Because it can provide a lot of grey income for the royal family. As soon as Taikawa steps on this kingdom, he can feel a completely different feeling grey atmosphere. Hey, is it really a kingdom where grey prevails? I hope I can get what I want. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Iron Hammer took a deep look at the town in front of him, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. In order to help Iron Hammer find his target, he came to the tavern where people gathered. Boss, give me a bottle of sherry. Iron Hammer came to the counter and ordered a bottle of wine naturally. But the bartender looked at him with disdain and said lightly, we don't have that kind of low-quality wine here. Iron Hammer's hand froze when he took out the money. Don't you have any wine for men really? Iron Hammer complained weakly. His words attracted the attention of people around him. Then just give me a cocktail. Take out your wallet, take out the money from it, and order a glass of wine very casually. The bartender took the money, made a cocktail for him, and walked to Iron Hammer and asked a question. You look like an outsider. What are you doing here? Taikawa grinned and thought, sure enough, he is smart. I am a bounty hunter. I just came to Bahai and want to buy some information. The bartender's expression changed, nodded, and handed him the prepared wine. Come with me. Taikawa picked up the cocktail, took a sip, and followed the bartender to the back hall. Unlike the bustle of the front hall, the back hall was very dim. A middle-aged man in black was looking at Taikawa. What information do you want? A bounty hunter with a higher bounty. How high is high? Well, let's start with 50 million. The middle-aged man nodded, then turned and left. When he came back again, he was holding a stack of papers in his hand. Reward 55 million Baileys, Slayer Hendry, Intelligence 1 million Baileys. Reward 75 million Baileys, Skeleton Collector Longwin, Intelligence 2 million Baileys. Reward 76 million Baileys, Lone Ranger Morris, Intelligence 2.5 million Baileys. Which one do you want to buy? Iron Hammer began to ponder after hearing this. He only needed to buy the coordinates and intelligence of 2 people to complete the task. But the high price of at least 3 million Baileys made him a little embarrassed. He didn't have that much money. Thank you all readers for your support. Chapter 17 Perspective, Invisibility, 2 Treasures. Well, may I ask, is there an auction house here or an exchange? Iron Hammer thought again and again, and he was ready to apply what he had learned for the assessment. Anyway, he had a lot of good things on him, and selling 2 of them should be enough. The middle-aged man showed a trace of impatience on his face. He saw that Taikawa had no money at all. Yes, but do you have money? A trace of embarrassment appeared on Taikawa's face. I have no money now, so I asked you if you have an auction house. I have some good things here. I can ask the auction house to help me sell them. Then I will have money, right? When it comes to his own things, Taikawa showed a trace of pride on his face. He dared to say that as long as he took out those things, no man could resist the temptation. That's how confident he was. The middle-aged man was also shocked by Taikawa's confident look. He couldn't understand at all where a poor man got such confidence. But in the spirit of making money, he planned to believe Taikawa. As a businessman, as long as there is a 1 in 10,000 chance, he will try it. Besides, Taikawa's appearance looks like there should be a 1% chance of it being true. Come with me. There will be an auction in an hour, and the participants are either nobles or famous captains. If you want to conduct the auction, you need to verify it first. As he said, the middle-aged man led Taikawa out of the back door and walked towards another building that looked very magnificent. After entering, many waiters greeted him. Hello, Lord Sanders. The middle-aged man named Sanders just nodded and walked straight inside. Taikawa followed him silently, looking at the scenery on the side. This auctioneer is very delicate, and even the waiters are shy little sisters. Taikawa's blood surged. As for men, there is no bad color. Finally, Sanders brought Taikawa to the backstage of the auction house and called 2 appraisers. These 2 are our top appraisers. They can ensure the authenticity of the items and set a reasonable price for the items. Take out the items you want to auction now. Taikawa nodded and took out 2 things from his pocket. They were a pair of ordinary glasses and a black hat. Of course, Taikawa couldn't reveal the secret of the storage ring in front of outsiders. So he took it out carefully on the way here and put it in his pocket. The 2 appraisers looked at the glasses and hat that Taikawa handed over, and their eyes showed disdain without hiding. My guest, I'm afraid these are just ordinary glasses and hats. You are fooling us, aren't you? One of the appraisers had a very ugly look on his face. He was just enjoying some kind of high-spirited service, but his subordinates said that Lord Sanders wanted to see him for something, so he forced himself to suppress the fire in his heart. The result was a pair of broken glasses and a broken hat. Another appraiser also had a bad look on his face, but Sanders' eyes showed a moment of thought. Taikawa didn't care about their reactions, and played with the 2 items very calmly. Tisk, you have no vision, this is made by me personally, and the effect is actually understandable to you ordinary people. This glasses is called perspective glasses. I don't need to explain the word perspective to you, right? Perspective glasses. Hearing this name, the 2 appraisers looked at each other, and then looked at Sanders. They all saw disbelief in each other's eyes. Don't believe it, right? That's easy. The perspective function of this pair of glasses can be used 10 times in total. You can use it once for experiment. If this pair of glasses can't see through, I'll crawl out. The words of Taikawa hit Sanders' heart directly. He thought that he had to test this thing. Then he winked at one of the appraisers. Appraiser A nodded, took the glasses and put them on. No change, kid, how dare you talk nonsense? Taikawa pointed to the right side of the glasses and said, "Stretch out your right hand and touch the frame on the right side. There is a button on it. Press it. Don't say I didn't remind you that once the perspective is turned on, it can only last for 5 minutes. 10 chances, a total of 50 minutes. Appraiser A reached out and found a button. Click. The button made a crisp sound, followed by an exclamation. "Oh, damn, this picture, oh. Appraiser A was instantly fascinated, and he quickly glanced at the beautiful waitresses beside him. The erotic pictures made his heart surge. "Hey, what did you see? Can you really see through things?" Sanders was so angry when he saw his appearance that he quickly pressed his shoulder and asked. Appraiser A was pulled by this and his eyes swept directly over Sanders. "Wow, Mr. Sanders, your cat tattoo is very beautiful, I have never seen it before, and you are actually wearing red underwear, ha ha ha." Sanders' face turned black, and he unconsciously exerted force on his hands. "Ouch, I was wrong, Mr. Sanders." Appraiser A knelt down on the ground in a moment, and he begged for mercy in pain. "If you dare to tell anyone about me, I promise that you will appear in the Yuan Yang Pavilion tomorrow." A cold and lifeless voice came out of Sanders' mouth. Frightened Appraiser A nodded repeatedly and promised not to say a word. Then Sanders grabbed the glasses and put them on himself. "Treasure, this is definitely a treasure. Perspective, this is what many men dream of." Sanders also fell, not because the glasses were too delicate, but because the perspective ability was too good. "Sir, what's your name?" "Anvil." Mr. Anvil, I promise to help you sell this pair of glasses at a reasonable price. The starting price is 10.01 million Baileys. What do you think? We will only charge 10 of the final transaction price." Iron Hammer nodded in agreement. "Does that hat have any magical effects?" With the experience of the perspective glasses, Sanders is sure that the other hat must have a very different ability. The invisible hat also has a switch. After pressing it, you can enter the invisible state for 5 minutes, but it can only be used 5 times. Invisibility. This ability is definitely as attractive as perspective. Sanders was overjoyed, and his hands trembled a little when he took the hat. He wanted to participate in the auction below. "Okay, Mr. Anvil, please move to the VIP box, where you can watch the next auction. After the auction is over, we will send your money to the box. Also, no matter how much these 2 items are sold for, our Hydra Club will provide you with the information you want for free, in order to gain your friendship. Thank you all readers for your support." Chapter 18 Hail Hydra! Hydra Club. Iron Hammer was speechless. It really fits his identity as a time traveler. He just found an auction house and named it this. Is it possible that he will have to say Hail Hydra next time he comes? Forget it, I'm tired, let's destroy it. Led by the servants, Iron Hammer walked into a VIP box facing the auction house. The box is surrounded by a giant glass screen, which can block all sights and ensure the privacy of every distinguished guest. High-end decoration, various refreshments and fruits, famous cigarettes and famous wines are also prepared. Iron Hammer couldn't help but say, "Evil money society." But he fell in the next second. Lying on the comfortable sofa, Taikawa groaned unconsciously. After traveling through time for a year, this was the most comfortable sofa he had ever sat on, no doubt about it. The attendant smiled slightly when he saw this, then stepped forward and said a few words to Taikawa in a veiled way, then turned and left. Taikawa had lived 2 lives, so of course he understood what the attendant meant. Isn't it just that if he needs it, there can be some entertainment here for him? Tisk, do you really think Taikawa has never seen the world? Well, if I didn't drool, it would still be very convincing. Soon, the auction started as scheduled. The huge venue was full of guests, including nobles, big businessmen, and even Taikawa saw members of the Stanford royal family. They walked into the VIP box like Taikawa. It seems that the kingdom of Stanford is worthy of being one of the best kingdoms in the North Sea. Taikawa looked at the auction with satisfaction, and he had absolute confidence in the two items he took out. He, Taikawa, will become a rich man today. Thinking of this, Taikawa couldn't help laughing. Just as Taikawa laughed, the auction began. A middle-aged man in a white tuxedo slowly stepped onto the stage. He picked up a microphone, smiled a welcoming smile, bowed politely, and said to the enthusiastic guests below, "Welcome everyone to the auction held by the Hydra Club. On behalf of the Hydra Club, I welcome you all. Those who can come to participate in the auction are either local tyrants or noble lords." As the auctioneer finished speaking, a voice of urging came from below. "Stop being polite and start the auction quickly." This old man's words were supported by many people. For a while, the urging voices rang out one after another. "That's right, don't you know that my time is precious, start quickly. That's right. Hurry up." Faced with the urging of the guests, the auctioneer was not panicked at all, and still smiled very appropriately. "Since everyone is impatient, let's start this auction. Please welcome the first item of this auction." As the auctioneer waved his hand, several staff members in black lifted a box onto the platform. At the same time, all the lights in the auction hall went out, and the whole place suddenly darkened. The next second, spotlights turned on from different directions gathered on the platform. Under the illumination of the spotlights, the box opened. A very exquisite armor was revealed. The first item of this auction is a full-body armor made by a famous blacksmith in the Grand Line. This armor is infused with gold. It is beautiful and has amazing defense. It is definitely the first choice for showing your reputation and status when you go out. It's called Full Generation Golden Armor. The gold inlay, the outline of the gold edge, and the dazzling gold make this armor look noble and extraordinary. Everyone, just imagine, wearing this golden armor, you will be the brightest guy on the whole street, and you will have all the famous beauties in your hands. What is more attractive than gold? The auctioneer's high voice was fully exerted by him, as if not being able to buy this golden armor was a great regret in life. The starting price is... As he raised his hands, his movements were slightly exaggerated. 5 million Baileys. As soon as the voice fell, someone in the audience had already responded, and a noble man who looked quite strong stood up suddenly. A precious dress fully demonstrated his extraordinariness. At this time, his eyes were fixed on the golden armor, and then he shouted out a bid. 7 million Baileys. Oh, the eldest son of the Lundby family. Unfortunately, this golden armor is not something that a young man like you can get involved in. A deep middle-aged voice sounded with a hint of disdain. It was a burly, short-haired middle-aged man, exuding a fierce aura. 10 million Baileys. This man was the Knight Commander of the Kingdom of Stanford, known as the Beast, Durham. Seeing that the price of the armor he had set his eyes on was being bid, the eldest son of the Lumbee family could not help but get angry. But the gentleman's courtesy made him suppress his foul language and raise the bidding card in his hand again. 12 million Baileys. 15 million Baileys. 20 million Baileys. The auction was full of gunpowder from the beginning. In the end, the armor was taken away by Knight Commander Durham. After getting the armor, Durham looked at the noble young man provocatively. The gunpowder between the two sides became stronger. As we all know, in general auctions, the value of the earlier auction items is relatively lower, and the later auction items will be more valuable. Taikawa was secretly surprised that the first item had been sold for 20 million Baileys. If it is the final auction item, it will be worth hundreds of millions of dollars. For a moment, Taikawa was a little emotional. Congratulations to Knight Commander Durham for winning the full generation golden armor with 20 million Baileys. Then next, please welcome the second auction item of this auction. Under the auctioneer's loud voice, the staff in black clothes appeared again. This time they brought up an iron cage covered with black cloth. The moment they saw the cage, everyone in the field was boiling. The auctioneer was very satisfied with the reaction of the crowd. He gently patted the iron cage. It seems that everyone the guests have guessed what it is, so I won't hide it. The second auction item is... Wow! As the auctioneer raised his hand, the black cloth was unveiled. A girl with snow-white fur, ears, and a tail appeared in front of everyone. Iron Hammer's face gradually darkened. Fur girl. Crack! With a crisp sound, Iron Hammer directly crushed an object. The Fur tribe was the favorite tribe of Iron Hammer in his previous life, not for anything else, just because Pedro was a real man. But why did the Fur tribe appear in the North Sea? Shouldn't they live in Zoo? The last word fell. All the men in the audience shouted. Mine, this girl is mine. Get out of the way, what does it have to do with you? It's obviously mine. 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 Taiko looked at the crazy men below, and his eyes unconsciously revealed a trace of determination. No matter what, after all, it was the Fur tribe he liked, and it had great potential. I just don't know how much it would cost to get it. As Taiko made up his mind, the ring on his hand began to flash. Well, Tai was clearing assets. Please add to collections, bookshelves, praises, everything. Chapter 19 Fierce Auction. I am very pleased to see everyone so excited. The starting price of this second auction item is... The auctioneer deliberately prolonged the tone to whet everyone's appetite. 30 million Baileys. Start bidding now. This time the competition is not comparable to the golden armor. At once, all the rich bosses in the auction house showed up. 35 million. Get out of the way, 40 million Baileys. 50 million Baileys. 100 million Baileys. The price soared to 100 million Baileys in a short while. The madness of the crowd made the auctioneer very satisfied. Looking at the snow leopard girl in the iron cage, he smiled. Oh, by the way, everyone, after the unified certification of our appraisers, this snow leopard girl is definitely a first-hand product. In order to further stimulate the auction amount, the auctioneer lit another fire. It made the big guys participating in the auction even crazier. 120 million Baileys, she's mine. You dead fat pig, you can still do it. 150 million Baileys. The bidding has begun to be mixed with verbal attacks. The huge venue has become a battlefield at this time. The Iron Hammer in the VIP box looked at the scene in front of him coldly. He suppressed his anger and the ring on his hand stopped flashing. He planned to save the girl in the most direct way. Bidding. Unexpectedly, when he wanted to bid, he found that the megaphone used for bidding had been crushed by him. He had no choice but to walk to the window and open the window in front of him, exposing himself to the auction. 300 million Baileys. The Iron Hammer quoted a price very decisively, and his tone was very flat, making people unable to hear any emotion. The offer of 300 million Baileys instantly made the whole audience silent. Everyone was shocked and looked towards the VIP room where the sound came from. I saw the very strong Iron Hammer standing in front of the window, with a resolute face and a cold expression, making him look very mysterious and tough. You said 300 million, 300 million. I want to verify the funds. A noble who had bid earlier frowned and raised the question directly. The chief steward Sanders, who was in the backstage, had already come to the high platform of the auction house when the hammer sounded. I have proved in the name of the chief steward of the Hydra Club that this distinguished guest has sufficient funds. With Sanders' testimony, the noble's face froze, and he sat down fiercely, with a face full of unwillingness. 300 million Baileys, is there anyone else bidding? If no one bids, this auction item will be obtained by this guest. Sanders began to speak on behalf of the auctioneer. In this case, congratulations to this VIP guest for bidding on this item. Is it feasible to send her here now? Iron Hammer spoke again, his tone was still very calm, and people could not tell whether he was happy or angry. Sanders frowned when he heard it, but did not say anything. He just arranged for his men to deliver the cage containing the fur tribe to the private room where Iron Hammer was. "Sorry everyone, our distinguished VIP guests may be impatient." Ha 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 ha. The auctioneer came out and shouted very considerately, and everyone burst into laughter. After the staff left, Taikawa exerted a little force with both hands, and the iron cage was forcibly opened. Taikawa took out his long sword, and in the girl's horrified eyes, he slashed the iron chain several times. Then he picked up the girl and put her on the sofa, and took out a blanket from the ring to cover her. Well, Taikawa didn't know what to say, so he could only express his attitude first. "Don't be afraid, I'm a good person." But the girl had experienced a series of inhuman tortures and her mind had already collapsed. "We can only wait until the auction is over before making arrangements for her." The auction continued. The next series of auction items made Taikawa truly understand for the first time the darkness of this world. Hallucinogenic potion. Human slaves. Pirate captain. Coolie. Firearms, contraband. Everything. Every time a new auction item appeared, he could feel the trembling of the snow leopard girl on the sofa. After an unknown amount of time, the auction finally came to an end. "Ladies and gentlemen, next is the treasure of our auction. These two treasures are the dreams and fantasies of all men. I promise that all men cannot refuse their power." The words of the auctioneer set off another wave of waves. The eyes of countless men lit up. The things that can make the auctioneer describe so exaggeratedly must be good things. The staff came on stage and presented an exquisite box. Everyone's eyes were instantly focused on the box. The auctioneer opened the box, and a pair of fairly exquisite glasses appeared in everyone's sight. When everyone saw that this so-called treasure was just a pair of glasses, they all showed a trace of disgust. But all this was in the auctioneer's plan. "Please don't underestimate these glasses. This is a rare treasure. After the appraisal of our Hydra Club appraiser, this pair of glasses is a genuine pair of glasses with perspective." Sure enough, as soon as the word perspective came out, everyone who had shown disgust before changed their expressions. "Perspective, is it true? Fuck, if there is really perspective, then I'll take it." The fanatical voice sounded again. The auctioneer was very satisfied with the situation on the scene. "The goods are genuine and the price is reasonable. Don't you still believe in the ability of our club's appraisers? There is a switch on the right side of this pair of glasses. Press it to gain the ability of perspective, which lasts for 5 minutes and can be used 10 times in total. However, I have used it once to test the authenticity of the glasses. Now there are 9 opportunities to use it. Perspective is probably the ability that every man dreams of. Now it is in front of you. What are you waiting for? The starting price is 10 million Baileys. Let me see your sincerity." As the auctioneer's high voice fell, the auction officially began. 20 million Baileys. 50 million Baileys. I'm going to buy it for the great Tianlong people. 100 million Baileys. In a VIP box that had been silent for a long time, a high voice sounded. It was the Stanford royal family. His words moved everyone present. "Yes, this is a rare treasure. If he..." For a while, the bidding became more intense. 350 million Baileys. The royal family member who mentioned the celestial dragons was a little annoyed at this time. If he hadn't been so nosy, there wouldn't have been so many things. As the high price of 350 million was shouted out, the venue suddenly fell silent. A noble who had been bidding before couldn't stop shaking, gritted his teeth and made the final offer. 400 million Baileys. He was exhausted after shouting out this price. 420 million. The Stanford royal family member didn't take it seriously at all and continued to raise the price. Everyone gave up. Seeing this, the auctioneer began to count down. 420 million, once. 420 million, twice. 420 million, 3 times. Deal. The royal family members breathed a sigh of relief and were very happy. Our iron hammer was also very happy. It was just a pair of glasses that he hammered out of nothing, but he could actually sell them for 400 million yuan. This made him feel a little proud. Please add them to your collection, bookshelf, likes, everything. Thank you all readers for your support. Chapter 20 Roadblock, Shield Fruit. This unprecedented high price made the auctioneer look a little crazy. Finally, it's finally the last item of this auction. If perspective can make people experience a new life, then what about invisibility? The whole audience was instantly silent. Only the auctioneer's passionate voice continued. Yes, invisibility, what a cool word. How many men have imagined eating the transparent fruit and gaining the ability to be invisible? But the one and only devil fruit is beyond our reach. Now there is a more practical way for you to choose. Please invite the last auction item, the invisible hat. Under the command of the auctioneer, a very delicate hanger was brought up, and on the top of the hanger was the hat that could make people invisible. It was a very simple hat, no one would have thought that it actually had the ability to be invisible. The people who didn't take pictures of the perspective glasses before couldn't help but feel a little lucky at this moment. On the other hand, a trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of the royal family member. I thought the perspective glasses were very powerful, but I didn't expect that there would be a toy more suitable for the celestial dragons. Of course, he couldn't miss such a good thing, and it wouldn't be long before a celestial dragon would come to the North Sea. The kingdom of Stanford is a must-go. He must seize the opportunity to gain favor in front of the celestial dragons. However, he had already spent more than 400 million baileys and was now a little short of money. Starting price 15 million baileys. As soon as the starting price was announced, fierce bidding began in the auction venue. 20 million baileys. 30 million. 50 million. 300 million baileys. With the guidance of the previous perspective glasses, the bidding rose very quickly this time. The final price was raised to 450 million baileys. The bidder was the helmsman of the North Sea Chamber of Commerce, whose wealth was amazing. His bid was overwhelming, and he directly took down the invisible hat. The big man saw that he had won the bid, and directly signaled his men to take the hat from the high platform. Dear Mr. Henry, there is a button on the right side of the hat. Press it to enter the invisible state. Because this hat can only be used 5 times, I hope you remember it. The auctioneer obviously knew this big man and reminded him in a friendly way. The tall man named Henry nodded, put the hat on his head impatiently, and pressed the switch. The next second, he began to become illusory and disappeared in the eyes of everyone. Ha 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 ha, I know from your expressions that I have become invisible, right? Henry enjoyed the surprised look very much. In the invisible state, he walked in front of several people in succession, and they did not react. This scene made everyone envious. Invisible, really invisible. As for its creator, Iron Hammer, he had already appeared in the backstage of the auction house, ready to collect his money. Sanders had been waiting for a long time, and when he saw Iron Hammer coming, he greeted him with a smile. Dear Mr. Enville, this is the money from your auction item. I have already exchanged it for you into a universal check. You can exchange it at any bank. As for the money of the fur girl, it has been deducted from it. Here are the remaining 500 million baileys. Please keep it. Iron Hammer looked at the check with the World Conquest mark in his hand, nodded and put it in his arms. Also, this is the address of the 3 bounty criminals. Please keep it. Thank you for your support to our Hydra Club. If you still have such treasures, I hope you can choose us again. His words made Iron Hammer's heart move. After all, auctions are a good way to make money. But he has something else to do now, and if he moves too much, it will be easily noticed by the headquarters. He still has to be careful. After leaving the auction, Iron Hammer took the snow leopard girl to the speedboat without stopping. He still understands the truth that a man is innocent but guilty of holding a treasure. He had already shown his face at the auction before. If someone had ill intentions, he would be in trouble. After getting on the speedboat, he threw a thick blanket to the snow leopard girl, then started the engine and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to leave the port, a pirate group outside the port started moving. They blocked the way that Taikawa had to pass. "Boy, you stole what I wanted, and you still want to leave. Do you really think I don't exist?" At the bow of the pirate ship, a very fierce man was looking up at him. His appearance made the snow leopard girl tremble again. "What, it looks like you are planning to rob." Taikawa was not afraid at all, stopped the engine, and a trace of brutality appeared in his eyes. Originally, he was very unhappy because of the slaves in the auction. Now he was ready to run away, but he was still stopped by someone, which made Taikawa, the time traveler, completely lose his patience. Now he just wanted to vent fiercely. "Humph, kid, hand over that fur tribe and all the money on you. Otherwise humph." The threatening words startled the snow leopard girl again, and her face was extremely panicked. This scene was seen by Taikawa, who exhaled heavily. "Since you want to rob me, you have to tell me your family name. After all, I have to know who robbed me." Hearing Taikawa's words, the leader laughed. "I will not change my name, and people will give me the nickname of war-slaying maniac and cruel Batu. I am not a pirate from the North Sea, I just came to participate in the auction. It is clear that you, a little guy living in the North Sea, don't know my name." His words made Taikawa's heart move. It seems that he is a pirate on the Grand Line. In this case, the bounty should be high, right? "I don't know how much the cruel Lord Batu wants in bounty." Batu showed a hint of pride when he heard this, and replied arrogantly, "I am a pirate with 100 million. After answering, he was very annoyed and immediately urged, "Why are you asking so many questions? Hurry up and send me what I want." 100 million. Taikawa's eyes were shining. This is really a piece of cake. It's just enough to get it done. Okay, 100 million Baileys is good. Shave. Taikawa's figure disappeared in an instant. Batu suddenly felt bad. He was so good at this kind of body movement. I have seen and learned it before. That is the skill of the Navy. Damn it, you bastard is actually a Navy. Shield, shield, spike shield. Just when Taikawa's heavy fist was about to fall on Batu, a huge shield full of spikes stood up in front of the two. Taikawa was shocked and quickly retracted his fist and stepped aside. Batu saw this and showed a trace of ferocity on his face. "Little devil, I have eaten the shield fruit. I am a shield man and can create all kinds of shields out of thin air. You, a Navy kid, dare to attack me. I will break all your bones. Please add to collection, bookshelf, praise, everything." Chapter 21. Taikawa's Treasure Box. Tisk Storm Kick. Since close combat is impossible, then attack from a distance. A blue slash appeared under Taikawa's feet and flew towards the spiked shield. Ah! A metallic friction sound was heard. Iron Hammer's storm kick directly chopped the spiked shield in half. Batu was not panicked at all. Shield, shield, rebound shield. A round shield formed by a halo instantly appeared in front of him. The storm kick fell on it, and the next second it was absorbed by the round shield, and then the original side was counterattacked without moving. Iron Hammer was shocked, but his subordinates were not slow to move, and he kicked out another storm kick. The two slashes collided in the air and disappeared. He, I didn't expect that you, a little Navy, can actually use the 6 styles. Kill you, and my bounty will increase again. Batu looked at Iron Hammer cruelly, and waved his right hand back. Countless pirates surrounded him. Humph, a mere pirate still wants to defeat the Navy. Iron Hammer was very unhappy after his 2 attacks were blocked, and he began to exude a fierce momentum. Batu was startled when he saw this, but then he thought that this was on their pirate ship, their home ground. What was he afraid of? Shield, 1,000 shields! Hold your shields, kill him for me! Dozens of shields appeared immediately, and the pirates, Kurami, each holding a shield, attacked Taikoi aggressively. Bang! Die! The sound of gunfire mixed with roars resounded throughout the deck. Iron block! Facing the sudden gunfire, Taikoi quickly moved the iron block to enter a defensive state. Bang! The defensive power of the iron block was still very amazing, and Taikoi was unscathed in the face of the gunfire. But he did not dare to neglect it at all, because the pirates had already rushed in front of him. The bright big knife was already coming towards his face. Die finger gun! A finger gun stabbed out, knocking down a little Kurami who came in front of him. The whole person turned into a nimble leopard and rushed out in the next second. Ray foot! Finger gun! The iron hammer fired at full power, and the rainfoot finger gun output desperately. In a moment, the pirate formation was completely broken up. This really pissed off Batu. You idiots, why do you use shields? Use the shield to push forward and reduce his space for movement. Batu is worthy of being the leader of the pirates with more than 100 million in the Grand Line. This command ability is very good. Sure enough, after hearing Batu's voice, the Kuramis who were originally a little chaotic began to raise their shields in an orderly manner. Facing the shield made of the shield fruit, the attack frequency of the iron hammer was instantly greatly reduced. Often, his finger gun can directly kill a small Kurami, but with the shield blocking it, his finger gun can only leave round holes on the heavy shield. Moreover, Taikoi found that these pirates were very skilled in using shields, and they could effectively use shields to defend themselves. Tisk! In this case, Taikoi directly set his sights on Batu, the ability user. As long as he was killed, these pirates would be defeated. But is it really that easy? Batu also saw Taikoi's gaze, and his ferocious smile made him look very scary. Navy kid, if you want to kill me, it depends on whether you have the ability. Serrated chain shield. As Batu used his ability, a prototype shield with serrations suddenly appeared in his hand, and the next second, Batu swung the shield and threw it at Taikoi. The serrated shield spun and rushed straight to Taikoi's face with a sound of breaking through the air. Iron block! Taikoi had no choice but to raise his arms and use the iron block to resist. Hiss hiss hiss! A sharp friction sound suddenly sounded. Taikoi was hit by Batu and retreated straight back, leaving 2 deep marks on the deck with his legs. Batu's move really made Taikoi a little confused. It made him doubt his life. Does a pirate with a bounty of 100 million have such strength these days? Rage instantly filled Taikoi's chest. Damn it, I don't believe I can't even deal with a small pirate with a bounty of over 100 million. Taikoi was really angry. He raised his right hand, and a faint white light lit up. As the light lit up, 2 pairs of boxing gloves suddenly appeared. Since you use a shield, it's normal for me to use a weapon. The violent boxing gloves have the same ability as the fists he gave to Sakazuki. It can greatly enhance the power of both fists. The power of the fist can even create a fist wind. Iron fist broken wind. Iron hammer put on boxing gloves on both hands and punched out fiercely. A fierce fist wind rolled up and knocked away a little Kurami who rushed in front of him. Although the shield could protect him from harm, it could not withstand the fierce fist wind, and he was blown away with the shield. This scene surprised Batu a little. While he was stunned, Iron Hammer had already moved. Broken wind machine gun continuous fire. Oh! Iron Hammer stood in a horse stance, and the next second he swung his fists out of after images, and the violent fist wind hit in all directions. Ah! Plop! For a moment, the camp of little Kurami was completely disrupted, and some were unlucky and were directly blown off the deck and fell into the water by the fist wind. Damn it! Seeing this, Batu cursed in a low voice, and swung the serrated chain shield again, throwing it at Iron Hammer to stop his attack. Humph, wishful thinking. Broken wind dragon eye. Facing the sudden attack of the sawtooth shield, the hammer did not retreat but advanced, put his fists together, and suddenly raised them forward to smash. The terrifying fist wind suddenly condensed into a terrifying airflow, which directly smashed towards the sawtooth shield. Boom! With a collision sound, the sawtooth shield was instantly blown away by the fist wind, and the sawtooth scattered. Ah! This was the wail of a poor guy who was stabbed by the sawtooth. It's not over yet, bastard! The hammer was in a dominant position and the ring on his right hand lit up again. This time, an iron long stick appeared. Holding the long stick with both hands, the hammer stared at Batu with angry eyes and shouted, "Grow longer, ye stick!" In the roar of the hammer, the iron stick seemed to come alive and stretched forward suddenly, and the speed was amazing. Not good. Shield rebound shield. Batu was terrified and quickly used the rebound shield that had previously rebounded Lan's kick. The iron rod hit the rebound shield without slowing down. Bang! A terrifying collision sounded, but this time the rebound shield instantly lit up and absorbed the impact, but when it wanted to rebound, it was found that the power of the iron rod was not reduced. Under the collision of the two forces, the iron rod began to make a very harsh sound. Asshole, break it! The iron hammer didn't care about the condition of the iron rod at all, and continued to use force, trying to directly penetrate Batu's rebound shield. But the next second, an unexpected situation occurred. Crack! Under the interaction of forces, the iron rod actually broke from the middle. Please collect, bookcase, like, everything. Thank you all readers for your support. Chapter 22 Hammer breaks the shield, the iron hammer wins. Damn it! Seeing his Ruyi stick broken and destroyed, Taikoi's eyes were bloodshot. You bastard, you actually destroyed my stick. I have to take you to exchange for money. Batu, are you polite? You had to hit me with a stick, and you blame me. You forced me to do this. Come out, Gatling gun with blue fire. Amid Taikoi's roar, a Gatling gun suddenly appeared, and the long bullet swung out a long track. This is a real bullet, not comparable to Zifa's rubber bullet. Die! Bang, 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 bang! Taiki successfully unlocked the blue fire achievement. Under his forging, this Gatling gun successfully obtained the attribute, Blue Fire Special Effect. It is a real blue fire Gatling gun. The bullets tilted wildly, and all the pirates raised their shields at the first time. Batu was no exception. He held a giant shield taller than him in front of him to block the bullets. Tu-tu-tu-tu-tu-tu-tu. Swish swish. Puff puff puff. In the fierce wave of bullets, the shields that Batu had made for his men before had begun to collapse. Even if the shields were extremely strong, they could not withstand the attack of 100 bullets per second. Blood mist instantly appeared on the deck. The Karamis whose shields were shattered could not even scream and turned into pieces of blood and flesh. Seeing this scene, Taikoi was a little dazed. The people who were alive the previous second turned into fragments the next second. Even though he had made sufficient preparations this year, he still felt a little bit of pity when he really saw it with his own eyes. The churning in his stomach made him stop the trigger. The sound stopped abruptly. The air was full of blood, and the broken limbs of pirates could be seen everywhere. Ugh! The next second, Taikoi bent over and vomited. Asshole, you killed all my men. Give me your life. Shield, shield, destroy the shield. In Batu's rage, a ghostly shield appeared. Batu no longer held back and stepped forward with the shield. Seeing this, Taikoi wiped his mouth and wanted to retreat quickly, but the churning taste in his stomach made his movements very slow. Die! Iron block! The big shield smashed down from top to bottom, and Taikoi had no choice but to use the iron block again. But the next second, he understood what the iron block law was. Bang! The shield smashed on Taikoi's head, and an explosion sounded instantly. The sky full of flames instantly enveloped Taikoi. Puff! In the explosion, Taikawi was blown high up, black smoke was still coming out of his mouth, and his clothes were torn to pieces. There was a big bump on his head, but after all, he used iron blocks, so he was not injured. Humph, Navy kid, my destruction shield will explode. Give me your life. After a successful attack, Batu became more fierce and attacked again with his shield raised. How dare Taikawi, who was spewing black smoke, let him get close. He shaved several times in a row and quickly opened the distance. But Batu was already ruthless at this time. No matter where Taikawi flashed, he would appear in the next second. You are a dog biting so hard. Moonstep. The Iron Hammer, who was chaste and had no temper, cursed angrily, his feet changed instantly, and he took a few steps in a row, and the whole person flew into the air. Seeing Taikawi escape into the air, Batu's face was full of unwillingness. Come down if you dare. Come up if you dare. Come down. Come up. The two men instantly turned into street hooligans, and neither could do anything to the other. But Taikawi knew that in the current situation, Batu must be killed. After all, he is worth 100 million, which fully meets the assessment requirements. But his shield fruit is really annoying. It has thorns when it is close, serrations when it is far away, and now it even explodes. How did this grandson develop the fruit ability so well? Thinking of this, Taikawi suddenly thought that he himself is also a fruit ability user. He immediately had a countermeasure in his mind. Shave. The Iron Hammer, which was still in the air, disappeared instantly, and appeared again above Batu. Batu was delighted when he saw this, and immediately swung the destruction shield in his hand upwards. Taikawi didn't tolerate him, clenched his right fist, and punched from top to bottom, but it was obviously a distance away from Batu, and only heard Taikawi's roar. Hammer hitting the bull from the air. The right fist hit the air heavily, and an invisible wave was generated instantly, hitting Batu with lightning speed. This time, Batu couldn't handle it. He thought, you bastard, you don't play by the rules. The violent wave directly blasted Batu away. He hit the deck heavily. Crack! The wooden board couldn't bear the violent impact at all, and a big hole was smashed. Batu was smashed into the cabin. Cough, cough, bastard! This blow made Batu spit blood. On the other hand, Taikawi was very satisfied with his masterpiece. He figured out this air hammering this year, and he didn't expect the effect to be so good on the first try. Not bad, not bad. Batu, surrender. Batu couldn't listen to this. He roared and rushed to the deck to fight with the hammer again. Sawtooth chain shield. The rotating sawtooth shield broke through the air. I'll hammer again. The air hammer appeared again. Although the sawtooth shield had amazing lethality, its texture was not as good as other shields. Facing the hammer, it was broken into pieces and turned into fragments on the ground. Batu was completely crazy. Countless shields appeared around him. Shield, shield, 10,000 shields. Boy die! Under Batu's rage, countless shields rose into the air and flew straight towards the hammer. Humph, I don't care how many shields you have. I will break them with force. Hammer 80 Destruction Strike. The veins on Taikawi's right arm bulged, and he punched hard. Invisible waves began to spread in all directions. Wherever it went, shields and decks were shattered. Taikawi, who was fighting fiercely, had no idea that the value of the Devil Fruit development ability on his panel had increased from 40 to 50. Under Taikawi's full-strength attack, Batu had no ability to resist, and the whole person was bombarded by the wave and vomited blood and fell down. He fell into a coma. Haha! Humph, little scum, you lost. Looking at Batu who was in a coma, Taikawi panted and mocked. But his tone was very happy, not for anything else, anyway, his assessment was done. Took out a chain from the ring, locked Batu and threw him onto the speedboat. This chain was also Taikawi's masterpiece. He mixed sea stone at the front of the chain to effectively suppress the ability user. For this reason, he was very careful, fearing that he would also touch the sea stone, and it took him a long time to get it done. Under the shocked eyes of the snow leopard girl, Taikui started the speedboat and drove quickly towards the Navy headquarters. Little did he know that everything that had just happened was seen by a seagull with a backpack on his body. Please collect, ask for bookshelf, ask for praise, ask for everything. Thank you all readers for your support. Chapter 23 The Wronged Soul Under Zifa's Iron Fist. Aren't you from Zhou? The snow leopard girl shook her head. After a day of sailing, she realized that the man in front of her was not a bad guy. Along the way, Taikui turned into a warm-hearted big brother, comforting the girl's heart little by little. Through communication, he knew that the snow leopard girl's name was Shirley. Well, I was not born in Zhou. My father came from the legendary Zhou Island, Butit's my mother, but she's just an ordinary person. According to my mother, my father went on a trip alone. Originally, our family lived happily together, but everything changed on that day. Dad, Mom. Shirley fell silent before she finished her words. Iron Hammer understood what happened without thinking. He clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth and said, "Damn human traffickers." Then he quickly comforted Shirley. "Shirley, you heard what he said before. I'm a Navy from the Navy headquarters. If you don't mind, you can go to Marinford with me. It's very safe there." Shirley nodded. "You saved me, I'll listen to you." Iron Hammer, oh, how can the pain in my heart go away so quickly? I hope that Vice Admiral Crane can help me when I return to the headquarters. The speedboat continued to drive towards Marinford at full speed. A few days later, the port of Marinford. Countless steel behemoths docked on the shore, and many small warships returned one after another. If Iron Hammer guessed correctly, they were all students who returned after completing the assessment mission. "Surely, this is Marinford, magnificent, isn't it?" Iron Hammer carried Batu, who was still unconscious, on his shoulders and pulled Shirley off the speedboat. Originally, Batu woke up once during the voyage, but Iron Hammer was quick-witted and fell unconscious again with one hammer. Well, full of iron and blood. Marinford is a steel fortress, which has a huge impact on people. Shirley looked at the eye-catching word justice as if she was greatly shocked. Iron Hammer patted her shoulder gently. Shirley nodded gently. After being comforted by Iron Hammer along the way, she was much calmer at this time. Looking at the steel castle full of murderous atmosphere in the distance, a trace of yearning appeared in her eyes. The combination of the pretender and the beast girl made the surrounding soldiers look sideways and began to whisper. "He is Iron Hammer, the fur girl is the one in the news." It should be, it seems that the news is right. He is the disciple of General Zifa, how could he do such a thing? Tisk tisk tisk, it's hard to say, after all, everyone is equal under beauty. Although the soldiers' whispers were low, who was Taikui? He was a little monster among the elites. A series of question marks appeared on Taikui's head. What news, what beauty? With doubts in mind, Taikui led Shirley towards the elite training camp. Unexpectedly, the further he went inside, the more people talked about it. Some patrol soldiers were stunned when they saw him and Shirley, with a look on their faces saying, "I know you, my friend." Taikui was confused and had no choice but to speed up his pace. He wanted to find Old Man Zifa to ask what happened during his absence and why the soldiers in this department became like this. He rode to the office building of the elite training camp at full speed. "Teacher Zifa, I'm back." A black shadow suddenly jumped out of the teaching building. "You bastard, you dare to come back? Take my heavy punch." "Iron Hammer, what's going on? Why did you beat him up as soon as you came back?" But Zifa's move was fast and fierce, leaving no chance for Iron Hammer to ask. Bang! The iron fist wrapped in layers of black silk directly punched Iron Hammer into the ground. A large deep pit appeared instantly. The person who came was Iron Hammer's teacher, Zifa. Well, it should be said that it was the furious teacher Zifa. What are you doing? When Shirley saw that Iron Hammer was injured, her originally silent face finally showed an expression. She was like a cat with its hair standing up, and she was grinning at the person who came. This scene really confused Zifa, and then he roared at the big pit with a face full of anger. Asshole Iron Hammer, how long are you going to stay down there? What bad habits are you, Li Wei Shemu Adao? Iron Hammer climbed out of the pit with difficulty. Because of his swollen face, he couldn't speak clearly. It would have been better if he didn't speak. As soon as Iron Hammer spoke, Zifa became even angrier. You bastard, I asked you to go out and complete the assessment, but you did such a shameful thing. Tell me the truth, what's the matter with this girl? Did you kidnap her back? Iron Hammer, I'm completely confused, what am I doing? No, Mr. Zifa, am I just that kind of person in your eyes? I'm a righteous navy anyway, how could I kidnap a girl? Zafel fell into deep thought after hearing this, but the anger on his face did not diminish at all. He reached into his arms and threw a newspaper on Iron Hammer's face. Then you bastard explain to me what's going on. Iron Hammer took the newspaper with a confused look on his face and opened it. On it were the figures of Iron Hammer and Shirley, and next to them was Batu, who was beaten into a pig's head by Iron Hammer. The new force of the Navy and the pirates with over 100 million yuan snatched the girl. Is it a change of justice or a distortion of human nature? Iron Hammer. Fuck asshole Morgans, isn't this a shrimp bullshit? This is a complete smear of the facts. You wait, I'm not done with you. It's not over until I pluck all the bird feathers from your body. Morgans, come on, albatrosses don't have much else, but they have a lot of hair and a hard bone. Seeing Taikawi's furious voice, Zifa also realized that this matter seemed to be fabricated by Morgans. Now his anger has subsided a little. But Taikawi brought back a strange girl during the assessment period after all, so he still had to ask. Tell me the truth, what did you do this time when you went out? Taikawi nodded hurriedly, and quickly told Shirley's experience, and also explained Batu's affairs. After listening, Zifa scratched his head and showed a hint of realization. Oh, so that's it, I blamed you wrongly. Damn bastard Zhangguo, I said how could my disciple make a mistake? Still a wise general, bah. Zhangguo, Miao Yu didn't say that at the time. Please collect, please put it on the bookshelf, please like, please everything. Thanks to all readers for their support. Chapter 24 Iron Hammer's Plan. Damn Garp, you still say that it must be because I was not strict enough in teaching, so you lingered in the outside world and fell into the arms of women. When he comes back, I will definitely knock his head hard. In Zifa's office, Iron Hammer, with a bruised face, rubbed his face helplessly. And Zifa cursed. It seems that he was really angry about this matter. As soon as Iron Hammer breathed a sigh of relief, a big hand was already on his head. I saw Zifa staring at him with a smile. You are good, kid, you actually hid so many good things privately and sold them outside. The harvest is not bad, right? Perspective glasses, invisibility hat. As he spoke, his eyes looked at Iron Hammer's right hand, and Iron Hammer was so scared that he quickly put his hand behind his back. There is also a ring that can store things. Taikawi, I always thought you were a very obedient child, but I didn't expect you to have so many little ideas. Taikawi was trembling all over when he saw Zifa's harmless smile, and explained again and again, listen to my explanation, teacher Zifa. Bang, what the hell, go explain it to my fist. Bang, although the things are all forged by you, you also know the value of these things and the considerations of the headquarters. So I hope you can take out a certain amount of things to sell to the headquarters. This is a good thing for you and for the headquarters. Faced with Zifa's humble persuasion, Taikawi agreed directly. Who asked him to make it in the forging room of the headquarters with the materials of the headquarters? Moreover, Lieutenant General he had told him before that the headquarters would pay for it. Most importantly, the preparations in the early stage are for better revenge in the later stage. Well, Taikawa never suffers. Finally, Iron Hammer handed over the 5 items to the headquarters for 200 million Baileys. Zeph was very happy about this and directly stated that he would cover all of Shirley's identity documents and some daily expenses. He picked up the Den Mushi and prepared to help Shirley solve the identity problem. If there is anyone in the Navy headquarters who can best solve the problem, it must be the Navy's think tank, the Chief of Staff of the headquarters, Ms. Crane. After Zephyr hung up the phone, Iron Hammer took Shirley directly to find Vice Admiral Crane. When he opened the door of Vice Admiral Crane's office, he saw her dealing with the pile of documents in front of her. "Excuse me, Vice Admiral Crane." Crane responded without raising his head, "Iron Hammer, right? Zifa has already told me about the fur girl. With your personal guarantee, her identity is fine. Now it's about her personal prospects. Is she directly included in my clerical work or join the second training camp and be assigned after graduation?" Iron Hammer was delighted to hear the 2 choices, saying that the beating was not in vain, and silently praised Zifa in his heart. "Surely, you should also join the training camp. By then, you will become very powerful. After all, Zifa's teaching is still very useful." "Well, it's just a little worse than the famous teacher Kaido." Shirley glanced at Iron Hammer timidly, and then looked at Ms. Crane, who was working hard. Ms. Crane was actually only 40 at this time, but she was already grey-haired due to years of work and the pressure brought by the sea. But by instinct, Shirley felt that the woman in front of her was a good person. "Taikawa. Is it so easy that I want to ask you if I join the training camp, can I see Taikawa every day?" The soft and tender tone makes people feel pity. Ms. He subconsciously raised her head and glanced at Shirley. It didn't matter that she looked at her, she was really shocked. Snow-white hair, 1.67 meters tall, delicate features, she is definitely a beauty. What a pretty girl, joining the Navy will definitely not disappoint you. If I were to say, you don't have to go to the training camp, just come to my command directly. If you want to go to sea, I can do it too. Ms. He's very gentle tone made Shirley smile slightly. But Shirley still wanted to be with Taikawa. "I want to follow him, he saved me." Ms. He frowned slightly and looked at Taikawa very unhappy. "Humph, you bastard, you saved her, and since she wants to follow you, let her go to the training camp with you." "Oh my god, there is such a big difference in attitude." Taikawa was ashamed. Then Taikawa got Shirley's identity certification from Ms. He, and after saying goodbye very respectfully, he took Shirley back to the boot camp. "Teacher Zifa, we are back." "Done." "Yes, Shirley will participate in the next training camp." "Very good, the talent of the fur tribe is still very good, and with training, they can definitely have strong combat power." Combat power, forget it." Teacher Zifa, is everyone back?" Taikawa just remembered that the people who participated in the graduation assessment have not come back yet. Hearing the voice, Zifa's face looked a little ugly. Taikawa's heart was also hanging. "No, I know that several people were killed." "Is it true?" "But including you, more than 40 people have returned. The fastest few returned in about 10 days. Some completed the assessment, and some were sent back because of injuries." "Ah." Zeph's tone became heavier, and Taikawa's face became gloomy. "On the contrary, it's great that you can directly capture a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million. Batu, who has the shield fruit, has relied on his strong defensive ability to sink many Navy warships in the Grand Line. You did a good job." If it were normal, Taikawa would be so happy to get a compliment from Teacher Zifa. However, half of the people are still in danger, so how can Taikawa be happy? "Teacher, I want to stay in Marinford." "Why?" Zeph felt Taikawa's low voice and was a little curious. "My forging ability can create many items with special abilities. This time I went out to sea and witnessed the darkness of the sea. In terms of combat ability, I am not as good as Sakazuki and the others, but I also have my advantage, that is iron making. I want to shine in Marinford, fully demonstrate my forging ability, and help the generals improve their combat effectiveness as much as possible. A trace of relief flashed in Zifa's eyes, but he still recognized the strength of the hammer. It was a bit unfair to let him stay in Marinford. You don't have to belittle yourself. Your strength and talent are also top-notch, but your temperament still lacks tempering. Your forging ability is indeed good. That sword alone has successfully led Old Man Kong astray. Speaking of Old Man Kong, Zifa shook his head helplessly. Now Old Man Kong goes to the training ground to find others to learn swordsmanship whenever he has time. How could he know any swordsmanship? He just relied on that long sword to chop blindly. It just so happens that the thing can swing out the same sword energy as a slash, which makes him win repeatedly, and he is so happy. Well, actually, Mr. Zifa, I am just too lazy to go out to sea. I am also a road idiot. If it weren't for Shirley's help, I would not be able to come back. Get out of here. No, Mr. Zifa, think about it carefully. Get out or not. A black color began to spread. Okay, I'll get out now. Please collect, please add to bookshelf, please like, please everything. Chapter 25 Graduation Speech. Half a month later, in the square of the recruit training camp, the senior and management of the Navy gathered together. On the high platform stood the Navy Marshal Kong, Admiral Sengoku, Chief Instructor Zifa, Chief of Staff Crane, and Vice Admiral Garp. And in the square below were the students of the first training camp. The three monsters were not included. Except for Durag, who followed Garp back to Marinford, the other two were out performing their respective tasks. As time went by, the graduation ceremony began as scheduled. A bunch of students walked up to the platform and were awarded military ranks by Kong, but the hammer in the team looked very depressed at this time. Originally, there were only 77 elite team members who returned at this time, and there were 7 people who did not complete the task. In other words, 20 people died directly in this assessment. Hammer, complete the assessment goal and kill a pirate with a bounty of 100 million Baileys alone. I grant the title of Colonel Hammer in the name of the Navy Marshal. After hearing this, Taikawa hurried forward. He found that Marshal Kong was very happy at this time, and he still had the long sword he hammered out on his waist. But Taikawa did not show any sign of happiness. He took the badge indifferently. Marshal Kong also saw that he was worried at this time. Taikawa, you have to know that this sea is cruel, and the justice we represent is heavy. Those colleagues who passed away sacrificed their lives for justice. All we can do is to move forward with the burden and not let their sacrifices go in vain. Then Marshal Kong personally put on the cloak of justice for Taikawa, which was a navy cloak representing the school level, and he was also the only colonel in this assessment. Although it was an elite training camp, many students graduated at the level of lieutenants and only a few could reach the level of majors. After all, they were all recruited from all over the world, and their ranks would be uniformly allocated at the headquarters. Once upon a time, Taikawa was very envious and wanted this cloak. But when he really put it on, he realized that this was not an honor, but more like a warning, telling him how hard it was to get this cloak. After doing all this, Marshal Kong patted Taikawa on the shoulder and said solemnly, "Wear justice, don't fall." Taikawa seemed to really understand the word justice at this moment, and nodded firmly. "Yes, Marshal Kong." After saying that, Taikawa was about to step down from the platform, but was stopped by Marshal Kong beside him. Marshal Kong also said to all the graduating students at this time, "Next, let our best graduate of this year give a speech." Taikawa looked at Marshal Kong with a confused face. What's the situation? No one told him about this in advance. Then he looked at Zifa beside him. Zifa looked at him with a sly smile. He realized that this was what he didn't tell him sincerely. "Taikawa, what are you still hesitating about? Speak quickly." Well, it's completely forcing him to do something. He can only face the challenge head-on. Taikui immediately stood where Marshal Kong had just stood, adjusted the angle of the microphone, saluted first, and waited until everyone returned the salute before he spoke. Good morning, colleagues and superiors. I'm sorry to take up your time and listen to some truths that you may have known for a long time. A simple opening speech. Everyone in the audience laughed softly, because this is the current situation of most speeches. Speakers always talk about some truths that everyone knows, and it's annoying to listen to them. Actually, I just knew that I was going to speak on stage. This is true. Teacher Zifa never mentioned to me that I needed to give a graduation speech. In an instant, the scene seemed to explode, and bursts of laughter came. Marshal Kong's face suddenly turned black, and he looked at Zifa with angry eyes. Zifa, who was still laughing, immediately stopped talking, but his twitching face meant that he was still laughing. But now that I'm here, I'll tell you about it. The sound of the hammer suddenly became serious, and the laughter on the field gradually subsided. During this sea test, I saw the chaos of the sea, the suffering of the people, and the rampant pirates. As a navy, I am a navy that wears justice, carries justice, executes justice, and defends justice. Our navy exists for the weak. When we execute justice, more people can survive because of us. On the contrary, if we fail justice, then those who could have survived may die. This is the meaning of our navy's existence, allowing more people to survive. As a navy, executing justice is how we prove the value of our existence. Maybe some people think that what I said is just empty talk. Anyone can say it. I want to tell you sincerely that it is not true. When I saved the girl, I felt proud and honored. But when I saw that our team of 100 people became 70 people, my heart was heavy. Marshal Kong just said something to me, and I deeply agree with it. This sea is cruel, and the justice we represent is heavy. Those colleagues who passed away sacrificed for justice. All we can do is to move forward with the burden and not let their sacrifice be in vain. Marshal Kong stood aside in awe. For a moment, the whole square was silent, and the words of the hammer pierced their hearts deeply. Our individual abilities are limited, so we have this place, this naval headquarters called Marinford. We have an elite training camp headed by Teacher Zifa. It is to better unite our strength, become the proof of the existence of the Navy, and become a long sword hanging over the darkness. This is the meaning of our existence, the meaning of the existence of the Navy, adhering to the wishes of our ancestors, carrying the burden forward, sweeping away the darkness on the sea, and returning this sea to light. Well said. Marshal Kong stepped forward and shouted loudly without adjusting the microphone. Although Taikui was improvising, his words were very powerful. With Marshal Kong taking the lead, the generals were no longer reserved, and began to shout and cheer. The trainees in the training camp looked at Taikui on the stage, showing excitement and clapping their hands desperately. What are they training hard for? Isn't it to gain stronger strength and wipe out the evil on this sea? Hey, Zifa, what Taikui said is good. Can you consider letting him board my ship? Kapu laughed and patted Zifa on the shoulder. Zifa turned back and glared at him fiercely, and shouted decisively. Taikui is my man, no one should think of snatching him away. Please add to collection, bookshelf, praise, everything. Thank you for your support. Chapter 26 The Popular Taikui. After the graduation ceremony, Taikui, who was successfully promoted to colonel, was honored to get his own house. Although it was not big, Taikui was very satisfied. This can be regarded as having a home that belongs to him on this sea. Look, he and Shirley are cleaning up. Don't ask why Shirley lives with Taikui. If you ask, Shirley will throw a tantrum and no one can say anything. But before the cleaning began, Taikui welcomed an old friend. Deregya, why are you coming to me instead of following Vice Admiral Garb to chase Roger's pirates? Iron Hammer looked helplessly at Dragon, who was holding a green cape in front of him. Well, Don't be like this, my friend. My cape was damaged by that bastard Jabba's axe in the previous battle. Can you help me fix it? There is no such thing as a visit without a request. Dragon interpreted this sentence vividly. Tisk, I knew you had nothing else to do with me. Take over the cape. Iron Hammer looked at him very unhappy. Hey, your speech yesterday was very good. Teacher Zifa was very satisfied, even the old man wanted to take you away and was beaten by him. At that time, he was standing behind Garp, watching his old man and Zifa teacher wrestling with each other, neither of them willing to give in. Iron Hammer shrugged helplessly when he heard this. He is just a small colonel now, and he will accept whatever the headquarters arranges. What else can he do? Leave the cloak here with me, and come and get it tomorrow. Hearing this, Dragon left very happily. But he came back soon, holding a lot of food and drinks in his hands. Hey, my friend, this is a belated congratulations, let's have a party. That's fine. Seeing Dragon come with a full load, Iron Hammer no longer refused. He called Shirley to move the food into the house together, and began to prepare to cook. Oh Dragon, why are you here? Iron Hammer, come out and move things. Just when the three were preparing to cook, two figures suddenly appeared. It was Zifa and he. At this time, Zifa was holding a lot of things, including food and drinks. Teacher Zifa, Vice Admiral he, why are you here? Zafel rolled his eyes at him. Isn't it because I know that you, a bastard, got a new house? I'm afraid you'll starve to death, so I specially brought you some food and daily necessities. It seems that someone thinks I'm redundant, so I'll leave now. Iron Hammer hurriedly stepped forward to take the things in Zifa's arms, and said repeatedly, How can I, Teacher Zifa, please come in. And Vice Admiral he on the side had already walked to Shirley's side, reaching out to touch Shirley's head. Shirley, tell me, why do you have to live with him? It's better to go with me. Shirley smiled. Brother Taikawi is a good man, and I feel safe with him. The words made Taikawi blush. He had talked to Shirley about her. Shirley was only 14 years old this year, a pure minor. He also felt that it was not good for Shirley to follow him, but Shirley only believed in him since he rescued her. Taikir had no choice. Lt. General he saw Shirley's firm attitude and said nothing more. He just glared at him fiercely again. This time, the team for eating changed from 3 to 5. Zifa and Ms. He were definitely not able to cook, and Durag didn't know how to cook. The responsibility of cooking can only fall on Taikawi. It is fortunate that Taikawi was single in his previous life and learned to cook, otherwise he would be at a loss. When the meal was ready, because the room was not cleaned yet, several people moved the table directly to the yard and prepared to eat. This is about the house assigned to Taikawi, which is a single-family villa. This was specially approved by Ms. He for Shirley to live comfortably. Taikawi was so touched when he learned about this. I have to say, Taikawi, your cooking skills are not bad. If you become a chef, you will definitely be famous. Zifa chewed a piece of meat with a hint of surprise on his face. Ms. He on the side couldn't help but look at Taikawi with admiration. I didn't expect that you, a blacksmith, could cook so well. Just then, someone else came. Taikawi Huo, are you eating? With a sturdy figure and a white beard, the man is the Admiral of the Navy, Kong Gangwu. In one hand he holds a long sword that is broken into 2 sections, and in the other hand he holds the sleeping Garp. Behind him is the angry Sengoku. Hazifa, Ziahe, why are you two here? Marshal Kong looks at the people eating and drinking, with a bewildered look on his face. Old Kong, since you are here, sit down and eat something. Taikawi, go and cook 2 more dishes. Sengoku, don't just stand there, find a chair and sit down. Marshal Kong took a bite of the dish, and the next second there was a cry of surprise. Even Zhang Guo was surprised, because he also thought that Taikawi's dishes were good. Very good Zifa, let Taikawi get on my ship. Suddenly a black shadow flashed. After a while, a piece of meat disappeared, and Garp, who was still sleeping, woke up. He was still biting a big piece of meat in his mouth. Zephyr's face turned black when he heard this, and even his fist turned black. Get out, Garp, the hammer must stay in the training camp, no one can use it. Don't be like this, Zifa, can you bear to see a good seedling being hidden like this? Have the heart. It is said that Garp is a thorn. He just provoked the marshal and the general, and then turned around and started to provoke Zifa. But this time there was a variable. Zephyr, since Garp is not successful, why don't you give the hammer to me? I promise that he will definitely succeed. I saw Sengoku looking at the hammer who was cooking with shining eyes. Zephyr was furious when he heard this. Okay, you two are all thinking about my people, right? You think I can't lift a knife, right? After saying that, Zifa took action directly, grabbing Zhangguo's beard with one hand and pinching Garp's head with the other. Garp and Zhangguo were not easy to deal with, and they fought back immediately. The three of them immediately wrestled together. When Taikawi came back with the dishes, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. The three pillars of the navy were entangled in an extremely exaggerated and twisted posture. That look made Taikawi seem to see the fire cloud evil god vs Yangguo and Xialong Nu in Kung Fu. Thank you for your great support. Chapter 27 The Power of the Wind-Breaking Gloves. That's enough, you guys. How old are you? Why are you still the same as when you first joined the training? The meal is here. Do you want to eat? Ms. Crane shouted helplessly. Marshal Kong looked at the three people in front of him with a smile on his face. Ms. Crane is the only one who can stop these three thorns in the navy. Even Marshal Kong is sometimes useless. Humph, it seems that for Xiao He's face, I won't bother with you two. Let me go quickly. I want to eat. Zeph spoke first, and he looked very proud. This stunned Garp and Sengoku, but when they thought about eating, they stopped. The three of them quickly found chairs to sit down and started eating. It seems that it's still not enough. I'll go and fry some more. Iron Hammer looked at the way the few people ate like a whirlwind, and walked into the kitchen very tactfully. This time, Dragon also followed. For some reason, Garp kept staring at him after he sat down, and he was so angry. Zeph, what are your plans for Hammer? Old Man Kong took a sip of sherry and asked leisurely. Zeph was silent for a while before speaking. I plan to let Hammer help with the training. You also know that some of the things he forged can help the 6-style practice very well. Old Man Kong nodded. He knew a lot about Hammer's forging ability. Shoes that can reduce weight, clothes, or shoes that increase weight. All can help people practice very well. But you can't ignore Hammer's own combat power. He has the ability of the Devil Fruit, and he is also a rare talent in combat ability. I specifically asked Morgans, that bastard, for the battle report at that time. In addition to using the ability of props, Hammer also developed his own fruit ability and his own strength very well. He even used a shock-wave ability like me. Zhangguo pushed his glasses, and the wisdom of the wise general was raised to the extreme at this moment. Well, what Sengoku said is right. I also know something about Batu. According to the feedback from the officers patrolling the Grand Line, he has developed the shield fruit to the extreme, and his defense and rebound abilities are endless. Not counting the New World, he is a strong player in the first half. The fact that Hammer can defeat him is undoubtedly the best reflection of his strength. Zeph was silent after hearing this. He knew that what Old Man Kong and Sengoku said were true. If you ask me. Shut up *2. Garp, who was standing aside, was about to speak when he was yelled at by Zephyr and Sengoku. You guys are also worrying about nothing. How old is Hammer? He is far from reaching his peak. And his personal wishes are also very important. Ms. Crane ate a piece of meat very elegantly and joined the discussion very rationally. Hearing her words, Zephyr showed a relieved smile, and then laughed. Looking at Marshal Kong and the other two, they were confused. Do you know what Taikawi told me before? The three shook their heads, only Ms. Crane guessed something and smiled helplessly. He said that he wanted to stay in the headquarters, make good use of his blacksmithing skills, and try to help every general fighting outside use special weapons. Ha 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 ha, now let's see how you two bastards can compete with me. Zeph's hearty laughter made Sengoku and Garp look crazy. I didn't expect that it was Taikawi himself who helped Zifa defeat the two of them. What's wrong, teacher Zifa? Why are you laughing so happily? At this time, Taikawi and Dragon came back with the dishes, looking at Zifa who was laughing and Sengoku Garp who looked gloomy and asked. It's okay, I just beat these two bastards once. Taiki looked curious, put down all the dishes and looked for he found a chair and sat down. Iron Hammer, the battle report says that you took out several weapons with special abilities. Ms. He looked at Iron Hammer with a deep look. Iron Hammer nodded, and then took out several things from the ring. This is the broken wind boxing gloves, which can trigger airflow to form fist wind when punching. Ruyi Stika, it's broken, but I can try to repair it, this thing can be extended freely. Sword Chi Long Sword, you all know it. As for this ring, it is my most proud work, with a 5 cubic meter storage space. Iron Hammer stretched out his right hand with a proud face, revealing the plain and simple ring on it. Zafar picked up the boxing gloves and looked at them again and again, and then seemed to remember something, his face darkened instantly. Well, kid, you left me either clothes or boots, and you kept all the good things yourself, right? Feeling Zifa's anger, Iron Hammer trembled all over and showed an awkward smile. Teacher Zifa, these are my life-saving things. Zafar put the gloves into his arms and muttered, I'm confiscating these gloves, go to my office to get a receipt, and then get the money from the logistics department. Zafar's behavior was seen by the remaining 3 old men. Marshal Kong took the sword away directly. Sengoku and Garp looked at each other in surprise, and finally set their hungry eyes on Taikawi. No, can you two stop looking at me like that, I'm scared. The two of them completely ignored Taikawi's wailing and came to him from the left and right. Tell me quickly, do you have any more? Look, Zifa and Old Man Kong both have them, but we don't. It's not suitable, don't worry, the price must be fair. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content later. Taikawi wanted to cry but had no tears, so he could only take out another glove from the ring. This is the last pair of gloves. There are no more. At that time, I made these things to cope with the assessment. Zengakuo and Garp used their observation haki to their full potential, fearing that Taikawi would be afraid of them. You two have enough. Is this how to use observation haki? Feeling the full power observation haki of the two, Ms. Crane shook her head helplessly. But her words made Zifa's eyes light up. Ziahe, you are still smart. Next time this kid talks to me, I will use my observation haki. Zeph glared at Taikawi fiercely. It made Taikawi speechless to the extreme. Asshole Garp, give me the gloves. No. Zengakuo and Garp on the side began to fight for the remaining gloves again. Hehe, I am still the best. I got a pair. Zeph smiled and put on the gloves. While moving his fingers, he taunted Garp and Sengoku. This caused dissatisfaction among the two, and they rushed towards Zephyr in unison the next second. Hey, what's this called? Oh, yes, broken wind. Take my punch. Zephyr did not retreat but advanced, punching out with his right fist with a glove. A gust of wind appeared instantly. No, protect the table. Marshal Kong made a prompt decision and grabbed a huge wooden board from the side and placed it across the dining table. Zephyr's fist wind was much more exaggerated than that of the hammer. Even Garp and Sengoku were stopped by the fist wind, and both stretched out their arms and crossed them in front of them to resist. But Zephyr was not afraid of trouble, and saw that the fist wind was so fierce, he grinned. "Asshole Zephyr!" Amid Marshal Kong's angry roar, his left fist was also swung out. The next second, the winds from the left and right fists gathered together to form a compressed airflow. The air bomb was formed. Garp and Sengoku were the first to suffer, and the two were blown away directly. Then it was Old Man Kong. The wooden board could not withstand the impact of the airflow at all and shattered in an instant. The dining table was rolled up together. Iron Hammer quickly protected Shirley behind him and activated the iron block secret. Drag and Ms. Crane also entered a defensive posture. Boom! The howling wind swept directly across Iron Hammer's new home. Chapter 28 Charcoal Mummy. A mess. The scene can only be described as a mess. Zeph's fist wind directly destroyed the wooden board in Marshal Kong's hand. Countless wood chips drowned the table of food. Fortunately, Taikui and his men dodged quickly, otherwise they would have had their share of the sawdust. On the other hand, Garp and Sengoku were hit by the punch, and now their clothes were torn into rags. It looked very funny. The most unlucky one was Marshal Kong, who was given a new look. The sawdust was all over his body, on his hair and beard, and even on his clothes. "You three bastards!" In the thunderous roar of Marshal Kong, the three pillars shuddered fiercely. The days were dull for a while. During these days, Taikui went straight into his studio, the forging room. First, he helped his friends Drago and Marshal Kong to repair the damaged. After repairing the items, he began to work on the ironwork. Until Zifa sent someone to invite him, the grey-stained iron hammer came out of the forging room. "Teacher Zifa, I didn't expect you to not even take a vacation now. The first batch has just graduated, and the second batch of recruits has started training again. Come to the training camp." Zafar, who was originally stern, put down his teaching stick after seeing Iron Hammer coming, and shouted to the second batch of students, "Stand at attention at ease." In an instant, all the soldiers stood up straight, and then slowly relaxed. Iron Hammer, with a stained face, looked at the 100 elites in front of him and asked Zifa, "Are there any interesting newcomers in this batch?" After speaking, Iron Hammer looked at the square. He really saw a familiar face at a glance. Ghost Spider, Doberman, Flying Squirrel, Fire Mountain, Stolobiri, Dalmesia, several future elite lieutenant generals. There was also the figure of Manly, who was Vice Admiral Tsuru's sister, one of the future candidates for the Admiral of the Navy, Momoto Buyun. Beside her stood a man with a very unique appearance. His wretched appearance made Taikui see at a glance that he was also the future candidate for the Admiral, Shitan Kaji. Of course, there was also the fur girl Shirley who came in with Taikui's relationship. Ha 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 ha, yes, and there are many geniuses in this period. Although they are not as good as those three monsters, some of them can even be compared with your talent. Come, let me introduce you to the chief of the previous term, Colonel Taikui of the headquarters. Everyone's eyes fell on Taikui. Looking at his stains, many people showed a trace of contempt in their eyes. Only a few people with extraordinary talents flashed a trace of solemnity in their eyes, because in their eyes, although Taikui was covered with stains, he unconsciously exuded a breath, that was the breath of a strong man. "Don't just stand there, Taikui, say hello." Seeing Taikui's dazed look, Zifa was so angry that he pushed Taikui to the edge of the platform. Taikui staggered, stood firm, looked at Zifa with a very resentful look, and then turned his eyes to the younger students below. My name is Taikui, I'm 19 years old this year. That's all." Zef looked at Taikui with a suffocating face. Didn't this kid say a lot in his graduation speech? Why is there no more words today? The students on the field were also collectively stunned, and then the next second. Ha 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 ha. Too funny, where did teacher Zifa find such a funny guy? It's okay to have a black face, but what's your name Taikui ha ha ha. The crazy laughter instantly resounded throughout the training square. Even Yuan and the others couldn't help laughing. Zifa's face darkened, and he glared at Taikawi with anger. "Asshole Taikawi, look at what you did. Deal with them, or you know the consequences." Listening to the familiar threat of Zifa, Taikawi scratched his head and jumped off the platform. He showed a slightly ferocious smile to the people who were still laughing. Yuan was the first to find something wrong. Because she saw Taikawi, who was 3 meters tall, with a flash of light on his right hand, and a long-handled weapon similar to a fork appeared in his hand. "Be careful!" Yuan's exclamation followed. But the people in front of the team were still laughing, and they didn't realize that the crisis was coming quietly. Taikawi waved the trident in his hand, which was a weapon he made in the shape of the trident of the Sea King. The ability granted by the critical strike is Chain Lightning. The trident stretched forward, a dazzling white light appeared out of thin air, and the first person in front of the team was hit directly. Crack! Ah! A crisp sound of lightning sounded, accompanied by a scream. The student instantly vomited black smoke, fell down with a black body, and turned into a charcoal mummy. The laughter in the field was instantly stopped by this scream. I saw a trace of hideousness on Taikawi's face. The next second his figure disappeared in front of everyone. At this moment, everyone, including Yuan, felt a chill in their hearts. "Laugh, weren't you very happy just now? I stab!" The sound and figure of Taikawi appeared again, and the trident appeared in front of a student with a residual image. Crack! Ah! The sound of lightning and screams sounded again. Another charcoal mummy appeared. 6 styles, shave. Flying Squirrel and others' eyes suddenly became serious. The speed of the hammer made him see at a glance that it was the Navy 6 styles. But they haven't learned this skill yet. Zephyr looked at the scene in front of him with satisfaction, and laughed and scolded. "Hammer, I'll give you 5 minutes to knock them all down, otherwise I'll take half of what you've forged during this period." Hammer was completely speechless after hearing this. He was originally used as a whetstone for this class of students, and now he covets his treasures. Alas, hateful old man! That's a pity, Mr. Zifa, you can't take the stuff this time. After the words fell, Taikawi showed a trace of seriousness on his face, and waved the trident faster, bringing up a cloud of dust. "Everyone be careful, that is the latest weapon made by Brother Taikawi, the trident, which can discharge electricity, just like the talent of the Fur tribe. And he himself is the ability user of the hammer fruit, and his combat power is not inferior to the 3 monsters of the first generation." As the person who knows Taikawi best, Shirley exposed Taikawi's past in an instant. "Shirley, this is too much, you just exposed my past like this." Iron Hammer shook his head helplessly, and the next second he crossed the crowd and came to Shirley. The trident swept out. Shirley squatted down calmly to avoid the sweep, and then the whole person moved like a rabbit, rushed forward to Iron Hammer, and punched at Iron Hammer's face. Seeing Shirley's attacking posture, Iron Hammer and Zifa both nodded and cheered. Shirley has been following Vice Admiral Tsuru these days. Vice Admiral Tsuru used her superhuman type wash fruit ability to put Shirley's heart. The painful emotions in her heart were completely washed away, allowing her to be reborn. And under the training of Vice Admiral Crane, she began to gradually understand the abilities and skills of the Fur tribe. In just a dozen days, she has improved her strength by several levels, and can even use the Fur tribe's inherent discharge talent. It is not an exaggeration to describe her as a genius. Please add to my collection, bookshelf, like, and everything. Thank you all readers for your support. Chapter 29. A big stone is broken in the chest. Too naive. Shirley, lie down honestly. Although Taikawi is very satisfied with Shirley's growth, he can't hold back now. After all, those treasures were knocked out by him one hammer at a time, and he can't let old Zifa take advantage. I saw that Taikawi was not afraid of Shirley's claw attack at all. The fruit ability was activated instantly, and a muffled sound suddenly came out of his chest. A big stone is broken in the chest. With a muffled sound, an invisible shock wave spread from Taikawi's chest to the surroundings. This is the newly invented fruit ability of Taikawi, which uses itself as a medium to trigger the hammer effect, turning the hammer into a circular shock wave. Shirley was caught off guard and was directly blown away by the shock wave. After landing, she felt her blood surging, and she sat on the ground while trembling all over, losing her ability to fight. The surrounding students were also pushed back several meters by the shock wave. For a moment, Taikawi's area became an uninhabited area. Fang, stab! Just then, a figure rushed forward, his hands flashing with cold light. Unleashing all his strength, he left a trail of afterimages. The man was Dalmizio. At this moment, his upper body muscles were bulging, tearing his shirt apart. The bronze skin was covered with spotted fur, and his 10 fingers grew extremely sharp nails. The legs turned into the powerful hind limbs of canines. It was the animal system, dog fruit, Dalmatian form. Come on! Iron block! Facing the afterimages all over the sky, Iron Hammer shouted and took it with his body. The full fire attack faced the full fire iron block. This time, the iron block was harder. Dalmizio's attack was completely unable to break through the defense. Iron Hammer only paid the price of a piece of clothing and took his full strength attack without injury. You also take my attack. Hit the cow across the mountain. The Iron Hammer is not a lamb to be slaughtered. The iron block is released, the right fist is clenched, and a punch is punched in the air sideways. Bang! A very pleasant hammering sound suddenly sounded, and the next second a fierce shock wave went straight towards Dalmizio. Not good. Dalmizio's animal instinct told him that he couldn't take the blow head-on. But when he wanted to dodge, he found that the hammer's attack had a very wide coverage area and he had no way to avoid it. In desperation, he could only raise his arms and take the blow head-on. But the hammer's attack power was beyond his understanding. The shock wave ruthlessly blew him away. Although the animal fruit gave him a strong physical fitness, he had no way to deal with the shock wave that could hit his internal organs. Dalmizio vomited blood and fell into a coma. Seeing this, the others did not dare to hold back and attacked the hammer with fists, feet, swords, and knives. Look at me, I'm invincible. All of you fall down. Iron Hammer was full of heroic spirit, and the trident in his hand stabbed out continuously with lightning speed. Each strike would bring a thunderclap, and at the same time a charcoal mummy would appear in the field. With the continuous thunderclaps, Iron Hammer completely entered the realm of unparalleled. In an instant, the number of people in the field was cleared to less than 10. And the remaining few people were all future pillars of the navy that Iron Hammer could call out by name. Yuan, Jiaji, Flying Squirrel, Ghost Spider, Doberman, Stolobiri, Huashaishan. There were 7 people in total. It seems that the few people with good talents mentioned by teacher Zifa are you. Oh, no, Shirley and that dog man are not bad either. Unfortunately, you met me. Iron Hammer's faint voice exuded endless arrogance. Humph, what are you arrogant about? One sword flow, sunset glow. Yuan took the lead, and the long sword in his hand was Jinchinkyu, the 21st level fast sword. Jinchinkyu, with all his strength, brought up several sword lights to cover Taikawi. What a cruel little sister, what a pity! Taikawi muttered to himself. When Taikawi saw Taikawi, he was stunned. Nearly 2 meters tall, slender figure, youthful and beautiful appearance. Ah, Taikawi is in love. Yan! The sound of weapons colliding rang out, and the trident and Jinchinkyu were shrouded in a mess. Taikawi suddenly felt a huge force passing through Jinchinkyu to her hands, and her hands holding the sword were numb for a while. What kind of strange power is this? Are you still watching the show? Why don't you come together? Taikawi roared. The others started to take action one after another. Kaji took the lead. As a loyal supporter of Yu Yuan, Jiaji has always been by Yu Yuan's side. Seeing that the goddess in his mind was frustrated, Jiaji was furious. Whether you are an iron hammer or a copper hammer, if you dare to mess with Yu Yuan, I will make you look good. Jiaji rushed towards the iron hammer at a very fast speed. The muscles in his arms bulged, and the whole person instantly got rid of his wretched temperament, thus showing a fierce momentum. Unfortunately, his opponent was the iron hammer. As a senior blacksmith, the iron hammer knew a truth. That is, good iron must be hammered and chiseled thousands of times. Humph! Little hammer 40 bang. Facing Jiaji's impact, the iron hammer squatted down with his legs to form a horse stance, and the whole body was condensed. The trident seemed to have turned into a war hammer at this moment. Under the swing of the iron hammer, the trident brought a trace of breaking air and bombarded Jiaji's abdomen at an extremely tricky angle. The terrifying hammering made Kaji's eyes turn white instantly. He was blown away at a speed faster than he rushed forward without making a sound, and fell into a coma. This scene made the rest of the people feel cold under their feet, and they dared not hold back anymore. 6 people, including Yu Yuan, attacked Taikui one after another. It's funny to say that except for Kaji and Dalmizio, the others all used swords. Taikui raised the trident to block the sword moves of several people. Looking at the sword marks on the trident, he sighed. You are indeed elites. You have already touched the threshold of cutting iron. What a pity! Just when they didn't understand what was a pity about Taikui, they saw the trident magically disappear, replaced by 2 standard long swords. A series of greetings appeared above their heads. A thought flashed through their minds, could this person be a swordsman? When Zifa saw Taikui take out the long sword, his mouth twitched, and he rushed out the next second. Asshole Taikui, wait for me for a moment. Taiki was stunned for a moment, and so were the 6 people from the garden. Zifa moved the charcoal mummies and unconscious students on the field far away from Taikui as fast as lightning. After doing all this, Zifa panted slightly and said, "Okay, you continue." Just when the people from the garden didn't understand, Taikui told them what horror and madness meant. Taikui held the sword in both hands, and the next second he began to chop randomly without any rules. In the horrified expressions of the 6 people, countless sword chi rose out of thin air, pouring down on them with terrifying destructive power. Chapter 30 Iron Hammer's Armament Haki. The dust cleared, and the training ground that was originally full of passion and vitality had become unrecognizable. There were sword marks and potholes everywhere. The culprit who caused all this was smiling at the 6 naval elites in front of him who were already covered in wounds. Ha! Ha! Heavy breathing was coming out of their mouths. The pain and shock had made their nerves numb, and their eyes were full of confusion when they looked at Iron Hammer. That is not a slash, it's the so-called sword energy. I learned about it from Sister Crane. As a gardener who has always lived in the headquarters, she still has some knowledge. She has heard the name of Iron Hammer from Vice Admiral Crane more than once. Sword energy. So terrifying. Ghost Spider's face was very ugly. He had no ability to resist and lost, which made him a little difficult to accept for a while. Pa, pa, pa. Zifa clapped his hands and walked to Taikui. You did a good job, Taikui. Can you also repair my playground? Taiki's smile instantly collapsed when he heard this. Teacher Zifa, I was creating new things when you caught me as a laborer. Now you actually want me to help repair the square. Taiki was speechless. Tisk, I just asked you to beat them all. Who told you to make my playground like this? You still think you're right? Humph, repair it or not? Zifa was very unhappy and showed the black domineering aura wrapped around his fist. This is Zifa's trump card, which is very useful every time against Taikui. But accidents always appear at the corner. Taiki's face was full of dissatisfaction. He snorted, raised his right fist, clenched it, and an invisible force began to spread. I saw a faint black and purple color also began to wrap around Taikui's right fist. Zepha's eyes widened instantly. Armament haki. All those who were not unconscious also widened their eyes. Zepha touched Taikui's right fist with his fist covered with armament haki in disbelief. Duan. A crisp sound rang out, which was the collision between the two haki. Fuck, when did you master armament haki, you bastard Taikui? Zepha looked at Taikui with excitement. Just these few days, humph, teacher Zifa, don't think about scaring me with armament haki anymore, now I have it too. Taikui felt that his back was straightened instantly. It's just that arrogance is often accompanied by a more painful failure. Sure enough, as soon as he said this, Zif's face turned black instantly. Little brat, don't think you can be arrogant in front of me just because you have mastered the armament haki. How do you think I got the name Black Arm? The big hand covered with armament haki grabbed Taikui's fist. Ouch! Although it was also covered with armament haki, Taikui's armament haki was like a fragile baby in front of Zifa. He was directly crushed by Zifa. I was wrong, Zifa-sensei. Taichui begged for mercy instantly. Having lived 2 lives, he knew the way to survive. He originally knew that his armament haki had just awakened and he was definitely not a match for Zifa-sensei. But he still showed off a little, just to show off his ability. So that Zifa-sensei would not call him for no reason. He is very busy. Seeing Taikui admit his defeat, Zifa let him go with great comfort. Good boy, you awakened the armament haki without knowing it. I was planning to wait for you to come to me. It seems that your talent is indeed capable of taking on great responsibilities. When did you awaken? Iron Hammer looked at the joy in Zifa's eyes and was also happy. He rubbed his wrist to relieve the pain. When I was forging iron yesterday, I was highly focused and felt something in my body break open. Then armament haki appeared on my hand. Although it was very weak, I can use it now. Then he stretched out his right hand, and a black and purple armament haki covered his palm again. Zeph nodded with satisfaction. As a person who made a name for himself in the world with armament haki, he was very happy to see his disciple awaken the armament haki, not to mention that Iron Hammer was only 19 years old this year. Having mastered the 6 styles and armament haki, he can definitely take on the position of Brigadier General. Very good. Your current combat power is not much inferior to some brigadiers in the headquarters, but you should not be too happy. Awakening the armament haki only puts you on the road to becoming a strong man, and this road is very bumpy. Tisk, my goal is not to go out to sea to suppress bandits, my goal is to be the logistics manager of the headquarters, and then you, Mr. Zifa, will have to bow to me. Asshole! I think you are itching. You are only 19 years old and you have mastered the 6 styles and armament haki, and you actually told me that your goal is not a general or a marshal, but a logistics manager. Listening to the conversation between the two, the students seemed to be greatly stimulated. At the age of 19, the genius who mastered the 6 styles and armament haki was right in front of them. Once upon a time, they all thought they were geniuses. Otherwise they would not have been summoned by the headquarters to participate in the elite training camp. You should know that this training camp has another title, the General Officer Training Camp. Anyone who walks out of this training camp is a good player and can get a good position in the headquarters. Even Kaji and Yun widened their eyes. They have always lived in the headquarters and claimed to be geniuses, but now the real genius, oh, no, it should be called a monster. A real monster is right in front of them, and the impact of this gap is too great. Old man, don't go too far. If you hit me in the face again, I will fight back. Little bastard, come if you can. You forced me. Arm hit the cow from a distance. Just when everyone was stunned, because Zifa repeatedly slapped Taiku's head and face, Taiku was very angry. So he officially declared war on Zifa. The hammer fruit was activated, and the shock wave wrapped in the armed color domineering instantly hammered out from Taiku's right fist. Looking at the huge shock wave, Zifa's eyes lit up, and he did not retreat but advanced. Come on! Today I will teach you a lesson. The fist wrapped in deep black, smashed the shock wave with one punch. Seeing this, Taikui exerted force with both feet, and stepped on the ground with full force to create two big holes. The next second, Taikui rushed towards Zifa like a cannonball. Shave. The sixth style, shaving, was launched suddenly, and he came to the top of Zifa. He put his fists together, and with full strength, he smashed towards Zifa with a great force. Hammer 80. Child's play. Zifa still punched out. The two armed color domineering collided in the air and entangled with each other. Although Taikui's armed color domineering had just awakened not long ago, he still had the armed color domineering dot with its powerful characteristics and the power of the hammer itself. It was able to tie with Zifa's single fist for a while. Please add it to your collection, bookshelf, like it, everything. Chapter 31 Gravity Gun. Tisk. Razor. The hammer spat unhappily, exerted force with his feet, and the whole person formed a sharp track in the air. Zifa laughed when he saw this. 6 styles can be used in combination. He smiled, but his hands were merciless. He exerted force with his feet, and the whole person began to move quickly, chasing the hammer and beating him. Too much, old man. Ray kick, hammer. The hammer looked at the approaching Zifa and felt a chill in his heart. He raised his right foot high and then dropped it, and a fierce slash hit from top to bottom. This storm kick actually turned the original slash into a powerful hammer strike after the fusion of the hammer fruit, which fully combined the slash and the strength of the hammer. Very good, keep hammering, let me see where your limit is. Zeph was getting more and more satisfied, and his offensive became more and more fierce. The two collided several times in the air, and the airflow from the explosion directly shook the people from the garden, who collapsed on the ground away. Monster! Flying Squirrel's eyes flashed with deep shock, and he uttered a word unconsciously. His words made the others deeply agree. Ghost Spider, Doberman, you two are following Major General Sakaski. Who do you think is stronger, the current hammer or Sakaski? Hua Shaishan asked Ghost Spider with a serious face. Ghost Spider and Doberman are from the North Sea Navy, and they are under the command of Sakaski. It was Sakaski who nominated them to come to the headquarters for training this time. If we look at the current situation, Major General Sakaski should be stronger. After all, the strength of the natural fruit needs no explanation. Although he has mastered the armament haki, Ghost Spider's words are still quite pertinent. In his eyes, Sakaski's strength is extraordinary, and the ability of the fruit that can destroy the world is too terrifying. Has Sakaski mastered the armament haki? Yuan, who was standing by, expressed a different opinion. Everyone was stunned, and then looked at Ghost Spider, waiting for his answer. Ghost Spider shook his head, no. Alas, it's still a monster. Old man, you forced me, I'm going to use all my strength. The iron hammer, which had been suppressed by Zifa, was gradually beaten into a real fire, and anger flashed in his eyes. Look at my latest masterpiece, gravity gun. The iron hammer flew back, and the light on the ring flashed, and a very strange weapon appeared in his hand. It looks like a big trumpet, very strange. As Taiku pressed the trigger, a purple light suddenly appeared in the trumpet. The next second, a purple wave directly enveloped Zifa. Zafel suddenly felt his whole body sink and fell to the ground. This thing is good, 10 times the gravity. Zafel moved his body and felt that his weight had increased tenfold. Of course, this was not a big problem for him. The veins on his strong body were knotted, and Zifa showed a grim smile. Anything else, Taiku? Looking at Zifa's smile, Taiku's heart trembled suddenly. Damn, this doesn't work. Then we can only use the ultimate move. When everyone, including Zifa, heard the word ultimate move, their hearts moved, and several eyes fell on Taiku. They wanted to see his ultimate move. Who would have thought that everyone's mouths dropped to the ground in shock the next second? Teacher, I lost. Please hit me gently. Iron Hammer admitted defeat without hesitation, then squatted down with his hands on his head, waiting for Zifa to hit him. Zifa was furious, and didn't care about the 10 times gravity on his body, and came to Iron Hammer step by step. The big hand covered with armed color domineering slapped Iron Hammer. Zifa showed no mercy in this attack. After a scream, Iron Hammer was overturned to the ground, followed by a violent beating. The next day. You weaklings, 10 times gravity is not enough. Look at this bastard Iron Hammer, 10 times gravity is just a small thing for him. Why are you so weak? Zifa held the gravity gun with a smug face, looking at the 100 students and Iron Hammer who were shrouded in gravity in front of him. For a normal person, suddenly bearing the pressure of 10 times gravity, it is impossible to move. Everyone at the moment is a good example. Whether it is the talented people in the academy or the ordinary elite students, they are all the same, suppressed and unable to move. Only Taikawi is repairing the playground with them under 10 times the pressure, and spits at Zifa from time to time. Ha 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 ha, Taikawi, this gravity gun is very useful, it belongs to me in the future. Okay, 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 it belongs to you, it all belongs to you. Next time if I take out something in front of you, I will be a fool. Taikawi is so angry, he can't beat him, and he can't run away. His status is not as good as Zifa, the dead old man. Life is bleak. Chief Instructor Zifa. Just then a messenger came to Zifa and said a few words to him. Zifa nodded. Iron Hammer, go to Zhangguo, he has something to ask you. Iron Hammer raised his head after hearing this, his face full of confusion. He was a small colonel, why did he ask him? What for, didn't you hear what I said? Go. Zifa released his gravity, and Iron Hammer felt his body lighten and stretched his body. My dear, there is more to this chapter, please click on the next page to continue reading, the latter is more exciting. Why are you looking for me really? One or two of them are so troublesome. Iron Hammer muttered speechlessly and walked towards the general's office, leaving behind a group of students watching him leave enviously. What are you looking at, you weaklings? You can't even stand 10 times the gravity humph. Everyone! General Zhangguo, you're looking for me. Hey, Vice Admiral He, you're here too. Iron Hammer walked into the general's office. Zhangguo and he had been waiting for him for a long time. Iron Hammer, tell me the truth, are the perspective glasses and invisible hats that appeared at the North Sea Hydra auction from your hands? Hey! Iron Hammer was shocked and cried out, it's broken. Listen to my explanation, General Zhangguo. It's really your masterpiece. Zhangguo stood up suddenly, and a trace of golden light emanated from his straight body. Ms. He still had a smile on her face, but a gleam of brilliance flashed in her eyes. No, I did that to complete the assessment. Zhangguo raised his hand to interrupt him. I didn't call you here to scold you. Here's what happened. After Taikawi left, the invisibility had caused a series of disputes. It was originally just a dispute within the kingdom of Stanford, but in the end it actually attracted the attention of criminals outside the kingdom. According to Sakaski's report, the entire kingdom of Stanford suffered a very strong blow. Among them, there was a team that attracted his attention, that is, Germa 66. The invisibility hat was also taken away by Vinsmoke Judge, the current controller of Germa 66. A Germa 66 Vinsmoke Judge. Zhangguo nodded, looked at Vice Admiral Tsuru, and spoke again. He was originally a researcher who belonged to the illegal research team MADS, but he fled after the leading scientist was arrested by the world government. I didn't expect that after he returned to the North Sea, he actually rebuilt Germa 66 and participated in the war. Tai Kim, I called you here this time because I have a mission for you. Iron Hammer. I knew it was bad luck. Please add it to your collection, bookshelf, like it, everything. Thank you for your support, readers. Chapter 32 Gun Modification, Continuous Fire, Expansion. Can I not go? No. Although Zhang Guo had not been in contact with Iron Hammer for a long time, he knew Iron Hammer's situation very well. Right now, there is no extra combat power in the headquarters to go to the North Sea. Only you are strong enough and are on vacation. This mission is not very difficult. I just need you to find out the dynamics of Germa 66. According to Sakaski's report, Germa 66 seems to have some big moves, and we must understand it clearly. Zhang Guo's words were very firm, and he would not allow Iron Hammer to refuse at all. What about the manpower? It's not like I should go alone this time. I don't want to take a speedboat again. Of course, I will assign you a school-level warship and 100 soldiers. After all, your goal is not to attack Germa 66. There is one of your colleagues there. Iron Hammer. They are all old men. But when it comes to colleagues, Iron Hammer can't help but flash through one picture after another in his mind, wondering which lucky guy it is. Okay. What can I say? A higher rank can crush a person. Zhang Guo looked at Iron Hammer's helpless look and scolded him with a smile. You little bastard, you are obviously talented, even Zifa praises you, but you are full of salty fish. It's just a very easy patrol mission, just be honest. Iron Hammer was very unhappy after receiving the death order. It's so dangerous to go out to sea. Last time, he was almost killed by a dangerous task with a shield. Ah! Watching Iron Hammer leave helplessly, Zhang Guo laughed. Xiao He, you are right. This kid just lacks practice. He is obviously very strong but very lazy. According to Zifa's description, this kid has already mastered the basic armed color domineering and is very proficient in the use of the 6 styles. Lieutenant General Tsuru nodded. Young people still need to exercise, but Iron Hammer is focused on forging iron, so he needs to hammer it. But I have to say that this kid's ability is really magical, and the various strange props always surprise people. Zhang Guo deeply agreed with this. Old Kong still has the long sword hanging around his waist. After Taikawi left, he first returned to the workshop to take away a lot of things, then went home to take a shower, and finally came to the port. A medium-sized warship has docked at the port. A familiar figure is in front of him. Hey, Taikawi. Taiki looked over. Lance, you are the one General Zhang Guo told me about. Yes, this person is Lance, the one whose first Dao power value is 300. Ha ha ha, it's me. Others are already preparing, just waiting for you. Taiki looked at the busy soldiers on the warship and couldn't help but admire. As expected of the headquarters soldiers, this efficiency. Then let's go too, hurry up and come back quickly, really, I obviously prefer blacksmithing. He got on the ship with Taikawi's complaints. Everyone, I am Taikawi, the colonel of the headquarters, the highest general of this ship, and the person in charge of this mission. I hope we can get along well. Taiki, who led the army to sail for the first time, was somewhat excited. The serious lecture made him say it very funny. Haha, our Captain Hammer is shy. Lance, on the contrary, changed his usual introversion and was extremely happy at this moment. The other soldiers also laughed from ear to ear. Humph, Captain Lance, I feel you are very arrogant. I'll punish you to observe the course. Hammer scolded Lance angrily, and then walked towards the lounge. On the way, he looked at the flintlock rifles carried by the soldiers, and an idea came to his mind. When he came to the lounge, he took out the blacksmithing tools in the ring. Then he went to the place where weapons were stored and took out a flintlock rifle. This world is really amazing. In the era of flintlock sailboats, average technology can actually produce submarines, trains, and even clone soldiers of Germa 66 in the future. And the technological level of each island is also very different, some are like primitive people, and some are technologically advanced and unparalleled. Although the islands are not connected due to the magnetic field, resulting in a large technological gap, this is too outrageous. Iron Hammer played with the flintlock in his hand, and he was going to use his own ability to modify the gun. After all, the old-fashioned flintlock has limited power, and the gunpowder has many problems. It can't be used in water and is very troublesome. Dun! The familiar knocking sound rang out, and Iron Hammer's right hand hammered again and again. After so much time forging, he found that the attributes given to each item are actually fixed. For example, standard boots have only 2 attributes, one is fast and the other is to increase gravity. So as long as he finds the attributes correctly, he can mass-produce them. But the premise of everything is that he can quickly trigger the critical hit. The hammering sound again and again made Iron Hammer's heart very calm. Entered a special state. This state is praised by Iron Hammer as the moment of the sage. With unparalleled concentration, the force and angle of each hammer are perfect. Ding, triggering critical hit. Give the flintlock rifle, magazine expansion, and continuous shooting ability. Done. Iron Hammer picked up the forged flintlock rifle with surprise. The whole gun body became smoother, and a very long magazine appeared at the position where the bullets were loaded. It looks a bit like a carbine. Took a look at the magazine capacity, and Iron Hammer immediately took out 30 bullets. After loading them one by one, Iron Hammer walked out of the lounge and came to the deck. Hey, Iron Hammer, why does your gun look so strange? Lance saw the gun in Iron Hammer's arms at a glance, and couldn't help but feel novel. This is what I just forged, look at it. Iron Hammer raised the gun in his hand and aimed it at a group of seagulls in the sky. 22222. A series of 2-2 sounds suddenly rang out. Everyone was shocked. What did they see? The original single shotgun has now become a burst gun. Fuck, Iron Hammer, did you give this gun attributes? This gun? Lance was also shocked, he knew Iron Hammer's ability. Iron Hammer emptied the magazine directly, showing a very satisfied expression. Yes, I used my ability to forge this gun and gave it the ability to expand bursts. Later, send all the guns to my lounge. Hearing Iron Hammer's words, Lance and the soldiers nodded in surprise. Hurry up, send all the guns to Colonel Iron Hammer's room. Oh, by the way, Lance, change the course, go to Shampoo first, we will replenish our armaments. After all, with the expansion of the ammunition capacity, the bullets we bring may not be enough. Lance nodded to show that he understood, and then ordered the warship to change course and head towards Shampoo. Thank you for your support. Chapter 33, Pure Fat Sheep. This guy, such a fast shooting speed. It's so cool. Holding the new gun, Lance emptied the magazine and looked at the seabirds falling from the sky. He felt so comfortable. Before he joined the training camp, he was a sharpshooter in the West Sea. He was a sharpshooter with a gun and never missed a shot. He joined the training camp to learn better techniques to improve his gun skills. This is why although the value of the Deo Force test was not high at the beginning, it also left the reason for training. Iron Hammer, can you mass-produce this gun? Iron Hammer smiled slightly and said confidently, as long as you give me enough materials and time, I guarantee that all of you can upgrade your shotguns to cannons. Everyone cheered instantly. Even the speed of the warship was slightly faster. Iron Hammer, you are asking too much. You want 10,000 bullets at a time. Do you think I am a warehouse? Major General Phil Jackson of Shampoo looked at the smiling Iron Hammer in front of him speechlessly. After half a day of sailing, Iron Hammer's warship finally arrived at the number 66 naval base. He quickly found his old superior and asked for 10,000 rifle bullets. This made Phil Jackson very angry. Although the Shampoo Naval Branch Base is a relatively rich place, after all, Shampoo is a very important town and has always been heavily guarded. The relatively sufficient manpower and military force are also relatively sufficient. But this is not the reason why Taikawa can come up and ask for bullets. Hey, Major General, you are short-sighted. This time I am ordered by General Sengoku to patrol the North Sea. As you know, the North Sea is full of mafia, underground organizations, pirates, and other forces. What can I do to patrol without enough ammunition? Besides, the shampoo base is also my hometown. It's not too much for me to take some ammunition from my hometown, right? Major General Phil Jackson was directly amused by Taikawa's remarks. Good you, Iron Hammer. According to what you said, if you stay in all the branches of Sahai for a month, won't all the branches become your hometown? When the time comes, once you open your mouth, all the branches will have to support you. It was originally Phil Jackson's angry words, but Iron Hammer really thought about it after hearing it, and then blurted out a sentence that made people vomit blood. Major General, you are right, it is a good idea, then I won't have to worry about food and drink. Get out, I will give you at most 3,000 bullets, and there will be no more. Without waiting for Iron Hammer to speak again, Major General Phil Jackson pushed him out of the door, then closed and locked the door heavily. Iron Hammer sighed helplessly, glared at the direction of the door fiercely, and muttered, "Stingy." After leaving the office, Lance came forward with an expectant look. "How is it, Iron Hammer, have the bullets been approved?" Iron Hammer shook his head. Lance was stunned for a moment, then sighed and said, "There's nothing we can do about it. After all, our team only has 100 people. It's really too much to ask for 10,000 bullets right away." "Humph, I'm a stickler for words. If I say I'll give you 10,000 bullets, then I'll give you 10,000 bullets. Not even one less. Wait for me here. I'm going out for a while." Iron Hammer looked unhappy. After saying something, he turned around and walked towards the town, leaving Lance confused. After leaving GR number 66, Iron Hammer first changed his clothes. After all, wearing a navy uniform and a cloak was not suitable for going to the next place. GR number 1 to 29 in Shampoo, mainly human trafficking shops, human auctions, illegal areas, etc. And Iron Hammer's target is the auction house. Although he hates these grey industries very much, it cannot be denied that there are things he needs in these grey industries: arms. If I remember correctly, Sanders said that their Hydra Club has venues in many places. I wonder if there will be one in Shampoo. Iron Hammer came to GR number 7 in disguise. There are several auction houses here. He looked around and looked very funny. But soon he saw the familiar logo. Hydra logo. Iron Hammer was delighted and hurried to the Hydra Club. Pushing the door open, a staff member in a white uniform came to him. "Hello, this is the Hydra Club. How can I help you?" Iron Hammer reached into his arms and took out a small badge, which also had a Hydra pattern. Seeing this badge, the staff member's eyes flashed, and then he bowed to Iron Hammer, said wait a moment and left. After a while, a man wearing a white uniform but with a Hydra pattern on his chest came to Iron Hammer. "Hello, distinguished VIP member, I am the person in charge of this club, Santos. I wonder if there is anything I can do for you." Iron Hammer. Santos, what is your relationship with Sanders of the Stanford Kingdom in the North Sea? Santos' eyes flashed with surprise, but he still answered Iron Hammer's question. "That's my brother." "No wonder. I came here mainly to buy something, I wonder if you have it here." When he heard that he wanted to buy something, Santos immediately showed a commercial smile. "I don't know, what do you want to buy?" 10,000 rifle bullets. "Oh, arms, this is contraband." Iron Hammer looked at Santos without changing his expression. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content later. Please move inside to talk. Under the leadership of Santos, Iron Hammer came to the room inside the club. Santos waved with a wave of his hand, the staff brought up 2 cocktails. "I have bullets here, but it takes time to prepare them. After all, 10,000 bullets are a bit too many." What else shells? Iron Hammer shook his head. Just rifle bullets. I don't need shells. How long will it take to prepare them? Santos roughly calculated. 2 hours is enough. You can rest here during this period. I will notify you when the bullets are ready. As for the price, what do you think of this number? Santos slowly stretched out a finger. Iron Hammer said uncertainly, 100 million. Santos nodded without changing his expression. After all, it was munitions, and the price could not be too low. In fact, he had already laughed in his heart. This is a big fool. Obviously, a bullet is only 1,000 Baileys, and a bullet is 10 million Baileys. This is a pure fat sheep. No matter if he is a VIP or not, I will kill him first. As for the deposit, it's waived. After all, you are a VIP member, so you still have this privilege. When Taikawa heard this, he smiled. It would be best to save trouble if it could. 2 hours passed quickly. Taikawa looked at the 5 boxes of bullets in front of him, and a trace of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Happy cooperation. Would you like me to find someone to deliver it? Taikawa shook his head, and he walked to the box. An array of light flashed in his right hand. Under the gaze of Santos and a group of staff, the box disappeared in an instant. This scene made Santos' eyes flash with a trace of astonishment. A person with special abilities. Taikawa smiled without saying a word, put all 5 boxes into the storage ring, and then left the club alone. Chapter 34, Satisfaction of the Craftsman, Hammering of the Soul. Lance, prepare to sail. Hammer, who returned with a full load, called for the ship to sail as soon as he returned to GR number 66. What are the bullets ready? Hammer nodded slightly, and Lance instantly realized that this batch of bullets must not have been obtained through formal channels. But he would not say much. After all, Hammer was doing it for his own soldiers, how could he possibly sabotage it? And with this batch of bullets, the combat effectiveness of their warship will definitely be greatly improved. Have Phil Jackson's 3,000 bullets been loaded onto the ship? Completed. Then set sail quickly, time waits for no one, target the North Sea. The team that received the order boarded their warship neatly and headed for the North Sea. On the endless sea, Lance was looking into the distance. The soldiers on the deck were unloading the gun that was modified by Hammer one by one. Here it comes, the colonel has made 2 more. Suddenly a voice full of surprise sounded. Everyone smiled when they heard the voice. Because it means that the familiar efficiency can be increased again. The colonel is still forging iron. Lance frowned slightly, looking at the gun in the arms of the soldier who hurried to the deck. Since sailing to now, Iron Hammer has been forging iron for more than 3 hours. The doon sound never stopped. Yes, the colonel has been forging iron in his lounge for 3 hours. Lance's brows tightened. The whole person walked straight to the lounge where Iron Hammer was. Dong dong dong. Colonel Iron Hammer. After knocking on the door, Lance pushed the door and walked in. I saw Iron Hammer still forging iron intently. Every time the solid right fist fell, the flintlock under his hand trembled a little. But even if the hammer is full of force, it will not damage the body of the flintlock. Instead, the barrel of the gun will become more solid with the hammer. This is also one of the manifestations of Iron Hammer as a top blacksmith. Using the hammer of the hammer fruit, he can control the hammer to fall on each iron node with extremely precise control. It can not only hammer the firearms, but also will not cause any damage. The purpose of all these hammering is to trigger the critical hit. Is there anything wrong, Captain Lance? Immersed in blacksmithing, Iron Hammer asked without turning his head. Lance's frown was so tight that it could almost kill a fly. You have been contacting blacksmiths for 3 hours. It's time to rest. Oh, wait until I finish hammering this gun. It will be quick. I don't believe you. Your iron hammer is very annoying. I actually understand Lance's purpose, but once the blacksmithing starts, Iron Hammer doesn't want to stop at all. This is a common problem for every blacksmith. Just when Taikawa was helpless, the system prompt sounded. Seeing this, he quickly stopped hammering. In Lance's opinion, he listened to his advice. Take this one out for the soldiers to practice. After hammering 3 burst guns in 3 hours, Taikawa was very dissatisfied with the efficiency. A word suddenly emerged in his mind, but he gave up immediately. That is the awakening of the fruit. Open the panel. Name, Taikawa. Age, 19. Devil Fruit, Superman System Hammer Fruit, Development Level 55. Armament Haki, Activated 30. Observation Haki, Not Activated Awakening Level 70. Conqueror Haki, 0 No, don't even think about it, you're just an idle fish. Ability, 6 styles, perfectly mastered, 6 styles extended skills, mastered. The original Dao power value has disappeared, perhaps with Taika's current strength, the Dao power value can no longer be measured well. Taicho also expressed a nonchalant attitude towards this. He has reached a bottleneck in opening up the ability of the hammer fruit. In addition to using himself as a medium for hammering and shock waves, he has no other ideas now. The road ahead is long and arduous. Thinking of this, Taika couldn't help but sigh slightly. Then he moved his body and walked towards the deck, and Lance followed behind him. How far are we from the North Sea? We will be able to enter the North Sea in another 1 to 2 hours. Iron Hammer nodded and began to recall information about Germa 66 in his mind. Vinsmoke Judge, a scientist. Although he is not as good as Vegapunk, he is also a man at the top of a certain scientific research field. He just returned to the North Sea and should not have time to participate in the battle. Why did he suddenly appear in the Stanford Kingdom and take away the invisible hat? Iron Hammer came to the deck with doubts. Looking at the 3 soldiers shooting at the seabirds in the sky with a burst gun. They were as excited as they could be. As a blacksmith, it is the greatest honor for people to recognize the things he forged. Iron Hammer is no exception. Although he always said that Mr. Zephyr stole his masterpiece in the headquarters. But he actually didn't object at all in his heart. Whether it was the broken wind fist gloves or the sword Qi-Long sword, they were all made by him. As long as they can show their self-worth, it is worth it. Just like now, although the 3 shooting soldiers' skills are not very good, Taikawa feels satisfied when he sees them grinning in the sound of bangs. Bang bang bang. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It will be more exciting later. Just then, the sound of hammering sounded in Taikawa's heart. The familiar rhythm made Taikawa fall into a magical state. System Panel. Devil Fruit, Superman Hammer Fruit, Development Degree 65. Psychic hammering was born. It's like the hammer fruit is also happy for Taikawa's happiness. The powerful hammering sound makes Taikawa feel like he is floating in the air. The spirit and courage of the craftsman make Taikawa's mastery of the hammer fruit even better. Iron Hammer, what's wrong with you? Lance looked at Taikawa, who was smiling and a little absent-minded, and was a little confused. Nothing, just some insights, and the fruit ability has been developed a little more. Lance's eyes widened instantly. Can it still be played like this? Can ironwork develop fruits? Oh, yes, Iron Hammer's fruit is the hammer fruit, which is born for ironwork. What new ability have you developed? Show it off and see. Looking at Lance's unbelieving look, Iron Hammer smiled slightly. He slowly placed his right hand on his chest and whispered, "Mind Hammer." The next second, Lance froze in place. Although the tone was very light, Lance's brain was instantly hit by a heavy hammer. His eyes were blurred, and even his body was shaking, as if he would faint in the next second. This state lasted for half a minute before he recovered. What a terrible ability! In an instant I felt as if the whole world had blocked me. My body can't move at all, and I'm in a daze. Iron Hammer grinned at this. This is my newly realized ability, to shake people's hearts with invisible hammers. People with weak minds can't keep their hearts in front of me. Thank you all readers for your support. Chapter 35 Fire Suppression is the Kingly Way. Shoot them. Shoot quickly. Fuck them. Two ships of similar size are fighting in the sea at this time. A warship and a pirate ship. It's just that the momentum of both sides is completely different. On the warship side, the navy on the deck is very excited. On the pirate ship side, there is no one on the deck, only bullet holes. On the deck of the warship, 4 soldiers holding rifles, 2 by 2, are relying on the extremely fast-firing rifles to maintain fire suppression, and the pirates dare not show their heads. Lance was among them. Even the rapid-fire rifle was very comfortable in his hands. Almost every shot could be fired at the enemy. Ready to fire. Swords ready. Amid Lance's roar, dozens of Navy soldiers showed their shining swords. Bang! With a loud bang, the two ships collided with each other. Wooden boards were placed between the two ships. Navy soldiers rushed to the pirate ship one after another. Damn it, these Navy soldiers are too much. Men fight back. The pirate captain who couldn't lift his head was so frustrated that he finally sounded the horn of counterattack. Humph! Attack, send all these pirates to hell. Lance did not show any weakness. He handed the rifle to the soldier beside him and rushed over with his long sword. This was just an ordinary group of pirates. The captain's bounty was only more than 10 million Baileys. He didn't even use his hammer. He just stood on the observation deck and watched the battle coldly. But the strong beating of his heart and the clenched fists meant that he had already entered the battle preparation. Pirate Captain Bondo was dealt with by Lance. Although Lance was strong in guns, he was a graduate of an elite training camp after all. He also mastered 3 of the 6 styles, namely shaving, moonstep and storm kick. At this time, he completely suppressed Bondo with his absolute advantage. The other pirates were very passive when facing the suppression of the rifle and the assault of the Navy soldiers. They couldn't make a single wave at all. In just 10 minutes, the battle was over. Iron Hammer, what should we do with this group of people? Lock them in the iron cell in the bottom warehouse, and hand them over to the branch when we pass by the North Sea branch. Lance nodded, and then began to count the damage. Because there was enough firepower suppression, there were no serious injuries in this battle, and there were only a few light injuries. This battle situation surprised Lance. It was Iron Hammer who seemed very shocked. After all, the level of firepower can completely determine the direction of a battle. And pirates are not like the Navy. When facing a truly powerful force, they often have no intention of resisting, but will escape. This battle allowed everyone to see the absolute suppression ability of the rapid-fire gun in battle. The dense firepower network can suppress the enemy so much that they can't even raise their heads. Of course, Iron Hammer also saw it. I'm going to forge iron. Don't disturb me before I get to the branch. Leaving a word, Iron Hammer walked into the lounge again, and the soldiers who passed by were all full of admiration. Dun! Dun! The familiar hammering sound rang out again. The soldiers on the entire warship stood in awe. The warship sailed very quickly and soon arrived at the North Sea 217 branch located near the Kingdom of Stanford. Colonel On Long, I am Captain Lance of the headquarters. I came here specifically for the matter of Germa 66. These are the pirates defeated on the road. Please accept them. The North Sea 217 branch is considered a relatively large branch in the North Sea, otherwise it would not be stationed near the developed Kingdom of Stanford in the North Sea. Colonel On Long does not look very strong. He is about 2 meters and 5 meters tall. Under the cloak of justice is a very casual navy short-sleeved shirt. His bare arms are full of scars. At first glance, he is a tough guy who has been with swords for many years. Welcome to the North Sea. Come on, take the Bondo pirates away and lock them up." His voice was a little hoarse, but full of oppression. The Germa incident is now in a hot spot. The Kingdom of Stanford has also entered a state of alert. King Najir has even ordered that no unidentified person is allowed to enter the Kingdom of Stanford. The whole kingdom is now on high alert. Hearing On Long's narration, Lance frowned. Is the influence of Germa 66 so great? On Long shrugged helplessly. After all, that is the legendary evil warrior. By the way, this time the headquarters sent you alone. Forgive me for being blunt, it's not that I look down on you, but... Lance certainly understood what he meant. Isn't it just that he is a captain, and he looks down on him a little? Please rest assured, I am not the commander of this operation. This operation is commanded by Colonel Hammer of the headquarters. He is still resting on the ship at this time. On Long then showed a hint of enlightenment. Although the colonel of the headquarters is also a colonel, he is completely different from the colonel of the branch. Generally, if the Navy of the Four Seas branch arrives at the headquarters, their ranks will be lowered by several levels accordingly. Please complete the handover quickly so that we can find Germa 66 as soon as possible. On Long nodded and asked his men to speed up. According to intelligence, Germa 66 passed through Natas after being robbed by the Kingdom of Stanford. You can patrol along this route. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Lance nodded and wrote down the place name Natas. Hammer, Colonel On Long said that Germa 66 passed through Natas. What do you think? Duan. I'm asking you a question. Duan. Hammer. Ah. Lance was angry, and Hammer stopped his work. You bastard, no wonder Mr. Zifa always scolds you. Go away, he is jealous of my talent. You are really shameless. Lance looked at the angry Hammer and complained helplessly. Germa 66 is floating, Vinsmoke Judge is very good at hiding his whereabouts. You don't have to worry, listen to me, go to Stanford Kingdom first. Some things, instead of us going to him, it's better for him to do it himself. Come find us. After saying that, Iron Hammer pushed Lance out of the lounge and continued hammering. Just when he had a new idea about blacksmithing, he was interrupted by Lance. He was a little impatient to try out his new ability. Stanford Kingdom Iron Hammer, what do you mean? Iron Hammer. Duan. The only response he got was a heavy hammering. Lance was even more speechless and could only order the soldiers to change course. Change course, target Stanford Kingdom. After saying that, he left the door of Taikawi's lounge angrily. He promised that he would never go out to sea with Taikawi again after this mission. It's so annoying. Please add it to your collection, bookshelf, like it, everything. Chapter 36, Lure Someone into a Trap. Stanford Kingdom. Hydra Club. There was only one person in the huge auction venue. Damn Germa 66, if it weren't for them, how could I be so miserable? Sanders was drinking and smoking. In front of him were cigarette ashes and bottles. Oh, why is Butler Sanders so angry? A 3-meter-tall figure slowly walked into the venue and came to Sanders. Familiar voice, familiar figure, Sanders recognized the person at a glance. It turned out to be the respected Lord Taikawi. Sorry, I'm sorry to have you see the effect. Yes, the man is Iron Hammer. The closure of the Kingdom of Stanford was no problem for Iron Hammer. He used Moonstep and Shave to enter the city from midair. It seems that Germa 66 has brought a lot of trouble to the Hydra Club. Otherwise, General Manager Sanders would not have drunk to relieve his sorrow. Sanders smiled bitterly and took another sip of wine. It's more than trouble, hey? What's the matter with Lord Iron Anvil's visit this time? Does it count as trouble for Germa 66? Sanders' hand holding the bottle of wine shook violently, and the next second he stood up quickly. A trace of ferocity appeared on his red face. Really? Absolutely true. But why? I just don't like them. If every time I sell something, it will be robbed, how can I do business? You say it's General Manager Sanders. Sanders stared at Taikawi's eyes, trying to see something from them. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything. Helplessly, Chen lowered his head and looked at the bottle in his hand, not knowing what he was thinking. Germa 66 is wandering around, and we can't find them at all. That's why I need the help of the Hydra Club. Help spread a message through the underground world. Just say that the maker of the invisibility hat appeared in Nodus. Sanders looked up suddenly after hearing this, and he seemed to understand. Since Germa 66 would snatch the invisibility hat, it means that they are curious about the mystery. If there is news about the maker, aren't you afraid that Germa will kill you? Taikawi smiled freely, and his confident voice echoed in the venue. If he has that ability. Then he turned and left. Sanders was left with a face full of shock. His mind was shaken by this sentence, which was the power of the mental hammer that Taikawi had just realized. It was just that Taikawi controlled the strength of the hammer, otherwise, with Sanders half drunk, a mental hammer would have sent him directly to play chess with Zhou Gong. Germa 66. You are tempting me to fall into a trap. Sanders smashed the bottle of wine, and a trace of hatred flashed in his eyes. That day, a message was spread through the underground world. The content was, the maker of the invisible hat appeared in Nodus. Taikawi, what did you do in the kingdom of Stanford? Nothing, I just went back to the old place for a visit. I really believed you. Lance saw that Iron Hammer said nothing, so he stopped asking. Under Lance's command, the warship sailed towards Nodus. As for why they went to Nodus, Lance thought it was to track down Germa 66. Iron Hammer returned to the lounge to continue forging iron and officially began testing his new ability. Psychic Hammer. Everything breathes, even iron. Otherwise, how can we be able to cut iron? Iron Hammer had a serious face, this was the truth he had just realized. His behavior had been limited all along. He believed that forging iron was only forging iron when the hammer fell one by one. In fact, this was not wrong, after all, every blacksmith was like this. But after possessing the hammer fruit and realizing the mind hammer, he found that it was not the case. Since the hammer can hit people's hearts directly, why can't this method be used for forging? It's like a swordsman. You can cut everything, and you can't cut anything. The improvement of realm is undoubtedly the greatest help to skills. Now Iron Hammer will try to use Mind Hammer for forging. If it can, then his forging efficiency will be greatly improved. Even if the fruit is not awakened, it will not affect his forging. Does everything breathe? Iron Hammer closed his eyes and silently gathered strength in his chest. Boom. The hammering sounded, and layers of sound waves spread out in all directions in an invisible way. Through the transmission of sound waves, Taikawi began to feel everything around him. Table, chair, hammer, gun. Boom. Hammering again, the perception continued. Breathing. Volatility. Peak. The next second, Taikawi's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened and he shouted, "Hammer!" The mental hammering started quietly, and the target was the flintlock on the workbench. The imprinted sound waves and invisible waves wrapped the flintlock. Duan! A crisp hammering sound rang out. But this time the sound was not made by the hammer. It was the flintlock that started from the inside out. It's done. A trace of excitement appeared on Taikawi's face, but unexpectedly, something unexpected happened the next second. Crash! The flintlock actually began to break from the inside out, and soon turned into fragments on the ground. Iron Hammer was stunned and murmured, "The force and the mass of the object itself. It seems that my control is still not enough. But the direction is right." With an idea, Iron Hammer immediately began to experiment. However, he changed the target from flintlock to a pile of iron blocks. After all, Firearms are limited, and they have now sailed out of the North Sea 217 branch. If they want to replenish firearms, they have to find other branches, which is very troublesome. Fortunately, he brought a pile of iron blocks with him, which can be used now. The mined hammer is fully fired. This time, iron hammer directly hammered 5 pieces of iron at a time. Various hammering sounds rang out one after another. The town of Nautice is a very rich and peaceful place. There are many patrols around the town. There is also a North Sea 169 branch not far from the town. It can be said to be a rare peaceful place in the North Sea. What a peaceful place! Look at the villagers. They all have kind smiles on their faces. Iron Hammer looked around the town. He only vaguely remembered that this was the birthplace of Bellamy and his gang. I didn't expect it to be so rich. Happiness and sunshine are the best words for this place. I really don't know what Bellamy was thinking. He would leave here to become a pirate. I'm speechless. Is the warship hidden? Well, we found a cliff and docked the ship there. We'll just wait and see here. Lance looked at Iron Hammer with a puzzled look, not knowing what he was up to. And Iron Hammer looked like he was sure of victory, which made Lance keep asking him questions. Please add it to your collection, bookshelf, like it, and everything else. Chapter 37 Vinsmoke Judge. This invisibility effect is really extraordinary. Damn, how did this designer do it? Vinsmoke Judge fiddled with the invisibility hat in front of him with a look of annoyance, and a trace of irritation flashed in his wise eyes. Your Majesty, I just received news that the maker of the invisibility hat is in the town of Nautice. Is the news true? It is news from the underground world, and it has been confirmed by many chambers of commerce. A trace of surprise flashed in Vinsmoke Judge's eyes, but it was soon replaced by enthusiasm. Order the helmsman to turn and go to Nautice. I want to capture the maker and ask about the secret of this hat. As the king of Germa 66, Vinsmoke Judge has extraordinary ambitions. He wants to lead Germa 66 back to the top and become the king of the North Sea again. No, the North Sea is just the first step in his conquest of the world. The king of the world is his ambition. With Vinsmoke Judge's order, the entire ship started to move. This is a huge floating island, powered by a group of giant snails, and countless flags marked with Germa 66 fluttered in the wind. There are countless soldiers with the same face on the floating island. That is the scientific power from Vinsmoke Judge, clone soldiers. He also relied on this power to launch a war in the kingdom of Stanford and seized the invisibility hat. Oh, this town is really comfortable. Aren't you right, Lance? Iron Hammer rarely did not forge iron, but set up a parasol on the beach by the sea, and he was lying on the beach wearing beach pants. Iron Hammer, is it really okay for you to relax like this? If it is really as you said, then Germa 66 is on the way here now. Unlike Iron Hammer's relaxation, Lance's eyebrows were full of worry. After unremitting efforts, he finally got all the information he wanted to know from Iron Hammer. Including Iron Hammer going to the kingdom of Stanford to spread the news through the Hydra Guild, the purpose is to attract Germa 66. But this is too risky in his opinion. In the past few days, he has learned about the evil army from the people around him. If Germa 66 is really the evil army in the rumors, it must be extremely dangerous. Can these people really resist the insurgents of Germa? Lance was very skeptical. What are you afraid of, Captain Lance? Are you afraid of Germa? Iron Hammer's casual words made Lance stunned. Yes, what is he afraid of as a navy with justice? How could he be afraid of danger? Don't worry, Lance, even if Vinsmoke Judge comes in person, I am sure I can handle him. Iron Hammer's words were full of confidence, which calmed Lance's anxious mood a little. Just when he was about to speak, Iron Hammer suddenly stood up and knocked over the parasol above his head. Here, Lance, gather everyone. Our guests are here. Feeling the rising fighting spirit in Iron Hammer's words, Lance looked closely and saw that a huge ship slowly appeared above the sea level. The flag with the word 66 was so conspicuous. Lance looked at the huge ship approaching with a heavy face. Is this the powerful force known as the Evil Army and the House of War? Iron Hammer sneered at it. It was not that he looked down on Germa 66, but Vinsmoke Judge at this time had not reached that level. Vinsmoke Judge, king of the Germa kingdom, current head of the Vinsmoke family, nicknamed Strange Bird. His unique cloning technology allows his kingdom to have more than clones, and is also the main combat force of the Germa kingdom. Iron Hammer introduced everything about Germa calmly, and the tone was as if he was chatting after dinner. People, Iron Hammer, are you sure? How are we going to fight? Lance's face became even more bitter. The difference in military strength alone was 100 times, not to mention the firepower. You know, Vinsmoke Judge is a scientist who has mastered advanced military science and technology. Let's fight like this. You go to integrate the army, and I'll go explore the way first. Without saying a word, Taikawa took out the military uniform and cloak from the ring, then directly exerted force with his feet, and the whole person slowly squatted down to accumulate strength. The muscles of his legs began to bulge, and as the strength increased, the beach under his feet began to sink. Under Lance's shocked eyes, Taikawa stomped on the ground fiercely. The huge force directly stepped on the beach to create a large pit with a diameter of up to 5 meters. And Taikawa himself flew towards the flagship of Germa 66 at a very fast speed. King, there is a navy on the opposite beach. A navy in a cloak is approaching from the air at a very fast speed. Do you want to shoot it down? A very stiff tone sounded, and Vinsmoke Judge, who was on the throne, had a calm face. It was just a navy, he would not pay attention. But this navy flying from the air made him a little curious. Moon steps. Humph. As a top scientist, he knew the Navy's 6 styles. So he was not surprised that the other party could fly over. He picked up his weapon, a very sturdy war spear. Through technological transformation, he made the war spear have the attribute of electricity, and it carries electric current when attacking. He appeared on the high platform between the dragon and tiger steps. Vinsmoke Judge. Ha 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 ha, I heard that your technological power is very strong. I wonder which one is stronger compared to my forging. Stepping on the moon steps, the hanging hammer saw Judge, known as the Strange Bird, at a glance. Looking at Judge with blonde hair, wearing a mask and holding a war spear, the hammer couldn't help but burst into a hearty laugh. And his words made Judge show a little curiosity. Oh, from what you said, you are the maker of the invisible hat. Moji Long, of course. Hearing this, Judge couldn't help but tighten his war spear. In that case, don't even think about leaving. Tell me what you know and make Germa more glorious. As soon as the words fell, Judge's feet suddenly burst into a wave of air, and the next second he soared into the air and flew towards Iron Hammer at an extremely fast speed. It was the jet technology under his feet that made Iron Hammer's eyes flash. I didn't expect that you have developed the corresponding combat capabilities. I'm very curious about how much you have mastered about this kind of technological power. Since you use weapons, I will use them too. Trident. A flash of light, the trident appeared again. Kang! The war spear and the trident collided in the air the next second. The two equally tall people started fighting in the air. Chapter 38. Hammer has lost his memory. Humph, you are just a navy. If it weren't for the technology you mastered that I want, you would have no chance to fight me alone. Oh really? Judge, who was wrestling, was very arrogant. Iron Hammer will not tolerate him. No matter how arrogant you are, I will always say oh to you. This made Jiaji very angry. Humph, damn kid, discharge. Judge, who was very unhappy with Iron Hammer's tone, directly activated the ability of his weapon, electric shock. That's it, I can do it too, and it's stronger than you. Lightning. In terms of ability, Iron Hammer is not afraid of him. The trident suddenly burst out with a loud bang. Crack! A powerful chain of the lightning bolt shot out from the top of the trident and pierced through the tip of the judge's lance. What? Judge was shocked and quickly used the jet power under his feet to retreat, and luckily avoided the lightning. Your weapon can actually control lightning. Is this your technology? I want it so much, hand it over. Judge could no longer suppress the desire in his eyes. Waving the lance in his hand, countless stabs attacked the hammer. I want it, beg me. The hammer ignored him, and the trident blocked all the attacks. Humph, kid, you've completely pissed me off. Prepare for artillery fire. Judge saw that he couldn't shake the hammer with his combat power, so he prepared to suppress it with absolute firepower. Under his command, the warhouse began to show exaggerated firepower configuration. Countless clone soldiers began to appear in various positions of the battleship. Countless anti-aircraft artillery began to rotate and aimed at the hammer in the air. Taikui shuddered as he saw all the cannons pointed at him. After all, this scene was a bit scary. Seeing Taikui's color change, Judge smiled with satisfaction. Kid, the military strength of my Germa kingdom is not something you, a small navy, can imagine. Hand over your skills, and I can spare your life and let you serve my Germa. Just in this stalemate, a warship was heading this way at a very fast speed. It was Lance and the Navy soldiers. Prepare for battle, prepare the artillery. Even when facing the Germa kingdom, whose firepower was dozens of times greater than theirs, Lance and a group of soldiers did not retreat, but were full of fighting spirit. Ha ha ha, are these your soldiers? They are just trying to stop a chariot with a mantis arm. Judge sneered, very disdainful. On the contrary, Taikui showed a touch of emotion in his heart. Look, these are his soldiers. No matter who the enemy is, they dare to draw their swords. This is the army of justice. Lance, step back, don't move forward, I have my own way. Lance was stunned by the huge shout. Looking at the confident hammer in the air, Lance was a little entangled, but he still obeyed Hammer's orders. Drop anchor. Captain Lance, the colonel. I said drop anchor. Yes. The warship, which was full of murderous intent just now, stopped in the next second, and all the soldiers on the deck held their weapons tightly. What are you scared? Then tell me your skills honestly, maybe I'm in a good mood and won't destroy your troops. Judge's arrogant look made Hammer want to laugh. I'm just afraid of affecting them, after all, I'm not proficient in this skill. Judge's words made him feel something was wrong, but he was so conceited that he didn't take it to heart. Who would have thought that he would regret it the next second? Sometimes, real people are much more reliable than clones. I'll teach you a lesson today, Judge. People are called people because they have faith. Psychic hammering full power. Iron Hammer showed his white teeth, the trident in his hand disappeared, and his hands were raised above his head. Boom! A loud bang exploded in Judge's ears. Boom! Boom! One hammer after another sounded. Ah! Judge, who was the first to bear the brunt, held his head and screamed. The ruthless hammering seemed to shatter his soul. The hammering from the soul made him fall into darkness for a while. Tens of thousands of clone soldiers were also affected. They had no faith and could not resist the hammering from the soul of Iron Hammer. Every hammering would make hundreds or even thousands of clones faint. Bang! After the last hammering sound, there was no conscious clone left on the huge warhouse warship. Even Judge lost his ability to fight, kneeling on the ground with his head in his hands, unable to get up for a long time. Seeing that the matter was settled, Taikui withdrew his moon steps, slowly descended, and came to Judge. Are you still arrogant now? The cold words rang in Judge's ears. But Judge had no fear at all, only a stronger curiosity. What kind of ability do you have? Have you ever heard of the hammer fruit? No. Taikui was extremely speechless. You have already lost, what else do you have to say? Lose, lose, anyway, I am the king of the allied country, you can't do anything to me, what am I afraid of? Fuck, this guy is so shameless. Taichui was speechless. He thought Judge was a hero after all, but he didn't expect him to be such a shameless guy. You can make those strange things, is it also given by your ability? Besides the invisible hat and the trident, what else can you make? My dear, there is more to this chapter, please click on the next page to continue reading, the latter is more exciting. Vinsmoke Judge was not frustrated by the failure at all, but instead had a strong curiosity about the hammer. This made the hammer look confused, and he even wondered if he opened it in the wrong way. But the next second he felt something was wrong. Because what he saw in Judge's eyes was a love for technology, and there was no other thoughts. Do you remember your name? Vinsmoke Judge. What's your purpose here? To find you to learn about new scientific power. Are you not going to recover Germa? What is that? Fuck, Iron Hammer was completely dumbfounded. Under the hammer of the mind, Vinsmoke Judge lost his memory. What should I do? Don't be silent, tell me how you forged so many magical tools. Can I learn? Iron Hammer looked at Judge with admiration on his face, and was instantly stunned. Judge, this is my personal ability, you can't learn it. But you are also a great scientist, just like Bloodline Factor. The 4 words Bloodline Factor exploded in Judge's mind like a heavy hammer. A memory suddenly appeared. Judge was in extreme pain and held his head with both hands. This time, Iron Hammer panicked even more. What to do? This guy is the king of a member country. If he is really beaten by him, he will be dead. Even if the navy can spare him, the world conquest cannot spare him. Does the mental hammer have this effect? It's too scary. Please add to the collection, bookshelf, praise, everything. Thank you for your support. Chapter 39 The Technological Power of Germa. No, we can't just sit there and wait for death. Don't you want to defeat Vegapunk? Don't you want to restore the glory of the Germa kingdom? Come on, my dear friend Vinsmoke Judge. In order not to take the blame, Iron Hammer is now firing at full power. One picture after another appeared in Judge's mind as he held his head and screamed, but there was only one picture that never appeared. That was the picture of Iron Hammer defeating him. Damn Vegapunk, I will definitely surpass him and become the greatest scientist, and I will definitely perfect his bloodline factor. My Germa kingdom's mighty army will sweep across the countries again, and the North Sea is just my first step. The recovered Vinsmoke Judge showed a hint of ruthlessness on his face, but when he saw Iron Hammer, his head hurt again. Who are you? Iron Hammer. Really forgot him. That's really great. Don't you remember me? I'm Iron Hammer, a colonel of the Navy headquarters, your best friend, an outstanding forger. After saying that, Iron Hammer took out the trident. This hand of taking something out of thin air made Judge's eyes light up. Space storage ability. This is a rare technology. How did you do it? Ha, not only that, my trident can release lightning just like your war spear. Didn't you come to me just to learn these technologies from me and improve your strength, my dear friend? Looking at the objects in Taikui's hand, Jiaji nodded very naturally. Indeed, he was fascinated by these magical things that Taikui took out. He, Vinsmoke Jiaji, is a scientist after all, and he has an irresistible attraction to all new and strange things. Taikui, let's go to the laboratory to talk, someone come. Someone come. Jij, who called his men, suddenly found that no one responded to him. Looking around, he found that his clone warriors were all unconscious on the ground. He couldn't help but feel a little confused and cast a questioning expression at Taikui. Don't look at me like that. Just now we were competing with each other to see how powerful the treasures were. These soldiers were affected by the aura. You know the domineering haki, right? It's something like that. Domineering Haki Taikawi, do you have this kind of talent? Judge's eyes became even more puzzled. The corner of Taikawi's mouth twitched, and his chest moved slightly. Boom! A light sound came again, and Judge seemed to be facing a great enemy in an instant, and the whole person was terrified. Well, this is the power, Judge, I'm not saying anything bad about you. Although your clone soldiers can serve as combat power and firepower, they are still not enough to face some strong people. Faced with Taikawi's ridicule, Judge did not get angry as expected, but began to think. Then what do you think we should do? These clones were created by me using shallow bloodline factor technology. After all, they are just artificially made, and it is inevitable that there will be some deficiencies. Of course, Taikawi knew what Judge meant. Why don't you try to develop a deeper level of bloodline factor technology? For example, genetic warriors. Iron Hammer's words were like a revelation to Judge. Yes, if pure bloodline creation cannot meet the needs of strength, why can't we carry out a deeper level of genetic modification? If we can directly refine a certain ability from the perspective of genes, we may be able to create stronger soldiers. Also, I think your combat suit is very good, whether it is amplification, defense, or flight ability. But there is a big problem, that is, the strength is not enough. Judge nodded heavily, and Iron Hammer's words instantly gave him a research direction. He was very happy. He is my best friend, Hammer. Let's go in and have a drink. Judge changed his previous arrogance and pulled Hammer to the castle, where he had his collection of good wine, and he wanted to drink with Hammer. Wait a minute, Judge, I'll inform my subordinates first. Okay, then you go quickly, I'll wait for you. That's what happened. Iron Hammer returned to the warship and told everything. Lance and a group of Navy soldiers were all stunned. Hammer, are you kidding? You lost your memory because of Vin's Moke, Judge, and he still regarded you as a best friend. Iron Hammer nodded helplessly. He originally wanted to rely on the ability of the mental hammer to beat Judge back directly, but who would have thought that it would turn out like this? But there was no other way at the moment. Besides, the military forces of Germa 66 were indeed not weak. If possible, he Iron Hammer was also jealous. You go back to Nadas first. I'm fine here. Even if something unexpected happens, I can rush out of the war room with my ability. Lance was still very clear about Iron Hammer's strength, and nodded to agree with his choice. Back in the war room again, Judge couldn't wait any longer. Pulling Iron Hammer's arm, the two tall men walked into the castle. Iron Hammer, come, let's drink and talk. This is the 1388 wine treasured by the Germa kingdom. I dare say there are only a few bottles in the world. Jizzy enthusiastically opened a bottle of precious wine, then poured a glass for Taikawi and one for himself. Taikawi, you don't know that the analysis of bloodline factors is very difficult. Come. When it comes to scientific research, Jiaji is like a crazy person. 1 second he was drinking and chatting with Taikawi, and the next second he dragged Taikawi to a research room. Iris verification passed, bloodline verification passed, welcome back, sir. In front of a flashing metal door, Judge completed a series of authentication measures and walked inside with Iron Hammer. As the door slowly opened, countless precious experimental instruments came into view. One after another huge culture dishes stood inside, which were the instruments for making clones. Walking inside, Judge came to an operating table. On the left-hand side were some mechanical arms operating a piece of clothing. It was the combat uniform that Germa was proud of. On the right was a pile of weapons, including firearms and cold weapons. But the most important thing was the operating table in front of him. There were several test tubes standing on it, and different colors were flashing in the test tubes. Iron Hammer, look, this is my research room. Whether it is clone soldiers, combat uniforms, or weapons, they are all created here. But those are not the key. This is my scientific research result. Jij looked at the test tube flashing with strange colors, and the fanaticism in his eyes burned fiercely. Please collect, bookcase, like, everything. Thank you all readers for your support. Chapter 40 A Fruitful Harvest. These are the superpowers I have extracted. Steel body, Superman-like physique. Originally, I was thinking about how to use these abilities to create stronger soldiers. But my dear friend, your words made me suddenly realize that there is no bloodline more powerful than my bloodline. These superpowers, combined with my bloodline, can definitely create the most powerful warriors. An end. If according to your point of view, some abilities are combined with combat suits, so that combat suits also have special attributes, and then matched with the super soldier body, the combat power can definitely be raised to the peak. Gadji's crazy look made Taikawa nod his head repeatedly. He smiled bitterly in his heart. Are all these scientists like this? If he remembered correctly, Caesar Kulang was also like this when he went crazy. Even Vegapunk is not a normal person. Sure enough, there is no normal person in scientific research. My dear friend, you are right. As for special abilities, poison, fire, lightning, strength, and invisibility. How about it? These are the powers that the legendary evil army should have. In order not to irritate Gadji, Taikawa could only act along. Yes, that's right. With these powers, I will definitely create a more powerful super soldier. Ha ha ha. Taik, is it okay to just let him leave like this? Looking at the warhouse going away, Lance still felt a little uneasy. On the contrary, Hammer looked like he had lost all hope. Let him leave quickly. God knows what kind of blow he has suffered in the past half day. He was dragged by Judge to talk for a long time, and finally ended because the clone soldiers woke up. With a new direction, Judge was ready to go back and immerse himself in scientific research for a while. Hammer was also happy. As long as he didn't make trouble and did whatever he wanted, he didn't bother to care. Finally, Vinsmoke Judge gave Hammer a Den Mushi that could contact him, and then left with his Germa kingdom. This mission was also preliminarily completed. Oh, by the way, I also brought a lot of guns. As he said, Taikawa took out a bunch of guns from the storage ring and placed them on the deck. Everyone looked at the guns in front of them with wide eyes and looked at Taikawa in disbelief. Did you go there to buy goods? Lance silently picked up a gun with a strange shape and played with it. If he was not mistaken, it should be a flamethrower. Hey, I can't go back empty-handed, and these are given to me by Jiaji himself. Look, the one in your hand is a flamethrower. It is said that it can spray about 300 degrees of flame, with an attack distance of 10 meters, and can spray continuously for 10 minutes. It needs to be reloaded after burning out. As for the fuel, here, it's this can. It contains ordinary power fuel. Hearing the power, Lance was a little tempted, but was stopped by Taikawa just as he was about to try. Are you looking for death testing on the ship? If the ship burns, we can swim back to Marinford. Lance put down the flamethrower with embarrassment. Other guns include the Germa-produced burst heavy machine gun. This gun is very good, but there are few bullets. After all, we can't take too many. But don't worry. I'll go to Stanford Kingdom or Shampoo Land later, and I'll have enough bullets. It's not that there are no heavy machine guns in this world, but ordinary pirate groups can't afford them. Only some kingdoms can use them, so there are not many bullets in circulation, and the only way is to go to the underground world to buy them. The cylindrical thing is a portable rocket launcher, and there are even fewer shells. I'll see if I can hammer out two myself later. Iron Hammer brought back a total of 30 guns. Among them, there are 5 flamethrowers and 2 heavy machine guns. 15 submachine guns, 3 rocket launchers, and 5 high-precision sniper rifles. It's completely possible to arm his team. The only problem is ammunition, but it's not a big problem. Iron Hammer, why don't you chase him and get some back? Lance was so happy looking at the powerful guns in front of him. Especially the sniper rifle, it was like a tiger with wings for him as a sharpshooter. He just saw that through the scope made by Germa, he could clearly aim at the enemy 1,500 meters away. Combined with his gun skills, he can become a ghost and killer on the battlefield. Tisk, do you really think Judge is a good person? It's because he has lost his memory and forgot that I hammered him, otherwise we wouldn't see a single gun now. Iron Hammer said to him unhappily, then turned around and prepared to go to the lounge to forge iron. He planned to imitate Germa's guns to see if he could surpass them. And the attempt of hammering the mind has not been completed yet, and he doesn't want to do anything else except forging iron now. That's all I said. Prepare to sail target shampoo. Hurry up, stop hanging around those guns, you'll have a chance to try them on the way. Lance, the chief steward, was dispatched, and the warship slowly sailed out of Natas and headed for Shampoo. General Sengoku, the mission is complete. The Germa kingdom has already found out the situation, and there is no intention to start a war. Hiss, good job, Hammer. Germa is an allied country after all. As long as he doesn't start a war first, I don't need to care about him. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. I understand. I will return home after the mission is completed. I want to go back to forge iron. Hey Iron Hammer, you may not be able to come back for the time being. Sakaski needs you to go over there. He has something to ask you. No, why did Sakaski ask me? Well, he originally wanted to ask the headquarters to send troops, but you are in the North Sea right now, so Colonel Iron Hammer, this mission must be yours. Sakaski is in the 177th branch in the North Sea, you can just go there directly. No, General, I am tired from the journey and need to rest. Pa. Looking at the Den Mushi, who fell into a deep sleep, Iron Hammer also fell into silence. Crap, sure enough, none of these old men are good. The next second, Iron Hammer shouted angrily, and slammed his right fist on the table fiercely. Crack! How could an ordinary wooden table withstand Iron Hammer's blow? It broke into pieces and scattered all over the floor. Lance, throw this broken table into the sea. Also, turn around, target North Sea branch 177. What should I do when I am angry and irritable? Forging iron. After giving the order, the angry Hammer went back to the lounge without saying a word and started forging iron. Dun! Dun! It's just that the hammering sound this time is no longer as peaceful and slow as before, but full of power. Every hammer can make people move all over, and you can feel the anger in the heart of the hammer from the hammering sound. Please collect, please add to the bookshelf, please like, please everything. Thank you all readers for your support. Chapter 41. Garp and Dragon appear in the North Sea. Sink them. Where's the rocket launcher? Bring it over and let me try it. Faced with the powerful firepower suppression of the warship, the small pirate ship had no power to fight back. The captain had died long ago. Under Lance's sniper. The leaderless pirates were just a bunch of lambs to be slaughtered. Captain Lance, don't we need to capture them? No, if I'm not mistaken, the Bloodhook pirates, Captain Bloodhook, slaughtered people in a small village a few days ago. Such a heinous person doesn't need to be kept alive. Lance changed his usual peaceful look, and his eyebrows were full of murderous intent. After hearing this, the soldiers did not hold back. The rapid-fire guns and heavy machine guns all opened fire, not caring about the consumption of bullets at all, and madly fired at the pirate ship. The Bloodhook pirates disappeared in the North Sea. Lance, where are we? We are almost in the jurisdiction of the 177th branch. Speed up, I want to ask what that bastard Sakaski is doing. Because he didn't release Marinford as he wished, Taikawa is now full of anger. And the source of all this is his colleague Sakaski. Asshole Sakaski, if you want to do anything big, I have to report to you right after I complete the mission. After entering the 177th branch, Taikawa rushed straight into Sakaski's office and pushed the door open. He didn't notice that a huge warship was docked at the branch port, and at the bow was a dog head biting a bone. What the helly? Vice Admiral Garp Dragon. Taikawa looked at the two people in front of him who were eating big bones and meat, and his jaw dropped to the ground in surprise. Hey, Taikawa Sashi ignored me. Dorage swallowed the meat in his mouth and greeted Taikawa carelessly. Dorage, why are you and Vice Admiral Garp here? Where is Sakaski? Vice Admiral Garp laughed. Eating while laughing. It's Iron Hammer who's here. It seems that Sengoku has received the message from Sakaski. As for Sakaski, he's not in the branch at all. He went out to sea to fight pirates. Tisk, damn little bastard, saying that he can't stand my behavior and doesn't want to act with me, humph, naive kid. So that's the case, so Sakaski asked the headquarters to send someone to help. Cap-san, why are you in the North Sea? Garp scratched his nose and said helplessly, it's Roger, that bastard, who is always erratic. He was obviously being chased by me on the Grand Line, but who knew that he would come to the North Sea in the next second? Look, I'm here to hunt him down. But we fought with them before, causing some damage to the warship. We can only repair it here first, and then continue to chase Roger. Iron Hammer was speechless. Is it really like this for Garp? Nothing is more important than Roger. If there is, it is to capture Roger. Then Vice Admiral Garp, what do you need my help with? Garp looked at Iron Hammer and suddenly showed a very strange smile. Old bastard, you actually asked me to help repair the warship, really? Iron Hammer, who was swinging a hammer on the bottom of the ship, became even angrier. Although he was a blacksmith, he was not a shipwright. How could he ask him to help repair the warship? Well, Iron Hammer, my old man is just like that. Just bear with it. My own son is also a part-time shipwright. Drag, who was also waving a hammer next to Iron Hammer, laughed and was very calm. After all, no one knew his old man better than him. I'm really drunk. By the way, Dragon, what's the matter with your injury? Iron Hammer looked at Dragon with gauze wrapped around his chest and couldn't help asking. Drag looked down at the injury on his chest and didn't care at all. This, Jabba the bastard cut me, otherwise with my hurricane, who can hurt me? Looking at the whirlwind in Dragon's hand, Taikawa understood that the gears of fate are always turning. Just like Borsellino ate the twinkle fruit and Sakaski ate the magma fruit. After going out to sea, Dragon also ate his natal fruit, the natural devil fruit, the hurricane fruit. All of them are natural devil fruits, you three, really. It's impossible not to envy him, after all, the natural devil fruit is the top one. Ha 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 ha, Taikawa, your ability is also very strong. As Dragon said, he touched the green cloak on his body. It was because of the cloak you gave me that I was able to survive Jabba's attack. I was only chopped on the chest, otherwise the axe would have been aimed at my head. Iron Hammer couldn't help but smile and scolded. Then you have to take good care of it. If it breaks, don't ask me to repair it. Amidst the laughter, the group quickly repaired Garp's car. By the way, Iron Hammer, I see that your team's weapons are very sophisticated. Where did you get them from? While waving the hammer, Dragon set his eyes on a smaller warship beside him. That was Iron Hammer's warship. You said those guns, where did you rob them from? Germa. I met Germa before I came here. I have to say that the military technology level of Germa 66 is really good. Just that submachine gun is so much better than our flintlock rifles. The relationship between Taikawa and Jiaji must not be revealed, and no one would believe it even if he said it. After all, how could a king of a member country and the leader of the legendary evil army have a relationship with an ordinary navy colonel? Tisk tisk tisk, good gun craftsmanship, I am a little jealous. Iron Hammer rolled his eyes at him mercilessly. You want it? Wishful thinking. Go ask old man Sengoku for it yourself. It's strange that he will approve it. Drag was speechless. Just then, a signalman suddenly ran over. Commodore Dragon, Roger's pirate group has appeared. Where is it? Near Geelong Island. Go inform Vice Admiral Garp. The rest of you hurry up to repair the warship, the target has appeared. The news of Roger's pirate group's appearance quickly spread throughout the 177th branch. The repair work of the warship was also accelerating. Iron Hammer suddenly put down the hammer in his hand and used the hammer in his right hand to hammer. Dun! The sound of heavy hammers drowned out the sounds of everyone else. Everyone subconsciously looked in the direction of the hammer, even Drag was no exception. Let me show you the spirit of a craftsman. Sage mode. Knowing that the task was urgent, the hammer decisively entered a highly concentrated state. This man worked with both hands at the same time, hammering on the warship again and again to help repair the damaged warship. Chapter 42 Carp's Patch Number. What is the spirit of craftsmanship? This is a professional spirit, constantly carving one's own products, constantly improving one's own craftsmanship, and enjoying the process of the product sublimating in one's hands. Even if the hammer is just a blacksmith, craftsmen are interconnected. As long as he holds the hammer in his hand, he dares to try any craft. Hammer is useless. Iron Hammer even used the 6 styles, and he used the very skilled shaving vividly. Superhuman observation ability allows him to remember all the damaged positions in his sight one by one, and every time he flashes, his figure will appear where the warship is damaged. With the bonus of Sage mode, Iron Hammer is now like a famous shipbuilder. Vice Admiral Garp's Doghead warship was repaired at a very fast speed with the help of Iron Hammer. Oh my goodness, such terrible work efficiency, I was so scared that I even forgot to eat donuts. At some point, Garp's figure appeared in the repair shop, watching Iron Hammer working frantically. When Drago saw his father appear, he jumped onto the platform with his legs. Dad, are you ready to sail? Well, when the warship is repaired, we will set off. By the way, isn't Iron Hammer a blacksmith? He is also good at repairing ships. Drogo shook his head. He had never seen Iron Hammer repair a ship, and it was the first time he saw his ability. It's true that heroes emerge young. Why isn't my son an all-round talent? We have to go to the branch to repair the ship. Drager was furious when he heard this. I want to be a soldier who will become a general, not a soldier who will become a master craftsman. Hey, you can't repair ships or forge iron. I'm a natural ability user. You can't repair ships. I can fight Jabba, the third in command of Roger's pirate group. You can't repair ships. Can you not mention repairing ships? You can't forge iron. The fairy-like conversation between Garp and Drager made all the soldiers laugh. But Iron Hammer was not affected at all and continued to work quickly. Done. After hammering, we're done. As the last heavy hammer sounded, Iron Hammer clapped his hands in satisfaction and stepped aside. The originally scarred Doghead warship had been repaired at this time. But when everyone looked over, they were stunned for a moment. They saw that the original holes were all blocked by steel plates one after another. And the broken parts were all rewelded and reinforced with steel plates. Various steel plates covered all the wounds on the warship like band-aids one after another. That posture was like a rotten piece of clothing that was patched up when it was broken, patched up again, and patched up again. But Taikawa was very satisfied with his masterpiece. When he saw Vice Admiral Garp, who was completely dumbfounded on the high platform, he immediately came to him. Vice Admiral Garp, your warship has been repaired. Click. A crisp sound rang out, and a soldier stationed in the branch couldn't help but take out a camera from his arms. He took a picture of the majestic warship in front of him. Iron Hammer, are you sure this is my warship? Garp couldn't believe that the warship in front of him was his, if it wasn't for the familiar dog head on the bow. He didn't want to look at the warship at all. But Iron Hammer ignored his expression and still looked at the patch warship in front of him with great satisfaction. Yes, Vice Admiral Garp, I see that your warship is seriously damaged, so I specially repaired it with high-strength steel plates to ensure that every damaged place has been repaired. As for the strength of these steel plates, you can rest assured that after my hammering, these steel plates are definitely thicker than ordinary steel plates, and there will be no problems. Garp was speechless after what Iron Hammer said. Is that what he meant? Is it the problem of the steel plates? Oh my god! Iron Hammer, don't you think that after you repair it, this warship doesn't look like a warship anymore? Drager on the side couldn't help it and started to complain. Sure enough, Iron Hammer frowned when he heard it and looked at the warship very seriously. Originally, Dragon thought he understood, but his next sentence made Dragon completely give up. How is this not a warship? No, Dragon, you can't ignore its performance just because it becomes a little ugly. I tell you, with these steel plates I put up, ordinary pirates dare not approach, do you believe it? Letter. Who would come here to cause trouble when it's broken like this? Robbery? What steel plates? Drager was completely speechless. Vice Admiral Garp, don't hesitate. Now that Roger's pirate group has appeared, you must understand that time waits for no one. Set sail quickly. Before Garp could speak, Hammer couldn't wait any longer and urged him. Oh, okay, set sail Dragon, set sail quickly. Chase Roger. Even if Garp was reluctant at this time, he had to admit it. After all, it was impossible to chase Roger with a damaged warship. It just looked too embarrassing. It was so embarrassing that he even forgot to ask Hammer to help chase Roger. At the port of the 177th branch. Vice Admiral Garp, I wish you good luck in military affairs. With Iron Hammer's sincere blessing, Garp and Dragon boarded the Patch and set off for Geelong Island. Because of Iron Hammer, many soldiers on the side were holding back their laughter when they saw the Doghead warship full of patches. After all, Iron Hammer's expression was really serious at this time. Wait until the Patch disappeared from everyone's sight. Ha 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 ha. A wanton laugh sounded at the port. All the soldiers were stunned, and just wanted to see who laughed first. But when everyone found the source of the laughter, they were all stunned. Because the one who laughed was none other than Iron Hammer, the creator of Patch. Iron Hammer, did you deliberately make Vice Admiral Garp's flagship look like that? Seeing him laugh, Captain Lance, who was most familiar with him, reacted immediately. Yeah, don't you think it's funny that a dignified naval hero drives a warship full of patches? Ha ha ha. Under the surprised eyes of many soldiers, Taikawa still laughed. Looking at Lance, who was about to say something, Taikawa reached out and patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, although it looks very ugly, it is indeed repaired. I have fixed all the damage caused by the previous battle. And some of those steel plates are given certain attributes, but I don't know if they will be triggered. Speaking of attributes, Taikawa's eyes flashed. Even he didn't expect that an ordinary steel plate would actually trigger that attribute. Tisk tisk tisk, it really opened his eyes. Okay, since Vice Admiral Garp has set off, we don't have to stay. Otherwise, when he comes to his senses, we have to meet the terrible Roger pirates. Lance. What you said seems to be right. Set sail. Please add to my collection, bookshelf, likes, everything. Chapter 43, The Italian Guns Open Fire. 2 hours later. In the waters near Geelong Island in the North Sea. Fistbone Meteor Group. Countless shells formed a dense firepower network in the air, and blasted towards the Oro Jackson, the vehicle of the Roger pirates, at an extremely terrifying speed. Boom! The pirate ship was surrounded by waves of seawater rising into the sky. Roger, don't run this time, I will definitely get rid of you. On the bow of the Doghead warship covered with patches, Garp, with a determined face, rolled up his sleeves, roared angrily, and swung his hands like a windmill, throwing shells one after another frantically. Ha ha ha, Garp, are there old lady patches on your warship? A sarcastic laugh rang out from the Oro Jackson, which was surrounded by a firepower network in the distance. It was Gold Roger. The word patch pierced Garp's chest like a sharp sword. Asshole Roger, if it weren't for you, would my warship have become like this? Don't run, you asshole! Fistbone meteorite. Garp, who was furious, threw another shell with force. Roger drew out the famous sword at his waist, ace while laughing. He cut the shell in half with one knife. Then don't chase me. Otherwise, how could your warship be damaged? Damn it, Bogart, bring all the shells to me, I want to sink it. Cap was furious. After hearing Garp's order, the Navy soldiers on the deck were busy all of a sudden. Bullet. This time it had to speed up even more. Rows of black shells were placed on the conveyor belt and sent to Garp. Garp threw the shells even harder. A pirate ship and a warship started a chase. Hurricane Tornado. Drag, who was also on the ship, was not to be outdone. He rubbed his hands and threw hurricanes one after another at the Oro Jackson. If Iron Hammer was here, he would definitely exclaim, "Wow, Dongjong Whirlwind Fist!" Unfortunately, Iron Hammer was not here. Humph, kid, this battlefield is still too early for you. A well-dressed man holding two axes immediately appeared, and the two axes crossed and swung out, directly smashing Dragon's tornado. It was Jabba, the third in command of Roger's pirate group. Humph, Jabba! A cold light flashed in Dragon's eyes, and Tornado appeared again. Iron Hammer, we are about to sail out of the North Sea and enter the Grand Route. Well, leave here quickly, I always have a bad feeling. Iron Hammer rarely went into the lounge to forge iron, but stood on the deck and looked into the distance. At this time, a dark cloud suddenly appeared in the distant sky, and the sound of lightning and thunder fell one after another was full of depression. What's wrong, Iron Hammer? Do you feel something wrong? Iron Hammer did not respond to him, his eyes stared straight at the dark cloud. Turn around, bypass that thundercloud. Ah! Iron Hammer's words surprised Lance a little. This time he went to see, he had never seen Iron Hammer like this. Careful, rigorous, and even willing to change the course. Just when Lance was about to order the soldiers to turn, Iron Hammer's eyes suddenly condensed. It's too late, everyone, prepare your guns, prepare for battle. The next second, Iron Hammer soared into the air and came to the sail. What did he see in his eyes? Under the dark clouds, countless shells hit the sea surface one after another, creating waves. A pirate ship was heading towards them at a very fast speed. Behind the pirate ship, a dog-headed warship was chasing them. Damn, that's the Roger pirates. We set out in the opposite direction, why did we run into them? At this moment, Taikawa only had one word in his mind, MMP, and he didn't know whether to say it or not. But it was too late to say anything now. Dad, that's a Navy warship in front. It seems to be Taikawa. Garp also saw the warship in the distance, gritted his teeth and said. Bogart, speed up, throw all the useless things down, we must stop Roger, that bastard. Yes. Bogart also knew the crisis of the current situation, and quickly ordered the soldiers to start abandoning the baggage. All the cannons and boxes were thrown into the sea. The warship's engine was turned on to the maximum. The naval warship, which was originally a ferocious beast, suddenly became a tidal beast, and its speed increased a lot. Damn it, is this bastard Garp crazy? Roger, there is a warship in front, what do you think? Rayleigh glanced at Roger helplessly. There is a warship in front, and Garp intends to directly crash into them to stop them in order not to cause more casualties. Tisk damn Garp, he actually played a trick. Duan. Without waiting for Roger to complain, Rayleigh couldn't stand it anymore and punched Roger directly. Asshole Roger, Garp is going to crash into us. Oh no way. Forget it, you are doomed. Jabba, speed up, go out. Helmsman Jabba nodded, raised the sail, and planned to speed up. Tisk, is it too late? Garp gnashed his teeth in anger as he looked at the Oro Jackson, which was also speeding up. Damn it, everyone, move all your weapons to the bow quick. Iron Hammer looked at the two ships that were speeding up, and felt something was wrong, and quickly commanded the soldiers. Although the soldiers did not understand what he was going to do, Iron Hammer was the person in charge of this warship, the colonel of the headquarters. They chose to believe him. After a while, the heavy machine guns were set up. Bazookas and submachine guns were ready. The team of 100 people was now armed to the teeth. Brothers, the Roger pirates are ahead, are you afraid? No. Okay, Vice Admiral Garp is chasing Roger, since we are in front of them, there is no reason to retreat. The brave winds when they meet on a narrow road get ready to attack. Iron Hammer also went all out. Planned to stop Roger directly. The dark clouds covered the sea, and 3 ships of different sizes were about to meet at a speed visible to the naked eye. Because of the appearance of the Hammer warship, Cap stopped throwing shells. Seeing that the Oro Jackson had appeared in the attack range, Hammer made a prompt decision. Fire all guns and cannons, don't save a bullet, shoot to death. Captain Lance, where is my fucking Italian cannon? Blast him. Although he didn't know what the Italian cannon was, Lance heard the order to fire clearly. Boom bang bang. Da-da-da-da. Cannons, heavy machine guns, rocket launchers and submachine guns fired together. A dense firepower network was formed in an instant. The people on Roger's pirate ship were shocked. They didn't understand why such a small warship in front of them had such fierce artillery fire. Also shocked were Garp, Dragon and Bogart. They were also frightened by the firepower of the Hammer. Please add to collection, bookshelf, praise, everything. Chapter 44, Hammer Fishing. Damn it. Really, didn't you say it was just an ordinary warship? This firepower is what ordinary warships have. Roger swept Ace in his hand, and drew his sword with a lethal slash, blocking all the bullets in front. But the shock in his eyes did not diminish at all. You ask me, who should I ask if nothing works? Ask that bastard Garp. Rayleigh was also feeling a rush of anger at this time. It was clearly just an ordinary warship, not even a general-level warship. How could it have such a terrifying firepower configuration? Cannonballs, missiles, even a special heavy machine gun. Sandbull, don't stand there, do something. Rayleigh used his IQ to the extreme, and his eyes just happened to see Sandbull, a fishman warrior who was struggling to resist the rain of bullets, and his eyes flashed. Sandbull was stunned at first, and then saw the fiery eyes of the deputy captain Mr. Rayleigh. He understood. Now is the time for him to show the power of the fishman, and he pounded his chest hard. Leave it to me. He left a word, and then jumped into the sea. Roger looked at Sandbull, who jumped into the sea with a confused face, and then looked at Rayleigh, who was also confused, and asked a soul-searching question. Rayleigh, where did Sandbull go? I don't know, I just asked him to do something, and then he jumped into the sea. Oh, that's okay, Sandbull is a fishman, he won't die if he jumps into the sea. Rayleigh is so tired, is that what he meant? Is that what he meant? Hey! Asshole Roger, stop! At this moment, a patched steel behemoth rushed into the hail of bullets, and the bow fixed by steel plates rushed straight towards the Oro Jackson. Cap is here. At this time, the distance between the Oro Jackson and the Hammer warship was not far away. Hammer, bullets don't work. I know it, what can we do? Rush up and fight. Oh, let's just shoot. Lance glanced at the pirate flag of Roger's pirate group with a guilty conscience. He would not have enough lives to fight with such a group of fierce pirates. Sea current over the shoulder. Suddenly, the sea level rose and a waterspout rose into the sky. It's broken. Hammer roared and tried to stop it, but the speed of the seawater backflow was too fast. Lance on the side threw him down and pressed him to the deck. Seawater fell. The originally majestic warship suddenly became a drowned chicken. All the gunpowder was soaked, and the originally dense firepower network stopped at once. Feeling the pressure relieved, Roger shouted, "Long live! Oh, Samble is awesome, Rayleigh, so you want him to do this, Rayleigh, you are the smartest person on the ship." "Rayleigh! That's a must, Garp is here, get ready to join the fight, Jabba, get Shanks and Buggy down, it's too early for them to fight." Rayleigh didn't care, after all, Garp had already caught up with him aggressively. Jabba heard the words, holding a little kid in each hand, and threw the two young but curious children down the cabin, and closed the cabin door. "Roger, surrender! Damn Garp, you are so annoying! Fist bone! God! Impress! Avoid!" The special skills of both sides roared out. The surging domineering auras entangled and collided again. The bright red lightning made the originally restless sea surface turbulent in an instant. However, the crews of both sides were elites who had experienced hundreds of battles, and they remained strong in the face of the terrifying collision of domineering Haki like hell. The only unlucky one was the weak navy of the third party, the Hammer Division. In the collision of the two top domineering Haki on the sea, the soldiers of the Hammer fell one after another, and even Lance felt a terrifying momentum that made him breathless. Damn it! Thanks to the quick reaction of the Hammer, he immediately struck the hammer of the heart. Relying on the heavy sound of the hammer falling in his mind, he cleared his mind and also helped Lance to refresh his mind. That's why he didn't die in the first wave of domineering Haki. "Oh, the captain's domineering Haki, Garp's domineering Haki, it seems that I don't need to continue throwing seawater." Sangbal slowly emerged from the water, feeling the two domineering Haki fade away, he muttered to himself. Who would have thought that his voice was really loud, and the hammer, who was already full of anger, instantly became furious. "Lance, move the warship away and don't enter the attack range. You are alone." "Can you do it?" Lance first looked around, then looked at the two sides fighting fiercely, and fiercely nodded. "Okay, the rest is up to you. Damn fishman bastard, get off. Trident electrocute you." Iron Hammer waved his right hand, and the trident appeared. Then he soared into the air, stepped on the moon and rushed towards the sea level. The trident wrapped with several lightning bolts hit Sangbal in the sea. "Wow, it's thundering." Sangbal heard the sound of thunder and looked up. I saw the 3-meter-tall, very strong Iron Hammer, holding the trident and stabbing him fiercely. "What a beautiful trident, mine is not bad either." Sangbal grinned and raised his left hand. In his hand, there was also a fork, but it was very plain. "Asshole lightning chain!" Click! The sound of thunder rang out from the trident, and several terrifying lightning bolts surrounded Sangbal. "I hide." Seeing the lightning falling, Sangbal was very cunning and retreated directly into the sea. This made Taikawi very angry. "Come out if you dare! Come down if you dare! Come out! Come down!" Taikawi was furious. He clenched his right hand tightly and raised it above his head. "You forced me to do it." The maximum power of hitting the bull from behind the mountain air cannon. The fist smashed hard in the air, and the ability of the hammer fruit was pushed to the extreme. Boom! The loud hammering sound resounded through the sky. A shock wave that was several times larger than before fell on the sea surface. Boom! The originally turbulent sea surface was directly hit by this blow to create a deep pit, and Sangbal's figure was directly revealed. Damn sonic attack! Sangbal felt his body being suppressed, and the pain from his skin made him a little angry. Hit the water! As an experienced fishman warrior, he certainly would not sit and wait for death. Murphy Karate hit the water, suddenly launched. Countless water drops comparable to bullets attacked the air. I hammer! The Iron Hammer was not afraid at all, and broke it with force. The heavy hammering sound rang again. The shock wave collided with the water droplets in the air. Directly blew the water droplets into light rain. "Tisk, I won't mess with you anymore, I'm going back to report." The sea water that was shaken open by the hammer closed again, and Sang Bell dived into the sea and swam towards the Oro Jackson. "Don't run!" How could the Iron Hammer let him go? He took a moon step and chased Sang Bell. "Please collect, please add to the bookshelf, please like, please everything. Thank you readers for your great support." Chapter 45 Garp, you are cheating. "Damn Garp, why are you always chasing me?" "Because you are still at sea." Roger and Garp, two mortal enemies, were having a lot of fun fighting each other with punches and swords. Bogart entangled Rayleigh with a standard long sword. This adjutant who said nothing but was ruthless had amazing fighting power. Rayleigh did not dare to neglect him. Dragon found Jabba again, and the Battle of Revenge started directly on the deck of the Oro Jackson. "Vice Captain Rayleigh, I'm back. I wet all the gunpowder of that small warship, and all the soldiers on the ship were stunned by the captain's domineering aura." Samble jumped out of the water and landed on the deck wet all over. Rayleigh raised his long sword to block Bogart's attack and nodded with satisfaction. "Well done, Samble. Well done, you bastard fishman, don't run. I'm going to kill you." A roar came, and the iron hammer that made the moon step like a treadmill suddenly rushed into the sky above the battlefield. "Die, keep discharging." The trident was thrown out by him, and with the sound of a sharp weapon entering the body, it was directly inserted into the deck. The next second, the terrifying electric current began to spread. The sound of lightning sounded. Sangbal was the most unlucky. He was closest to the trident and was directly electrocuted. Black smoke began to come out of his mouth. Countless lightning directly blocked the battlefield. Rayleigh's eyes flashed with a cold light, and the long sword in his hand slashed at the trident. Kang! Under the attack of the armed color domineering, the trident was cut in half, and the electric current stopped releasing. "Sanbal, hey, are you okay?" Burp Hanum. Rayleigh was relieved to see that Sanbal was fine. "Let me show you how terrifying a real blacksmith is when he gets angry. Open it, my treasure chest." Iron Hammer was really angry. His munitions were so precious, but they were all soaked in seawater. His soldiers had such a good relationship with him along the way, and they were all stunned at once. What if there were some sequelae? Iron Hammer, who was furious, flashed and came to the bow of the warship. The ring on his right hand suddenly lit up. Countless things were taken out by Iron Hammer. Vice Admiral Garp broken wind gloves. Adjutant Bogart sword, Chi long sword. Drag Ruyi stick. Various weapons appeared. Garp smiled slyly at this, turned around and came to the bow of the warship, and put the gloves on. Then he rushed towards Roger again. Bogart didn't know what Hammer was capable of, but seeing that his boss was so enthusiastic, he also took a long sword with a shaving with the mentality of giving it a try. Drag was the simplest. His right hand turned into a whirlwind, and he took the long stick directly from Hammer. That's not all, he also put on a pair of gloves, holding a long sword, and stood on the bow, posing an attacking posture. "Roger, you're done, ha ha ha, look at my wind-breaking blow." With the gloves, Garp smiled very brightly and swung his fists violently. Roger just pretended that you can't do anything to me, but he suffered. The fierce fist wind whistled up, and Garp's fist swung violently, bringing up a terrible fist wind. The fist winds of the two fists intertwined to form a huge airflow. Roger looked at the formation of the airflow in disbelief. Fug! God's evasion! He dared not try the compressed airflow visible to the naked eye, and could only fight back with the Conqueror's hide. The simple airflow could not resist the God's evasion with the Conqueror's hide. But who is Garp? The fist wind is just his add-on, and the real output can be his Conqueror's hide. Broken wind fist bone impact. The already powerful punch, wrapped in the fist wind, was once more powerful. And magic attacks were added. The wind blades fell like flowers from the sky, and in the center of the wind blades was Garp's fist with 100 of his power. You have to cheat, Garp, you little chicken, you can't afford it. Roger was furious. He saw at a glance that the fist wind and wind blades were not Garp's abilities, but must be the abilities of the gloves. This Garp, he even brought props to fight him. Adk. Rayleigh is now a ruthless machine, and can only smash the flying sword energy with his desperate swing of the sword. Originally, he could not do this, but when a sword energy fell on the deck and cut a scar, he could not leave it alone. Otherwise, if this sword energy fell on the Oro Jackson, wouldn't the ship fall apart? Drag's battle will be much more difficult. He has not grown up yet, and it is difficult for him to compete with Jabba even with the natural fruit. Even if the Ruyi stick in his hand can help him make sneak attacks again and again, it is not painful for Jabba at all. Iron Hammer, do you have any other weapons? This stick won't work. Iron Hammer was too lazy to answer him. He had only one target from beginning to end. That was the fishman Sangbal who attacked his warship. Iron Hammer rushed towards Sangbal with his sword. It's you, the Navy again, you're so annoying. Although Sanbal's combat power would be a little weaker after leaving the sea, as a fighter of Roger's pirate group, his strength should not be underestimated. The strong armament haki covered his hands and fork. Humph, isn't it just armament haki? Look at my sword and fist. Audadadadaday. Iron Hammer wouldn't be stupid enough to fight with him. He punched with his left hand and swung his sword with his right hand. The fist wind and sword energy instantly covered Sanbal. Me. Sanbal was so angry that he wanted to curse. He quickly covered his whole body with armament haki, and then he resisted. Just when the two sides were fighting fiercely, no one noticed that the trident, which was originally cut into two sections by Rayleigh, suddenly showed a strange scene. The front end of the trident still released a weak electric current. It just didn't release outward, but climbed up the long handle of the trident. The electric current slowly rose, and the sky also felt the call of the little brother and began to respond. Boom! Please collect, please add to the bookshelf, please like, please everything. Thank you all readers for your support. Chapter 46 Natural Disaster, Thunders Descend. A thunderclap sounded. Both sides in the fierce battle were startled and looked up at the sky involuntarily. The originally dark clouds became even darker. Countless thunder dragons were circling in the clouds. Boom! Another thunderclap. The magnetic field began to distort at the location of the two ships. As a blacksmith, Iron Hammer was very sensitive to elements such as electricity and fire. He was the first to feel something was wrong. Looking around, he saw the broken trident. The trident was already full of electricity at this time, and the most bizarre thing was that the current was still rising slowly. Not good. Vice Admiral Garp, retreat quickly. Retreat? The screaming shout of Iron Hammer stunned Garp and others. Don't stand there, run helmsman, turn quick. Seeing that the strange current was still rising slowly, Iron Hammer's hair stood up. Rayleigh followed Iron Hammer's horrified eyes and saw the trident glowing with electricity. Fuck! Asshole Navy! The next second, he hurriedly ran towards the trident. He stretched out his hand to pull up the trident and throw it out. Ouch! Unexpectedly, the trident was full of electricity at this time, and it was connected to the lightning in the sky. Rayleigh, who directly took it, was shocked and numb. Rayleigh's condition made everyone come to their senses, and they unconsciously looked at the broken trident. Deregio, give me the Ruyi stick quick. Deregio did not dare to neglect and threw the Ruyi stick over. Iron Hammer caught it and took out a huge steel plate from his ring. Kang! He used his arms to push the Ruyi stick directly onto the steel plate. The next second. Make it longer for me. Iron Hammer pressed the steel plate against the Oro Jackson. He held the Ruyi stick tightly with both hands. Because of the magnetic field, the two warships were tightly attached together. If lightning strikes, they will also suffer. Zzz. The Ruyi stick began to grow longer, and Iron Hammer felt an extremely huge force coming from his hands, and he couldn't hold it for a while. Fuck, help, don't just stand there. Deregio was the first to react, and he also held the Ruyi stick and started to use force, trying to separate the warship from the Oro Jackson. Seeing this, the others also threw away their weapons and started to help. Boom! The sky thundered again, and a giant dragon full of lightning was about to take shape. If the thunder fell, none of the two ships on the scene would be able to escape. Oh bastard! Rayleigh, find a way quickly! Roger waved his hands that were numb from the electric shock, with a trace of anxiety on his face. It was okay if he was injured, but if the ship was destroyed, they would have nowhere to escape. Rayleigh also turned his head to the extreme at this time, but he couldn't think of a good way for a while. After all, the power of natural disasters is the most powerful in this world. Ah, get up! Just then, a blue strong man rushed forward, grabbed the trident, and pulled it out violently. It was the fishman Sangbul. Relying on the fishman's strong physical fitness, Sangbul clenched his teeth and used all his strength. Sangbul let go. Chi! The impact of the electric current ran wild in Sangbul's body, and his hands began to turn black. That was not his domineering, but he was electrocuted. Get up! Under Sangbul's brute force, the trident that was originally firmly attached to the ship by lightning was slowly pulled out. Boom! Jabba, get ready to run! Jabba walked into the cabin quickly after hearing this. The two forces were fighting because of a terrible natural disaster. With the addition of Cap and others, the Hammer group finally separated the warship from the Oro Jackson by brute force. Go full steam ahead! The exhausted Hammer howled at the sky. Kang! On the Oro Jackson, Sangbul finally pulled out the trident before he fainted. However, under the influence of inertia, the trident was lifted high. Boom! The trident that flew into the air became the trigger of everything. The lightning in the air was guided and was about to fall. Jabba, hurry! Who said that those who stand under the thunder are mortals? God avoid! He focused all of Roger's domineering blow and swung it towards the sky. At the same time, thunder fell down under the guidance of the trident. This is how the thunder came. Roger is indeed the top powerhouse on the sea. The god of void, which was infused with all his strength, stopped the thunder and lightning from falling for a few seconds. It was these few seconds that gave the Oro Jackson a chance. Jet power start! Amid Jabba's roar, a surge of airflow broke out at the stern of the Oro Jackson, and the next second the aerodynamic jet erupted. With the propulsion of the jet power, the Oro Jackson rushed out a second before the thunder and lightning fell, heading in the opposite direction of the dog-headed warship. Boom! Crack! The thunder fell, and everything returned to nothingness. Damn Roger, let him get away again! On the doghead warship that survived the disaster, Garp waved his fists in displeasure, muttering. Okay, Dad, if it weren't for Hammer's help, we would be in trouble. By the way, Hammer, does your trident still have this effect to attract lightning? Drag and Hammer lay on the deck without any image, enjoying the sea breeze. I don't know either, I guess it's because Rayleigh, that bastard, cut off the trident, causing the current inside without a direction. It will be affected by the weather and become a lightning rod. Iron Hammer looked at the sky with lingering fear. He should not have this feeling of surviving a disaster again. Ha ha ha, but it is also because of Iron Hammer that Roger, that bastard, is so embarrassed. He was just a little bit away, ha ha ha. Garp played with the gloves in his hand and laughed happily. That's right. This is the worst time we have forced Roger. Iron Hammer, your weapons are really good. I will accept this long sword. Bogart also nodded in agreement, then threw away the original standard long sword and inserted the sword made by Iron Hammer into the scabbard. Okay, I knew it. Iron Hammer looked at Garp and Bogart speechlessly. He knew with his toes that these two people were not going to return it. And Iron Hammer, these patches you made for my warship are not ordinary stuff. Garp suddenly said. Iron Hammer glanced at him. I didn't expect that you would find it, old man. Some of these steel plates are ordinary steel plates, and some are not. Those are the steel plates that I have given the ability to evolve into sea stone, with the characteristics and toughness of sea stone. Garb. Drag. Bogart. Thank you for your support. Chapter 47. The brain is very important, it must not be damaged. Really, just this ordinary steel plate can be comparable to sea stone. Hammer knew they didn't believe him, so he took out a special steel plate and placed it in front of them. Because Hammer was wearing the wind-breaking gauntlet, he relied on the gauntlet to isolate himself from touching the steel plate, so there was no problem, but as soon as the steel plate was taken out, his eyes began to wander. His eyes were staring straight at Dragon. Dorag was uncomfortable. No, Hammer, can you stop looking at me like that? It's uncomfortable. Okay, I won't look at you, Dragon, go touch it. Hammer's words made Dragon feel bad, and just as he was about to retreat, a big and powerful hand pressed on his shoulder. Looking back, it was his father Cap. Dorag, why are you so cowardly? Can a piece of steel plate kill you? Jabba's 2 axes didn't kill you, what are you afraid of? Go. Without waiting for Dorag to retort, Garp used his big hand to press Dorag directly onto the steel plate. Don't ask why Dorag didn't use his ability to turn into a gust of wind to escape. The reason is that Garp's big hand is pure black. The black is completely black. Ouch! Dorag, who was held down by Garp, fell on the steel plate. The next second, he turned into a pool of water. No. I have no strength. Hurry up, heal me up. He was sore and weak all over, and his tongue began to soften. This was Dorag's condition. Seeing the brave attitude of the first test subject, Garp and Bogart's eyes lit up. The next second, 2 malicious eyes fell on the Hammer. What are you doing? What are you two doing? Hey, don't pull my pants. Ah! At this moment, Taikui became a lamb at the mercy of others. Although he was 3 meters tall and strong, he looked so fragile in front of Vice Admiral Garp and Bogart, who were only a head shorter than him. 2 pairs of dark big hands, one pulled his upper body and the other pulled his lower body. He was pressed hard on the steel plate, and became a famous painting like dragon. Asshole Garp! Hurry, get it up for me. Tikui, who also turned into a puddle of water, was so angry. Dorag beside him laughed happily. Ha, he deserved it. Asshole dragon! The 2 limp men stuttered and spit at each other, adding some ink to this famous painting. Just leave them here, no one is allowed to move them. Bogart, turn around and look for Hammer's warship, and then everyone will return together. Yes, Vice Admiral Garp. Vice Admiral Garp, is it really okay for the 2 of them to be like this? Lance and a group of soldiers who were found by Garp looked at their leader like a puddle of mud, and they felt a little distressed. What's the problem? This is training. Understand, as a person with special abilities, you have no resistance to the sea, and this is even more true when facing sea stone. You can't relax your physical training just because you have obtained the devil fruit. Look at these 2 bastards, they can't even stand a little sea stone. Humph, 2 rookies. Garp's words made Taikui want to retort, but he couldn't do it because his tongue was out of control. He simply closed his eyes and ignored him. But he silently drew a circle around Garp in his heart. He was thinking in his mind that he must make a weird thing to avenge today. Okay, I've seen it, Iron Hammer is safe with me, you don't have to worry, now everyone is ready to return, the target is Marinford. Yes, Vice Admiral Garp. During the voyage. Hoo Drag, how are you? A little better. The 2 naval talents who were originally like mud have now sat up back to back, but they did not leave the steel plate. Sea stone is worthy of being the nemesis of ability users, it's so uncomfortable. Iron Hammer had a sad face, and his words made Dragon nod fiercely. But you don't say, this kind of training is really good. I can feel that from the beginning when I couldn't touch it at all, I have gradually adapted to it now. Drag's eyes were shining, and he slowly raised his right fist and clenched it. Tisk, blame your unreliable father, otherwise we would have suffered this. After this time, I will never go out to sea again. I will work hard towards the position of logistics minister. It's too difficult, going out to sea is too difficult. There are dangers everywhere, either lightning or pirates. It's better to sit back and relax. I don't understand what's good about being a logistics minister. Every day you are either in charge of this or that, how can the sea be interesting? With your fate as a blacksmith, can you calculate how much a bullet costs? Iron Hammer rolled his eyes at him and replied straightforwardly. Yes, one bullet costs 10,000 Baileys, 10,000 bullets cost 100 million Baileys. Humph, didn't he buy bullets? The head of a certain chamber of commerce sneezed happily while counting the money. Durag. What bullet costs 10,000 Baileys Taikawi, did your brain get damaged by sea stone? If it doesn't work, I'll ask the ship's doctor to take a look at you. The brain is the most important thing, it must not be damaged. Taikawi was furious. Get lost, Durag, I bought bullets in shampoo before, and they cost 10,000 Baileys each. Where did you buy them? Can't you just go to the branch to replenish ammunition? That scumbag Phil Jackson wouldn't give me any, so I went to the black market to buy them. How many did you buy? 10,000, 100 million Baileys, isn't it just one bullet costing 10,000 Baileys? Are you really stupid? You've been fooled. Taikawi. Dorag quickly told the cost of the bullet. The general cost of a bullet will not exceed 500 Baileys, and if you buy it, it will generally be around 1,000 Baileys. Even if it's the black market, it won't be much more. How can you say that one bullet costs 10,000 Baileys? Are you being fooled? Iron Hammer. Santos, you bastard, how dare you cheat me? My money, my hard-earned money. At this moment, Iron Hammer felt that the whole person was gloomy. Obviously, he believed in the Hydra Club so much. After all, this name represented the number one enemy in his previous life. I didn't expect it, I didn't expect that he, Iron, who had been smart all his life, would fall in business. Ha 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 ha, Iron Hammer, you idiot, you made me laugh to death. Shut up, Durag, don't tell anyone about this, otherwise even if you are the wind, I will hammer you into a bellows. Please add it to your collection, bookshelf, likes, everything. Thanks to all readers for their support. Chapter 48, The Meow Dao is Born. Duan. Duan. On the deck of the dog-headed warship, the Iron Hammer has risen from the steel plate. The deck that was originally well-behaved has now become the forging room of the Iron Hammer. A portable calcining furnace was supported on the deck, and on it was a pile of red-hot steel plates. At this time, his face was full of anger, and his right hand with a boxing glove hit a piece of red-hot steel plate, one hammer after another. Under the ravages of the Iron Hammer, the steel plate quickly changed its image and changed towards the direction of a Miao Dao. The goal of the Iron Hammer is to forge a Miao Dao. The Miao Dao is also called the long sword, which is a traditional Chinese weapon. It is 5 feet long, the blade is 3 feet and 8 inches long, and the handle is 1 foot and 2 inches long. It is named because of the slender blade. Even if the Iron Hammer is now in the world of One Piece, he can't forget his roots. Wow, Hammer, are you trying to forge all these steel plates into weapons? Humph, bastard, you're trying to trick me. Hammer, I'm talking to you. What can't you see for yourself? Drag had already left the steel plates and was watching Hammer forging iron with great interest. In his opinion, if these steel plates were reforged into weapons, they would definitely be magical weapons. After all, these steel plates have the hardness and power of sea stone, and are definitely killer weapons. Although these steel plates have the strength and hardness of sea stone, they are still steel plates in essence. With my fruit ability and forging ability, I can force them to be plastic, which is incomparable to sea stone. After all, processing sea stone alone is a big problem. It's no exaggeration to say that no one in the world can make such a cool thing with sparks except me. Iron Hammer was not exaggerating this time. After all, sea stone is not steel. It is an ore and cannot be forged at all. It can only be processed and shaped. Generally, it can only shape smaller objects, such as nails. More often, sea stone is integrated into other objects to give the object the ability of sea stone. For example, handcuffs. But the steel plate made by the hammer is not like this. The steel plate itself is still a steel plate, but it is endowed with the ability and strength of sea stone. It has the ability of secondary processing after calcination and hammering. At this time, the hammer is doing this work. Doin'. Asshole, hammer, what are you doing on my deck? Carp, who came after hearing the news, was furious when he saw that his deck had become a forging room. Immediately wanted to step forward and pull out hammer and whip him. But Dragon grabbed him. Hiss crack. The result was that in order to stop Carp, Dragon drew 2 black lines on the deck and then crushed a piece of wood. Damn it, Durag, look at what you've done. Well, Durag has to take the blame for this. Dad, wait, Taikawi is forging that steel plate. If it succeeds, it will definitely be a great weapon. Although Garp came from Mang village and relied on Mang all his life. But he still understood the big things. When he heard that the steel plate containing the power of sea stone could be forged, he had some expectations in his heart. Just like that, on the sea, a large warship and a small warship sailed one after the other. Doin' the sound seemed to be endless. After an unknown amount of time, a roar sounded. Done quenching. Chi. Accompanied by Taikawi, he put the Miao-Dao in his hand into the bucket of water beside him. Water quenching, not oil quenching. You should know that when general knife makers quench, they will choose the corresponding quenching according to the material. Most people will choose oil quenching. Although the cooling speed is relatively slow, it helps to avoid deformation and cracking of metal during quenching. Although water quenching has a better cooling effect and can quickly cool metal and improve the strength and hardness of metal, the corresponding risk is extremely high. If you are not careful, it will cause deformation or cracking. Iron Hammer was not panicked at all and let the Miao-Dao be quenched in the cold water bucket as soon as possible. As a top knife maker in his previous life, he has absolute confidence in his craftsmanship. Hiss. With a hissing sound, the originally red-hot steel billet gradually stabilized. A touch of silver appeared in front of everyone. Seeing that the quenching was completed, Iron Hammer lifted the Miao-Dao. The bright blade could make people feel it's extraordinary even before it was processed. Take out the file and Iron Hammer gently test the blade. The hard and straight blade made him very satisfied. After the important steps were completed, Iron Hammer began to perform detailed operations. First, polishing, then the handle. Under the stunned gaze of the crowd, Taikawi quickly completed a series of processes, and finally a classic Miao-Dao made by a top knife maker appeared in front of everyone. Because it was forged with finished steel, the blade was smooth and had no patterns. Although the handle was made of ordinary brass, it looked particularly pleasing to the eye under Taikawi's lean technology. The handle of the knife was not made of steel plate. After all, if someone with the ability held the knife, it would be soft before it could cut anyone. There was no excessive decoration, just wrapped with an umbrella rope, so that the person using the knife would not let it slip out. Perfect. Taikawi looked at his work and couldn't help but sigh. Quick Taikawi, let me try. A figure suddenly flew past Garp and Durag. The two who were eager to try were both stunned. Because the figure was none other than Garp's adjutant, Bogart. Taikawi nodded at Bogart, who was excited, and threw the Miao-Dao to him. He picked up the wood and the remaining steel plates and began to make a scabbard for the Miao-Dao. What a good knife! Bogart held the Miao-Dao, and a flash of excitement flashed through his heart. With his level of swordsmanship, he could tell the quality of swords at a glance. And the knife in his hand was obviously a good knife. The light blade and sharp blade, although simple and elegant, gave people a feeling of returning to nature. Shua! Bogart faced the sea and swung his right hand fiercely. A flying slash broke through the air. So light the sharpness of the blade can actually drive my slash, making the slash more smooth. Very. Bogart, who was excited to see the prey, swung his knife quickly, and countless slashes appeared, which made everyone dumbfounded. Armament. Bogart was not satisfied yet, and the dark armament haki appeared to cover the long sword. But the problem appeared immediately. Although the strong armament haki turned the handle black, the blade of the Miao Dao did not turn black completely. Because the blade showed a black light. This means that except for the blade covered with armament haki, the back of the blade was not covered with armament haki. Iron Hammer, what's going on? Why is only the blade black? Bogart asked Iron Hammer with a puzzled look. Iron Hammer responded without raising his head, "Are you stupid? When you fight with someone, you use the back of the knife to cut people. Is this ordinary steel? This is special steel. After my forging, the blade is extremely sharp, but the back of the blade will become thicker, so that it will not break easily when the swords collide. If you think that the armament color is not enough to cover the blade, then you can increase the output of the armament color and cover the back of the blade as well. But, that seems to me to be sick." Bogart. He wanted to refute Taikawa, but he felt that Taikawa was right. Who doesn't use the blade to cut people, but must use the back of the knife? Please collect, ask for bookshelf, ask for praise, ask for everything. Chapter 49 Tragic Taikawa, heartbroken 90 million Baileys. What a sharp knife, Taikawa, what is this knife called? Bogart gestured and was very happy. Miao Dao, good name. What's the meaning of this name? No, we call it that in my hometown. Your hometown isn't that shampoo? Is there such a knife in shampoo? The name of Miao Dao made Bogart and others feel good. Humph, it's the knife from my hometown anyway, use it or not, return it to me. At this time, Taikawa was still angry. He was cheated out of 90 million Baileys. 90 million, how many of him can he buy? He was so angry, he would go to shampoo later. He must make Santos, the bastard, pay. Let him know how serious the consequences are if he dares to deceive Tai. This knife is more powerful when held with both hands, no wonder the handle is so long. As Garp's adjutant and a first-class swordsman, Bogart has fully understood the structure of the Miao Dao. He held the sword with both hands and slashed it down suddenly. The blade covered with armed color domineering slashed a very strong and powerful slash. Even the sea surface was cut open by this slash. Sure enough. Humph, you just found out you are still a swordsman, but you are nothing. Iron Hammer complained unhappily and directly burned Bogart's CPU. Ha 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 ha, Bogart, I found out that the Iron Hammer seems to be your nemesis. You died miserably under the mouth of the Iron Hammer. Ha 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 ha. Garp laughed so hard that his tears came out. Garp knew his adjutant very well. He has always been an iron-faced and impartial person, but on this day, he was broken several times by Hammer. He laughed to death. Bogart. $. The speed of the warships was still very fast, especially the large warships that the Vice-Admiral took, the war beasts, which had been transformed by the great inventor Vegapunk. The bottom of the ship was inlaid with sea stone, allowing them to ignore the invasion of sea kings and pass through the doldrums directly. Of course, small warships like Hammer, which were taken by officers, have not yet popularized this technology. That is why Hammer had to go to the Grand Line every time. With the dog-headed warship leading the way, the two warships quickly returned to Marinford. Finally back lands. I want to cry. Looking at the familiar Marinford, Taikawa's eyes could not help but turn red. This trip was too hard for him. Being cheated, fighting against judge, fighting fishermen, and escaping from natural disasters. I am very sad. Taiki, don't cry yet. The signalman just sent a letter saying that you and Vice Admiral Garp will report to Marshal Kong. You can cry after the report. Taiki me. Marshal's office. Garp sat carelessly on the sofa beside him, drinking tea and eating senbei. Damn Garp, that's my senbei, put it down to me. Wahahaha, don't be so stingy, Sengoku, let me eat some. Next to him was the only general of the headquarters, Buddha Sengoku. On the sofa on the other side was the chief of staff, Ms. Tsuru. Marshal Kong sat in the main seat, and only our poor Hammer stood aside. Garp, be honest. Hammer, tell me about the situation in Germa. Hammer thought for a while and carefully organized his words. Organize what you can say and hide what you can't say. Germa 66 appeared in the North Sea this time because he was one of the North Sea member states. I spread the news through the Stanford Chamber of Commerce and led him to notice. You also know that I am the maker of the invisible hat. Vinsmoke snatched the hat to understand its structure. Hearing this, Marshal Kong and others nodded. This forging ability of Iron Hammer is still very rare and has never appeared in the entire sea. After that, I took people to notice to wait for Vinsmoke Judge to come. After the two sides met, they did not fight. I had some exchanges with Judge on scientific research. It can be said that we appreciate each other. He is a scientist and I am a forger. We competed on weapons and other things, and it can be regarded as a preliminary friendship. Some of the weapons on my warship were also donated by Germa. Then Germa retreated to do the research he mentioned. It is estimated that he will not appear for a while. Iron Hammer did not blush and breathed as he finished the magic modification. Reported it once. Everyone looked very strange. Fuck friendly communication. Fuck scientist friendship. What kind of character is Vinsmoke? How could they not know it? That bastard Judge is so kind to give you something. Forget it, anyway, as long as Germa 66 doesn't show up and affect the North Sea, it's fine. Iron Hammer, don't treat us as muscle idiots. We know what Germa is like. But Germa is a member of the world conquest after all. As long as they don't come out to harm people, it's fine. As for what you said, hee. Do you believe it yourself? Marshal Kong did not pursue the responsibility of Iron Hammer. After all, Iron Hammer did find the Germa kingdom this time. No matter what happened in between, just based on that ship of arms, it is known that Iron Hammer, the bastard, did not suffer any loss. And they did not receive any complaints from the world government, proving that Germa did not react much. That's good. Iron Hammer was relieved. What else could he do? Tell them that he had beaten the king of the Germa kingdom into amnesia and then he wanted to be his sworn brother. God knows if Old Man Kong and Old Man Zhongguo would beat him to death after he told them. Oh, yes, there's more. Iron Hammer, I heard that you cheated 90 million Baileys. Tell us about it. Suddenly, Ms. Crane smiled and revealed Iron Hammer's scar. Ha 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 ha. Wah ha ha ha. For a while, there were laughters in the office, and everyone, including Marshal Kong, bent over with laughter. Only Iron Hammer's face was as red as an apple, and he stood there awkwardly. Iron Hammer, you are right, you have created a new firearm and need bullets, so you should report it. How can the headquarters disagree with you? After all, the birth of your automatic rifle is likely to improve the overall strength of the Navy. Phil Jackson is a fool, ha 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 ha. Warring States, wearing glasses, first held back his laughter, and then couldn't help it. Iron Hammer had a sad face. 1 billion Baileys to buy 10,000 bullets, what do you think, Iron Hammer? If you have more money, you can contribute it to the headquarters, ha ha ha. Iron Hammer was completely numb. There was only one thought left in his mind. Santos, you are finished. You are sure to get Iron Hammer's hammer. In the Hydra Club far away in Champu. Santos, who was taking a bath, suddenly felt a chill that even hot water could not dispel. Ah, cry! Why is it so cold all of a sudden? Weird. Thank you all readers for your support. Chapter 50 Assistant Hammer, Thoroughly Evil. As for the fact that Roger's pirate ship has jet power equipment, this discovery is very important. Be careful in the future. The laughter subsided, and the office became serious again. Even Marshal Kong and the other two did not pay much attention to the problems of Roger's pirate group. After all, Roger, the bastard, was floating around, and the pirate ship built by Base Ho Adam had excellent power. Only Garp, the bastard, could catch up with him every day. Humph, next time I see Roger, I'll make him look bad. By the way, the weapons made by Iron Hammer are really useful. Roger usually disgusts me with his broken sword, but now that I have the wind-breaking gauntlets, I can disgust him instead, which makes me feel better. Ha 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 ha. Garp can't let go of the wind-breaking gauntlets, and now he wears them on his hands, which makes Zhang Guo's mouth twitch. Not only him, even Old Man Kong still has that long sword on his waist. Tisk tisk tisk. Well, that's true. How about this, Zhang Guo, don't arrange sea missions for Iron Hammer recently, let him work as a forger in the headquarters for a while. Iron Hammer, what do you think? Iron Hammer, who was originally numb to the point of wandering in space, was instantly pulled back to the world. Great, I have a lot of new ideas that I want to try out, so it's best if you stay at the headquarters. Looking at Taikawi, whose face changed like a chameleon, several people couldn't help wiping their sweat. Taikawi, don't be so proud. You can stay at the headquarters, but you can't just be a forger. Taikawi, I knew he wouldn't let him go so easily. Zepha's elite training camp is in need of an assistant. According to Zifa's description, the equipment you made can help learn the 6 styles very well, so I'll just arrange you to be an assistant to help Zifa. Training elites. Taikawi's mind instantly flashed back to his feat of beating 100 people that day, and he suddenly felt his fists getting hot. This is a good thing. Since that day, he understood why Zifa always liked to beat him. The kind of beating that was done in the name of goodness really made people unable to stop and feel very comfortable. Okay, no problem, it's just an assistant teacher, I'll bring all the equipment to report to Mr. Zifa. Taichui's inexplicable enthusiasm really scared everyone. Oh, is the salted fish Iron Hammer finally going to rise? Yes, this is what a good navy should look like. Zhang Guo was very satisfied with the current state of the Iron Hammer, full of blood. Unfortunately, he had no idea that the Iron Hammer was just going to torment people. He could also use these elites as guinea pigs to test some of his new props. The mission is over, let's talk about other things. Iron Hammer, is there a high probability that the rapid-fire gun and Miao Dao you made will be popularized? Here comes the highlight. This is the main reason for calling the Iron Hammer. The rapid-fire gun is a weapon of the same type as the broken wind fist gloves. It is a certain attribute given by my fruit ability. The probability of its popularization is not very high. The Miao Dao is easier. You only need to forge the steel plate modified by me. Even if you don't make a Miao Dao, you can make it into a standard long sword. As for forging, after all, the special steel plate is very hard. If it is forged by other blacksmiths besides me, it will be difficult. The words of Taikawi made Marshal Kong, General Zhang Guo and Chief of Staff Ms. He silent. They saw the power of the rapid-fire gun and the Miao Dao, and they were really shocked. They all thought about how much improvement it would bring if the two weapons could be popularized to the Navy. It will definitely bring unprecedented help to stabilize the sea. But after Taikawi said this, they realized how difficult it was. Hey, old guys, don't worry. It's hard to say about the rapid-fire rifle. I still have a shortcut for the Miao Dao. After the words fell, everyone, including Carp, had a gleam in their eyes and looked straight at Taikawi. I saw a devilish smile on Taikawi's face, which was very scary. Brother Taikawi, you're back. In the evening, Shirley returned to her and Taikawi's home after a day of training. When she opened the door, she saw Taikawi cooking, and she was instantly delighted. Ah! I just came back today. After reporting on my work, I bought some vegetables. I'm cooking for a little leopard. He 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 he. A white-haired girl was giggling and jumping. Shirley was very happy that Taikawi came back. After all, in Shirley's eyes, Taikawi was her only relative. Go wash your hands. Look at you. How come a day's training has made you look like a mud monkey? Tisk, isn't it because Mr. Zifa is too strict every day? We have to run, jump, and do boxing, and there are boring cultural classes. It's really annoying. Oh really, little Shirley, I didn't expect you to have such a big opinion of me. Just when Shirley was complaining about the training camp, a deep voice came from outside the door. Shirley and Taikawi were so scared that they trembled. The rice spoon in Taikawi's hand was almost dropped. Old man, can you please stop talking so loudly? Suddenly it's scary, my braised beef was almost wiped out. Taiche glanced at Zifa, who walked in with a bad temper, and quickly stabilized the beef in the pot. Ha ha ha, Taikawi, I heard that you completed the mission well this time, and you were cheated out of 90 million Baileys. Zepha walked into the room swaggeringly, pulled a chair and sat at the dining table, looking at Taikawi, who was cooking with a smile on his face. Humph, can you not mention this? I will take revenge sooner or later. Ha ha ha, you kid, you are smart all your life but confused for a moment. You actually went to the black market to buy bullets. Who else can they cheat if not you? By the way, Zhangguo told you about the assistant teacher. Taikawi first took the beef out of the pot, then took the bowl and chopsticks, and then pulled out a chair and sat down. Well, I said, I agreed. It's just an assistant teacher. Thinking of those lovely juniors and juniors, I'm quite happy. Taikawi showed his excitement without any concealment. Zepha was speechless. By the way, Mr. Zifa, why are you like Vice Admiral garb, wearing gloves even when you come to eat? Yes, Zifa still had the broken wind gloves on his hands. The black gloves were covered with dust, but he didn't take them off. Zepha laughed. It's very useful. You don't know that with these gloves, I run to the window of Sengoku from time to time and punch him. You didn't see Sengoku's expression, ha 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 ha. Iron Hammer. As expected, a jerk can't be a jerk alone, these three live treasures. Eat, eat, Shirley, why are you so slow to wash your hands? Iron Hammer was too lazy to say anything, and urged Shirley to eat quickly. I saw a white-haired girl came to the dining table in a flash, with some embarrassment on her face. After all, it would be embarrassing for anyone to be caught talking bad about others behind their backs. Mr. Zifa, how is Shirley's training during this period? After taking a bite of beef, Zifa showed a trace of satisfaction. Not bad, Shirley is very talented, the Fur tribe is a fighting nation. If I'm not mistaken, Shirley should have mastered shaving by now, right? Shirley nodded while eating. Well, the food made by Brother Taikawi is so delicious, eat more. That's not bad, by the way, Mr. Zifa, during this mission, I will use his ability to forge a batch of steel plates with sea stone abilities. Well, Zhangguo told me, and he also said that you have a way to make these steel plates into weapons. He also learned something about the Miao Dao. If weapons of that power can really be forged in batches, it would definitely be a good thing. I saw Taikawi suddenly became wretched, and pulled Zifa to start telling some unspeakable things. He, this requires your consent, Mr. Zifa. This is what I planned first, then he. Zifa was completely offline after listening to it. There was only one thought left in his mind, Taikawi, he is really a bastard, he is so bad. Please collect, ask for bookshelf, ask for praise, ask for everything. Thank you readers for your great support.